I am so sorry about this.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left, cause I've been blasting a lamp
I am just so dejected. The hand that was dealt to us by fate, the law of surprise was sprung upon us, and now we are saddled with a destiny most unkind. And other Witcher references that I don't fully understand. But okay, toss a coin over there or something or the other.
Toss a coin to your
Valley
reader.
of plenty.
Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, toss a coin to your Witcher. Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, I am, of course, kidding because, yes, I've watched The Witcher, but we're not talking about The Witcher, sadly.
Talking about something that has nothing to do with it. At least
No.
I hope so. Dear God, please.
No, listen, I did not even know The Witcher at the time. But again, we are back on our usual BS, guys, because it is time, once again, darkened corpse festering well that was my fanfiction.net career to trudge up another entry into my infamous saga.
Yes?
Because, as I promised you before, we were done with the main story, but there are spin offs. And let me tell you, about those spin offs. There's plenty of them. It's a valley of plenty of spin offs, if you will.
Valley of plenty.
Plenty of spin offs indeed. Oh no.
Toss a
Oh.
coin to us, readers.
Yes, toss a coin on Patreon, please.
Because we are not going to tell you about them. We are going to sing to you about them.
I don't think I have the mental capacity to endure this vast array of idiocy in song form.
Can we not?
Can we not? Yes, that's a good question. Can we not? Speaking of which, you don't know what we're going to be reading tonight, do you?
No, that's why we're waiting for you to give us the thing.
Yes, I'm going to spring the law of surprise on you, and which you agreed to.
Expectations.
I remind you, you agreed on the law of surprise. Yes, it was implicit. We started reading fanfictions. You agreed to be reading fanfictions. You didn't know which fanfictions you were going to get, and neither did I at the time. So by the law of surprise, now we're all entangled into some really complicated and convoluted, but also plot convenient
Mess?
device that allows us to be in this mess.
Well, it comes with the territory, doesn't it?
Anyway, this...
Better you can think this as a funeral service. for your
Okay,
work.
before I spring onto you this fanfiction that we're going to be reading tonight, I need you to forewarn you. How do I put this?
Dark themes, edgelord stuff, you know.
Oh, extremely edgy and extremely lordy too. But
And angsty as well.
extremely
What does the
angsty,
band have-
yes.
What does the band have to do with this?
Okay, no, I'm serious about this. I looked at my catalog of classic literature about 5 minutes ago.
Yes, guys, classic literature.
Yes.
Of course, because he's an intellectual.
Let me continue.
No.
Let me continue.
yes.
Because I have completely forgotten about this particular spin-off series that we are going to be tackling tonight. Because there are a lot more spin-offs than I remember there were in the first place. So, yes, And upon reaching up to look at one of these spin-offs, these Valley of Plenty spin-offs that I have on my catalog, and I rediscovered this forgotten series in particular, an explosive headache was sprung upon me, as it were. So I needed a minute to recover from the shock.
Okay.
This is the title. This is the fanfiction that we are going to be reading tonight. Please take your time to react accordingly to the title.
Okay. The void within. Void of sorrow.
I wonder if this is about void.
Oh no. Oh god, this sounds like some kid who thinks he's being a pretentious writer.
Oh yes? Well, why don't you read the summary then?
Certain characters are meant to suffer. Oh, hi, Harlan Ellison, wannabe. Because I want them to. Spin-off / sequel of the Tales saga, inspired by the lyrics of Bring Me to Life by Evanescence. Goody, it's one of these stories.
It's one of these stories, that's the mood. The well is not only filled with festering corpses, it is also filled with plenty of brooding and angst.
Hey guys, remember the time in the 2000s when songfics were a thing?
Yes, I guess
Yeah.
they are a thing. I didn't know they were, but here we
they
are.
a thing, but they are these days much rarer.
Yeah, they are. But back in 2000s, there was a ton of them.
I am
Everywhere.
myself guilty of taking part in that particular trend, as you
I
well
wasn't.
know.
As was I as well.
I think everybody at some point, had a song in their heart, in their blackened, dead heart of emo teenagers that they wanted to share with the world. So yes, everybody, this is one of the plenty of spin-offs that are currently available for my Tales saga. Yeah, let me just open up my zip and relax and unwind. Ah, that's much better.
Madhog, not in public.
Okay, so as you guessed correctly, this is about Void. I might have mentioned that a couple of times before that Void was my favorite character to write for.
For reasons unbeknownst to all.
Well, okay, I was off the hype of my own train, as it were, or something along those lines. Because you see, I discovered that Void was a character that existed in a game that nobody remembered, and perhaps one of my, if not my, greatest accomplishment on this accursed site was to convince the administrators of the site to actually add Void as an available character on your fic description. So if you see Void listed as a character in a Sonic the Hedgehog fanfiction, you have me to thank for that.
Yay!
I truly deserve it. Honestly, nobody would have cared about Void otherwise. I say that with all the confidence, all the unearned confidence in the world.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the ground rules are we do not read the lyrics of the Evanescence song.
Which are listed at the beginning of every chapter. Let's just pretend that we all know the song, because we all know the song, and even if you don't know the song, you are lying because you know the song. Everybody knows the song.
Everybody knows the song because everybody heard the song.
Also, we all know about My Immortal. So, there is that.
That was actually my favorite song by her as well.
I don't know anything that's going to happen in this fanfiction. I only know that it's about Void, which is bizarre because, as we no, Void didn't really end up, I was going to say physically healthy by the end of Tales, as you might
true.
recall.
Uh-huh. He got
And-
a bad case of the D.
He had a bad case of the easily misconstrued D, yes.
Yep, the D's.
So, Devar, why don't you read the entire description of this fanfiction, just so that we can have a chuckle or two? I mean, the rating, the language, everything.
Right. Okay, so this fan fiction, we're gonna call it, is rated T.
I mean, it is a fanfiction. I don't know why you're being coy about it.
It's English angst drama
That's the genre, yes.
with 3 chapters and 5,000 words in full.
And it has 10 reviews. It's been
And 5 favorites.
favorited by 5
Follow.
people, followed by 1, and the characters are Void and Tails.
This was originally published on January the 9th of 2009 and was updated January 11th of 2009. So, in other words, this is kind of like almost a decade old. Or is it?
Longer than a decade at this point.
11 years.
It's
Yeah,
the
11.
11th birthday of this atrocity.
The words "oh no" come to mind. That
Oh, no.
Something like this is old.
Oh no. So, yes, we have 3 chapters of this, and luckily for you, the chapters are short. So,
As
I
long as
guess-
they do not
I mean,
make
we,
them long.
we can start at any point in time. I don't have much else to say. I don't remember anything that happens in this. So it's going to be a surprise for me too.
There is still one thing to decide.
What?
Who will start?
The Void Within, Void of Sorrow. Chapter 1.
Void's
Once
bizarre adventures.
upon a time, there was a deformed prince who, *S birth, wasn't supposed to happen, but happened anyway.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really?
Apparently, once upon a time, there was a cursed princess who, *S birth, caused the death of thousands. That checks out. Once upon a time, there was a love that went beyond the concept of time and space, life and death. A love built with the sufferance and comfort, desperation and will to live, ellipsis, the strongest of loves, ellipsis, and yet the most unusual.
This is either the most pessimistic view of romance in the Witcher series or the most optimistic way of looking at love in Disney movies. Take your pick.
Which one is worse?
Can you feel the
No, a boy who was born from a seed and whose entire life has been nothing more than a hoax. Ellipsis, a sadistic game orchestrated by a mischievous manipulator. That's not the adjective I would use.
Which mischievous manipulator? Because we had Ixis Nogus and
That's-
the narrator.
That's it. That's sexist Nogus. That rascal. Also known as Ixis Adorable at some point. Remember that old chestnut? I do.
It's been a long while for me, so I have poor memory issues.
Devar was the one who came up with Sexis Nogus.
Yes, completely by accident, or so he says.
So he says.
So he says.
So
It
he
is so I
says.
say.
Toss a coin to your pervert.
You are going to need a lot of coins with this group.
Oh, ballet of plenty. Oh, ballet of penises. A blazing cat girl who *S feelings. This is not right. That's what I'm trying to convey here. Whose feelings and emotions were dangerous for the who dared to oh my god. for the who dared to even approach her. That's just...
You are approaching me!
That's giving my spine a good case of the wincing.
Oh. Glacio.
It's not that funny. If destiny existed, one would say that these two were meant to be together.
I mean, Destiny does exist. And there is also Destiny 2 that exists.
Boo!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all night.
No, you won't. United by their own sorrows, embraced in their own fable, despite the cruel obstacles that life would have thrown at them. In a way, such thing has been realized. They would stay embraced inside a frozen coffin in their own fabled kingdom. With plenty of ellipses.
Of ellipses are plenty.
Anyway.
Their sanctuary, a sanctuary. Kingdom Hearts 2 reference.
I would have gone with the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
I mean, it all comes back to Kingdom Hearts one way or the other, so...
Yeah, just like the story. I still say Kingdom Hearts is much more easier to...
You do remember that one, though.
I remember that one.
You remember that. I also remember that, and I hate it. I still hate it to this very day.
I'm sure we can still all agree that the lore of Bionicle still makes less sense than this.
Oh, wow. Shots are fired.
Wow.
He's been deadly...
Tried to read the lore of Bionicle.
Why would I ever get into that, honestly? It was way past my time when it first came out.
It died on arrival.
Also that.
I'm not into Bionicle either, but I've seen...
Can I please continue?
Volume that it is.
Yeah,
Can we stop the Bionicle talk now and forever and never bring it up again?
I make no promises, but please.
Oh my god. He's been deadly wounded by the being who claimed his own soul. He's been stripped of his own life force, and she couldn't let his seemingly inevitable death to overcome.
I did not realize this was a crossover with Mortal Kombat.
That's why she did what she did. She summoned her powers, her flames, to transport both of them in a world in which they could live in peace, encased in each other's embrace, forever and eternally. Or so they thought! And then there is this laughter. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. No more. What is love without sorrow? Just a childish crush. These two have gone through a lot of pain indeed. And yet, ellipsis, it is not enough. I want them to suffer even more. The narrator is having a heel turn or something.
Again.
I don't know. Again.
Now I can believe this was written by you.
I mean, I have a bit of a sadistic streak. I want to watch their physical and mental breakdown for the sadistic pleasure of some readers, and my own, of course. I mean, I would say that this is pretentious, but it's actually the opposite because it's being honest about its intentions.
Well, can't fault you for that one.
Who am I? A god? A devil? I'm just the one who writes things! That doesn't really have such a gravitas when you say it out loud. I am the one who writes things. I am the one who knocks.
Just like my college tutor told me whenever I wrote a report, if you use the word things, go back again. You shouldn't use that word. No one likes the word things.
I agree. And generally improvise them. For now, I shall narrate this rather gruesome story and let chaos drive my hand. Because chaos.
Okay, Isipal, get the popcorn. We have some gruesome story.
I'm sorry, we are out of popcorn. Only things we have are ham, cheese, and scenery. Which one do you want?
You might want to have something to chew, because the next line is ho ho ho. Ooh boy, you may refer to me as this world's sorrow.
I didn't realize the narrator from the Gauntlet reboot in the early 2000s was here.
No, it's the narrator from Princess Tutu, obviously.
I think we should just shorten it to ATVS.
What?
As this world's sorrow. ATVS. ATWS.
Atwas.
We will not be using that. For now, I shall begin the show. Phase 1, separation. Phase 2, profit.
No, it's phase 2, question mark, then phase 3, profit.
I don't even know what to make of this. This is such nonsense right off the bat.
I mean, are you trying to take the Eye of Argon's trophy?
I take the young wounded prince away from his beloved one. I heal his wounds and gift him with a whole new life force. Then I'll bring him into another dimension, away from her, alone. Oh, yes.
Deus Ex Machina is supposed to happen at the end of the story, not at the beginning.
You see, I'm not a god that's resolving the plot. I am a god that's instigating the plot. That's different. I am the villain, basically. What part of this didn't make it clear that I am the villain? That the writer is the villain? The writer was always the villain in this story. From the beginning, in fact. Anyway. Ah, yes, that's a good starting. Let us observe his reaction then. Mwahaha! 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 Mwaha! Mwaha. Cough. Where am I? The far you go.
I will start this first chapter of sorrow. Despite being night, he could recognize his surroundings thanks to the street lamps. It was a city, a human city by the looks of it, only totally unfamiliar.
Suddenly, the street lamp started going off and he could see a motorcycle riding across the sky.
And he wasn't supposed to be there. And without her, he remembered everything. The betrayal of his master, her beloved one's sacrifice, and ultimately their own encasement into their frozen fable, where they were supposed to live happily ever after. Then again, fables are for kids, aren't they?
So edgy, you guys. This ain't your brother's Grimm's fables.
Hey, I have checked out fables. It's not for kids.
He looked terrified, troubled, and tired. Oh, that's Icy Pal.
He looks terrified, troubled, and tired at any point in time, yes.
He couldn't even stand on his 2 feet.
Just like Icy Pal.
Well, he sat down, so of course. He was a unique being.
Just like Icy Pal!
Oh, that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
A creature like no others in the human or Mobian world.
Just like Icy Pal!
He was a Cedrian!
Just like Icy Pal!
No, I'm not.
The latest step in plants evolution.
Just like Icy Pal!
A sentient anthropomorphic plant-like form.
Yes, just like Icy Pal!
Just like his beloved mother used to be.
Just like his beloved mother, Icy Pal, used to be.
Okay, I think we can put the joke to bed now, don't you?
Yes, we can put the bag into the joke into the bed, whatever you just said.
Put the joke to bed, I said.
Take it behind the barn and use the shotgun.
Cosmo, her name was. He knew for certain that his own life force has been used to heal her. If he was back in his own dimension, then he could go and find her. Then he remembered his condition.
His condition, ho ho ho.
He looked down at himself.
I still have cool shoes.
He was a teen by the age of 15, and thanks to an enormous time paradox, another of his former master's doing, in brackets I should add, he was now older than his parents were.
That's a whole can of worms.
Oh!
Different!
His mother used to be a kid when she released the seed from
Oh!
he would have grown
Oh!
was
No!
his father.
Oh no! Oh no!
Sounds so wrong, and Ross would probably be trying to not grin.
Phrasing is important.
Oh my gosh!
Or better, his
Oh!
idealistic father, since he was the one who loved Cosmo and planted her seed in the ground.
Oh my god! Oh, this seeding and planting, and it's a valley of plenty, all right? Plenty of seeds in the ground. Oh gosh! Oh goshy gosh!
Tails. When we said plow the earth, we didn't mean it that way.
Well, you know what they say, you reap what you sow.
Oh. Two-tailed kitsune known as Tails. He was the only one with parents younger than him.
That's mighty presumptuous of you.
And the thing obviously bothered him.
Oh, you don't say.
I mean,
Don't say.
I'm less bothered, but more like confused to wrap my head around the concept.
Yes, I mean, the way it is presented here, you might think it's a Winnie the Pooh, oh bother, situation.
But right now, there was another problem at hand. How did he arrive there? And what happened to Blaze? His flaming princess. When you say flaming princess, it sounds like as if she was, like, effing and blinding everywhere.
I mean, she was at some point, wasn't she?
Yes. Suddenly, a noise could be heard, and from the dark of the night...
In the dark of the night, people will find you.
a couple of bright, round eyes could be seen. The Black Mage from Final Fantasy series, you in the wrong place, sorry mate. Wrong fan fiction.
Oh, I see. This is a crossover with the Cats movie.
The unmistakable lights of a human vehicle getting dangerously close to the Cedrian. I almost said disgustingly for some reason.
Well, it's a disgusting human vehicle.
Who happened to be right in the middle of the road. If it isn't luck...
No, you need to be more dejected about it.
if it isn't luck...
You sound like a fat pigeon.
The impact was rather painful, understatement if I do say so myself, and scary.
He was eating his scary butt.
Painful for the victim and scary for the driver. I'm pretty sure it was scary for the victim too.
Santa ran over my grandma. I guess I can shoehorn that here as well.
Excuse me, it is Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Yes, but who was riding the reindeer? That's the real question.
Oh my! Oh my!
The human's first instinct was to leave him in the middle of the street, because that is totally what every human does.
Well, a good percentage, yes.
And scram away as fast as he could. Fortunately for the plant boy, curiosity had the better of him.
Well,
The
good thing he
overland.
got run over by the guy with the bad percent.
The overlander descended from his vehicle. He was an old man with big dog-like eyebrows, white hair, and a big nose.
Oh no! No!
I hope it's not who I think it is.
It is! It is definitely who you think it is! Oh no!
It's the professor from Cyborg 009.
What the hell are you talking about? No! It's not! I wish!
Thanks to a malfunctioning street lamp, the human could very well see the real form of this boy. And he jumped back in utter surprise. He was a strange, small, alien creature with a slim body and a round head. His skin was light grey, his face was nose-less, and he had green, bushy hair. He wore a black vest with a blacker cloak. Can we get even more blacker here?
It's a ebony black cloak. How about that?
Or obsidian.
We are
Obsidian black.
And he had a huge, gloved three-fingered hands.
Oh yes, that.
All in all, he came out from an RPG game or something.
Okay, two things. Seemed came out, that's no good. Also, saying RPG game is redundant because the G in RPG already means game.
Yes.
I just wanted to pop out real quick, say that, and then leave again.
The humans seemed taken aback.
On the side yet seen!
He was used to the several anthros that lived around. He even personally knew one.
I am not racist, I have an antro friend. You know how does that sound, right?
Yes, it never comes out sounding right, even if it's true. But this being was similar to nothing he's ever seen in all of his life. One thing was certain, though. The boy was severely wounded with some internal damage. Luckily for the Cedrian, this person used to be a well-known scientist and an awarded professor in the local university.
That means he's automatically qualified to treat wounds.
Which happened to be the best in the world!
Well, Mr. Well-known scientist, do you happen to be a medical scientist? Because otherwise, you're not really qualified to treat wounds?
He's a generic scientist. That means he knows everything.
Oh, sure.
And his name is Miles Warren.
Among all, he happened to be one of the few non-xenophobe humans around. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, if it isn't luck!
I really, really detest when authors decide to, bring to attention these things.
Usually you would let certain details about characters come out organically as the story progresses. You don't put them in front of the reader just like that, calling attention to them as if to say, look at this person, he's totally not a racist, just trust me. That's normal. That's a normal thing to say, right?
We have such sights to show you. Okay, so we have a break in paragraph, so I sit down.
Life was not easy for people like him, mainly because his kind was not large enough to be considered a real population, and also because the fact that despite being one of this world's heroes and being loved by most of the humans, there still was so much hidden racism.
Hidden? What do you mean hidden? What are you talking about, hidden racism? Are you mad? The racism is subtextual? You need to read in between the lines to find the racism? Are you drunk?
Followed by in brackets, or should I say, speciesism.
Oh, sod off. Sod off.
Therefore, life was not at all easy for people like him, for the so-called anthro.
Yes, what with all the hidden racism.
Especially since he happened to be different, even for his own kind.
Hey guys, remember that one Sonic game that covered hidden racism?
Yes, and also remember that one human character was totally non-xenophobic?
No, I don't remember any.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sure that one human character was a credit to his race. He was a two-tailed anthropomorphic fox. Where I've heard of this one before. A very young and intelligent one, too.
Oh gosh, this again! Yes! He's so smart, you guys! He's the vessel of intelligence and whatnot. He's so intelligent! Do you believe me yet? Do you believe me yet? So I was strangling the microphone.
I mean, he has to be. The fic keeps telling us that he is.
Exactly! Oh, and it doesn't stop. It never stops.
He happened to be a mechanical genius and an excellent pilot.
Oh!
Own plane, in brackets, a gift from his best friend, end brackets. And he could use his own tails to fly if he wanted.
How many thousands of times have we heard the same 4 adjectives being used to describe him? Excellent pilot, mechanical genius, is very young and intelligent, you know.
And he can fly with his own tails.
Yes, he can fly with his own tails. Did you know that? Did you know that he can fly with his own tails? Yeah, I didn't know it. Thankfully, I was told I would have not known otherwise. Okay.
Did you also know that he planted her seed?
To the ground, yes.
There was an old motto that went this way. Sky's the limit. For miles, tails per hour, the sky was unlimited.
Well, except it is, because if you fly after a certain point, you might freeze to death.
Or suffocate.
Whichever comes first, really. The important point is that he would die.
Yeah. Also, I can't believe you're doing this. You basically, put Void into the actual Sonic canon?
I mean, he was in a game in the Sonic franchise. So,
yeah.
technically canon in the sense that it appeared in a game. All I did really was to spread awareness about his existence. A good fun, I was, I guess.
So you are very proud of yourself. Good for you.
Let's
It
carry
was
on.
his world, and it didn't have secrets.
In this world, his world!
The land, on the other hand, was the real problem. It didn't have enough seed.
Yes, we need to plant more seeds into the land. Oh, Valley of Plenty. Oh, Valley of Plenty. We need to plant many, many seeds after the flower genocide that occurred millennia ago. Remember that?
Yes, I do remember that. Growing up as a unique kid in a hostile world like this was not easy. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have survived any longer.
Capital H him, so it's the Powerpuff Girls villain. Hello, girls. I am literally the devil.
Have you seen my fishnet stockings?
Let's carry on.
His real life began after he met his best friend, hero and adopted big brother.
Wait, who adopted whom?
The little one adopted the bigger one?
The unique speedy blue hedgehog known as Sonic.
Sonic. He really blows. Sonic. He's got an attitude. Sonic is a Mobian supremacist.
They used to have so many adventures together. They saved the world uncounted times against the same evil jerk, Dr. Eggman.
Wait, no, I'm confused. You only did that once? Unless you've had several more battles against him that I am not aware that you did? Within this canon, I mean. Within my own canon, that is. I'm talking about my own canon here.
But is this your canon tales?
I said at the beginning that this was a sequel / spin-off.
Let's
So-
continue, guys. We'll find out soon
I mean,
enough.
we're wasting too much time on this. Come on.
is your Tale Saga in a nutshell.
Oh, Valley of Plenty.
Get over that valley, Madhog.
No.
Until Tails got sick of the hero's sidekick role and left Sonic by his own.
Wait, hold on. This is not my canon. This is not my canon. You lied to me. What's happening here? This is not my canon.
The young Valpine had different ambitions. He was a boy genius. Oh my, really? And therefore,
He was Dexter.
he wanted to become a recognized scientist and help the world in his own way, ellipses. But of course, when you are not a human, it's kind of difficult to be accepted as a person too. So, why couldn't you go to a university or something and become a scientist in the Mobius?
Well, you see, due to human colonialism, pretty much assimilating alien cultures into its own and dominating them, this caused a lot of gentrification in the process, and less privileged parts of the land ended up becoming ghettos for the quote-unquote inferior races, and it's a dump on fiction, don't read too much into it. It's a dump on fiction, just who cares?
Okay, guys, let's stay on track because we're really wasting a lot of time.
And so, he had some rather difficulties in finding a proper school education or a job, even though his abilities were often recognized.
As in, oh look, that kid has abilities. I recognize that. I casually found him with those abilities. Oh yes.
Humanity always had a problem with coherence.
Oh,
What?
preach it to the choir, sister.
What?
Okay.
We are the most incoherent and inconsistent people that we know, with our ideals and our political agendas and our intentions versus the execution of said intentions. Right?
I would
Right?
say
Yes, right. I'm right. So continue.
disharmony, but
That's when the least expected person came in his aid, ellipses.
Oh no.
His name was Pickle. And
Yep.
he loved pickle sandwiches.
because savages.
Sonic Unleashed was out by this point, and I have played it.
I have many questions, but I do not care about the answers. His quoted
The answer is
presentation-
42.
No, it's 63.
No, it's 69. Nice.
No, it's 34.
No, it's I'm going to punch you in the nose. Continue.
He was the regent rector.
The Regent Rector? What the frig?
Of the most famous university in the world. Ellipses. The University of Spagonia!
The University of Spagonia, guys!
In the centre of Europe.
It's center. It's how you pronounce center in Queen's English, by the way. Spagonia, in the center of Europe, my favorite city.
That speaks Queen's English.
Oh my godless.
There is no God, only definitelli.
No, there is not even definitelli. There is just nothingness.
AKA a void.
Oh, that's clever. Okay, please continue, damn you!
He said he admired the Fox's works and researchers over chaos energy. In brackets, being in almost constant contact with the Chaos Emeralds helped him a lot, end brackets. And that he wanted Tails, an 8-year-old kid, to work for his institution.
Ah, child labor! Good old Queen's England, I guess.
Don't worry, there are no laws against it in Queen's England, so it's A-OK.
There should be some law against Ricky Gervais. Well,
Heyo! Of course, he accepted the offer, although he politely refused to eat pickle sandwiches. and he officially became a researcher with a specialization in chaos energy.
Why does this seem like the origin story of Bruce Banner?
The fuel of the future.
So, are we seeing the birth of Shinra in the Sonic universe?
Ooh, I like where that is going.
That is a good one. I would have personally gone with UAC from Doom.
That's also a good one. If only because the idea of Doom Guy just coming into this fanfiction and the Doom slaying everybody is very appealing to me right now for some reason.
Keep that thought in mind. It will help you survive this. That brings us to the current matter. Ellipses. Why life still happened to be so difficult for him.
I'm sorry, what does any of this have to do with Bring Me to Life by Evanescence? That's my question right now.
To be honest, I just kind of blanked at all of us.
Da 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 da.
Please get on with it.
It is very difficult to do your job when almost each and every one of your colleagues would love to sell you to a British hunting club. Okay, that's funny.
Okay. I'm not sure that was meant to be funny, but if it was, then kudos, it's hysterical. The British Hunting Club. I say, George, today I'm in the mood to hunting the rare two-tailed fox. Yes, which is also blue during the blue moons. Did you know that, George? Well, I didn't know that, Sir William Genocidal III. I would love to kill some more animals with my blunderbuss. Yes, indeed. We are so rich and racist.
I'll call it a boomstick. Also, I'm thankful that fox hunting has been outlawed in Britain.
Oh, I'm thankful too. Nobody told these guys, apparently. Let's sell this fox to a British hunting club.
I mean, considering that they speak Queen's English, I guess the country of Spagonia.
Spagonia, yes, that's actually a good point. In the center of Europe, by the way. It's in the center of Europe, not on the side, an island with ocean around it. No, it's in the center of Europe.
I guess in this universe, the Sonic version of the world, the center of Europe was colonialized by the British Empire.
I mean, what wasn't colonialized by the British Empire at some point?
Finland.
It was a rhetorical question, you know.
Despite having befriended with some of the youngest assistants and students, most of the other professors and researchers openly despise the fact that an 8-year-old kid, followed by in brackets, the freak of nature among that end brackets,
You don't-
at their own level.
You don't actually need to let us know when the brackets are coming. You just need to imply that there are brackets by the way you read.
The brackets are coming! The brackets
Oh
are
no!
coming!
Oh no, the brackets are coming! Sound the alarm!
I did that actual British joke during our previous table topping session.
The brackets are coming!
Mobbing was the key word. Tails sighed while giving the last touches to the new chaos-driven engine of his prized red biplane, the X-Tornado.
By the way, do you know what mobbing is? The practice of mobbing, which was actually a big problem by the time, in my country, it was a big problem, that is, by the time this was written, is this very toxic practice in which your colleagues and other colleagues and possibly even your employers might make your working environment as nasty as possible in order to push you to quit your job because they don't like you. That's fun, isn't it? And that's what's happening to this 8-year-old kid, a freak of nature among that. Well, if it isn't luck, really.
I mean, Void is the one who got the luck, and immediately after that he got hit by a car. So, setting example, scientifically speaking, the sole idea of raw, untainted, untouchable, chaotic energy spread all over the universe was considered impossible. Religiously speaking, the idea of chaos being the thing we all came from was, of course, blasphemous. As a matter of fact, no one could tell the hows or whens of this phenomenon, or why there were those chaos emeralds anyway, or how could anyone, specifically Sonic, Tails, and a few other people, summon such energy from them in the first place.
A friendly reminder that this is not my canon anymore, for some reason.
Anymore. A few questions that, perhaps, will never find an answer. It just happened.
Ah, those 3 words that still haunt my dreams. It just happened. Oh well. Who needs to put effort, or lot of efforts, if you will, into anything? It just happened.
Hey, it just works. Nonetheless,
If it isn't luck.
the revolutionary idea of chaos-driven engines Tails was working on would have certainly bothered some people. Some powerful, influential, oil-owning people.
Oh, those nasty oil-owning people, which are a real threat to our very existence, by the way. But yes, oil-owning people sounds really funny.
I'm not sure. I think this is being too subtle.
Subtle, yes! I mean, listen, I know people who use subtext, and those people are cowards.
And let's not forget, and the corrupted politicians who worked for them.
I was very #woke at the time, and even though I am 100% right about it, I still sound like I am #woking all over this fanfiction, aren't I?
Maybe a tad.
I am planting my seeds of #wokeness into the Valley of Plenty.
I think we should continue because it's been a slog this part.
Yes.
That's why the young fox developed some paranoia lately. He feared that he would be killed by them because of it, and that's why he still used to live in his old, secluded workshop. Ironically enough, he had a life insurance, and its name was, ellipses, Eggman.
What is happening right now?
Since he was world's #1 enemy, and the Valpine was one of the few heroes who could oppose his would-be tyranny, he was saved from anyone's conspiracy. Yet, he was under a lot of stress. Therefore, when his phone rang, he couldn't help but jump in fright.
This is a lot more political talk than I would have wanted in this fanfiction, I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think this is unnecessary.
I mean, I like the concept, the premise, the idea that the hero of this world has a lot of enemies that would like to have him out of the picture because he goes against their business practices for all they stand for. That's some late-stage capitalistic nightmare, let me tell you.
Now, if only someone would write a good fic about that.
Devour your tails.
Okay. Hello? Professor Pickle. Yes? Uh-huh. What? Really? An alien? Cool! Uh-huh. Is he alive? I see. Yes. No. No thanks. I've already eaten. No, it's not that. I don't like pickle sandwiches. Okay, I'll be right there. No problem. Yes, me too. Bye, Professor.
Yes? Yes? No, really? Well, same thing to you, Jack. Hey, Max, it was the commissioner. We have a case.
He hanged up, and without missing a beat, he went inside his plane's cockpit, turned it on. Too easy. And flew away from the hangar of his famous workshop in the mystic ruins.
Which he forgot to lock the door of as he left.
Next stop, Spagonia! A 10-minute trip for his prized tornado.
Violating several international laws about flight in the process.
Chaos energy rocks.
He muttered to himself.
I love chaos energy. It's so bad.
I love chaos energy rocks. They pop in my mouth.
Oh my. Okay, I'm going to try and speed this blasted thing on. Gotta read fast. In the local hospital, bewilderment was the key word. For all its doctors and nurses just had to deal with the weirdest patient yet. What was really weird is that he was not insured. They managed to save his life, though. It turned out that his wounds weren't as severe as previously thought. The little guy had an amazing resilience, that was sure. The same resilience that Anthros used to have. In the waiting room, a certain old man was patiently waiting for some hopefully good news, while eating one of his trademark namesake sandwiches. I'll give you a knuckle sandwich, jeez.
The pickle sandwiches are on the house. That's the good news he's waiting for.
Mr. Pickle? A nurse asked. Who wants to be Professor Pickle? You know how I would have him sound.
What?
You will find Dr. Huawei.
Professor Pickle, please.
He corrected while politely rising from his seat. Come on, Wagga Man, we must find Dr. Huawei.
Come on, Mega Man. We need to find Dr. Huawei.
Dr. Huawei. He's fine, she replied, hinting some obvious difficulties in using the male pronoun. Lady, get on with the times, don't be a transphobic jerk. No, seriously, I'm not even joking about that. Stop it. Humanity, stop it. Gosh darn it, it's so unbecoming. You used to be such a nice girl, humanity. I took you to prom, and then you turned sour over a few rejections, and you accepted bribes from the far-right organizations, and just like that, you started to be transphobic. Humanity! You can do better than that. Hopefully. Okay, that was a bit of a tirade anyway. The old man nodded and smiled.
Oh, wonderful. Indeed. I would like to personally thank you and all this hospital staff for a job well done.
Everybody got around. He thanks everybody one by one. He has a camera crew. Yes, I should like to congratulate this hospital crew for saving a patient and doing their jobs.
Don't worry, I'll do the opposite of the Scrubs joke.
Which one?
The white guy basically shakes hands normally with all the white doctors, but as soon as he gets to Turk, who is a black doctor, he goes like, "Yo, me dog!"
Oh no! Oh no!
That was awful.
Yes. Okay. I think that was the point.
Anyway, yes, it was. Would you like a fine, delicious pickle sandwich?
Okay. Honestly, are the pickle sandwiches a euphemism? Is the pickle sandwich a euphemism? I have to ask.
I mean, this was written by the old horny Madhog, so...
Yes, into the Valley of Pickles. Oh, Valley of Pickles.
Throw a pickle to your profession.
Oh, Valley of Penis. Kindly offered.
Oh, Valley of Sandwich. Oh, Valley of Sandwich.
Sandwich. He kindly
Oh.
offered his pickle. Thanks, I've already eaten.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, both of you.
Yes, more pickles for me. He added while giving another bite at his most beloved meal. You are focusing a bit too much on this insignificant detail. I'm starting to worry. I'm really starting to worry.
The thing we should be worrying about that he was offering his half-eaten pickle sandwich to the nurse.
Delicious pickle sandwich. Grilled cheese pickle sandwich.
That would be me, really, the grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese sandwich, if you please.
Yeah, I love that sandwich.
Became a pickle sandwich.
Yes.
Okay, let's
The
shall we-
nurse was serious again. Would you like to see him? She asked, still shy about considering the creature. He. Humanity, what did I just tell you?
Oh, the humanity.
Seriously, Nurse Humanity is such a bad nurse.
Yes, oh yes, quite.
Nurse Humanity, that's her name now. I don't know. How did we end up here?
Oh yes, quite.
Pico enthusiastically answered. Oh yes, quite, Mega Man. This way, please. And then, the brackets are coming, yes. Okay, this part is in bold and italic, which means it's the narrator being the narrator.
Which is Madhog.
You shall suffer, young plant boy, because it's the only way to really feel alive. Pain comes before everything. Oh my gosh, this really is the voice of Arlan Ellison. It makes things more appreciable. Let the torment begin.
Tell me, Void, would you like to play a game?
Not really. Oh my god, he's having a heart attack! The doctor yelled. Somebody call a doctor! Oh wait!
Send him on in this hospital a doctor.
Damn it! Damn it! This is not a human. I'm a human doctor, not a Pokemon doctor.
God damn it, Professor. I am a doctor, not a botanist.
That's a good point.
You see all the doctors wearing stethoscopes and they're like, I'm not a fully licensed doctor.
Should I call a doctor, a veterinarian, or a botanist? And in the unrestful bed of his possible death, the unfortunate interdimensional creature known as Void was now experiencing true pain. One name crossed his hallucinating mind in that moment. The name of his princess, Blaze. Before the darkness came for his soul, and he saw memories. Wake me up! Wake me up inside! I can't wake up! Wake me up inside! Save me! Call my name and save me from the dark, etc.
Etc., etc., etc.
Right,
And
so
now we end the first chapter of sorrow.
So these chapters, as I said, are really brief. We just need not to waste so much time with each and every comma, if possible.
Because
Yeah,
we
I was
try
gonna
to
say.
entertain ourselves because this fig isn't doing that.
I mean, yes, this first part is not very eventful and not very funny
To be
at
honest,
times.
There
be
was
honest-
one funny joke.
the fox hunting club. I mean, there was one important part we got to know.
Which is?
Professor Pickle sandwiches.
Oh, yes, the
I mean,
pickle sandwiches.
I'm
They
glad
are
we-
so important to this story. Let me tell you how important the pickle sandwiches are to this story. They are the real villain, did you know that? The real villain is an anthropomorphic pickle that was brought to life by evil science and chaos do bad things.
wait,
Okay.
Professor
Is-
Pickle is the right hand man.
No, you know what this is?
What?
This is Professor Pickle starring in Reanimator.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, so we're on to our second chapter of sorrow.
Oh boy.
He was dying. D-I-E-ing.
Okay, this never gets old. Does it?
I mean, Madhog, you did ask for more black.
His heart was ceasing his beat.
A boom, ba-ding, boom, ba-doom, beep, ba boom, ba-ding, boom, ba-doom, beep.
Beep, beep went the machine. They were trying to save him. The doctors and the nurses did their best. Beep, beep, beep,
We're losing him! Where is a doctor when you need him?
yelled one of them.
God damn it, mister, I am a botanist, not a doctor!
Okay, somebody call Dr. Nick Riviera.
Beep, beep, beep. From afar, Professor Pickle could see the whole scene, including the sudden fountain of green blood that came out from the Cedrian's mouth.
But was he eating potato chips in the flavor of pickle? That's the important question.
I know! Because he's a plant, he'll be saved by the pickles!
That was bad and you should feel bad.
Now this is a fine pickle we have found ourselves in.
Oh my gosh!
He felt shocked, and overall, utter guilty.
Utter guilty!
Not utter guilt, utter guilty. Beep.
We've lost him.
And then
The two doctors said in unison.
but they wanted to fight over who was going
No,
to
no,
heal him.
no. He's my patient. I have his number. No. That's a bureaucratic mistake.
He's my
This was my patient.
patient.
I'll kill you. I'll kill your next patient just to get back at you. Just
gonna shove
shut up.
the stethoscope in
I'm
your
gonna fucking
eyeball.
kill you. I'll kill you right now. This is still my job. And who are you? Who are you? And who the hell are you? There's a third doctor in this room. Get away. This is my operation. And then it's dead. Anyway, so...
Okay, we lost
wait. We lost him. But this was your patient, right? Not mine. It was yours. It was your patient. Go. I'm gone. I was never here. I'm vacationing in Greenwich. See you later.
No, I was never here because I was jumping out the window.
I did not even get up this morning!
Well, I guess Professor Pickle was the appointed doctor. Because,
remember, he could do anything.
Yes, he's a scientist from the greatest university in the world. So it means that he's qualified for surgery.
I liked how you basically wrote, he was qualified to do this, but took him to another doctor anyway.
So how many doctors? What's the doctor's count right now? I'm lost.
And suddenly Dr. Popeye walks in.
I'm gonna take me spinach and cut this guy out.
Yeah, he just takes his spinach and just puts his fist into him.
And from the other door walks in Dr. House. It is not a lupus.
Stop that. That's not how you're supposed to heal him.
Okay.
Anyway,
So-
let's carry on.
As much as I'm enjoying this very nasty, chaotic episode of ER, I guess. The porn parody, at least. Oh my gosh. Nah, too easy that way. Let's start phase 2. Retaliation! This really sounds like an evil scheme, isn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Retaliation against what? Death?
I have no idea. The readers, the doctors, the medical industry,
Luck?
Fate? Chaos?
a valley of plenty? I don't know.
Capitalism?
Sure.
I guess I'll continue then.
Please do. So what happened after the 4 or 5 doctors just ran for the stairs and the windows and the planes and whatever else? And the heels?
Void awoke! Thank you,
Oh.
Dr. Popeye. He's awake now. A sudden, unpredictable awakening.
There has been an awakening.
More like an awakening.
More like an hashtag walking all over the valley of plenty.
He grabbed one of the surprised nurses by the neck. A snap could be heard.
Oh wow! Oh jeez! Oh wow! Okay!
That got dark quickly.
That was a D&D campaign that we didn't have.
Wow! This is escalating in such a way. You know what? I'm glad I have completely forgotten about this because this is new to me, essentially.
You do realize in this day and age, people will be hoping that the nurse who was not comfortable with the pronouns part would probably get killed, right?
I guess that makes it okay. Or at the very least, it makes it cathartic. But yes, you know what? It was Nurse Humanity who died.
He was panicking. He was scared. He was short-breathed. And he was surrounded by strangers who looked utter terrified at him.
Yes,
Yeah.
and there were no doctors left.
Why did they
Apparently.
seem so frightened? He asked to himself. Then he saw it. The dead body. He was holding it.
Oops!
Look away from it. No, back to the dead body. Now back to the you. Back to me. Back to them. Back to the dead body. Now back to it. Look, it's a dead body in your hand. Look, the dead body's now diamonds.
Okay.
Get out of there, Devar. This is not your self-insert. You don't want to be part
Okay.
of this fake story.
And he was holding it with his huge three-fingered clawed hand.
Do you think that might be cause of concern and awkwardness? Oops.
Before he could do or think anything, everybody began screaming like possessed while already running around like crazy cows.
Crazy cows? Okay. Crazy cows, you say?
He was frozen on his spot, still in bed, staring at the young girl he just murdered.
She was such a young bovine.
When you live all your life as a warrior, little things like conservative instincts tend to become stronger than normal.
I clearly meant to say conservational instincts. You know what? I like this. The more you become powerful and strong, the more you become conservative and vote for the Republican and the Tories, I guess.
He was an alien creature in an alien world with a bunch of frightened, therefore dangerous, humans around him. And worst of all, he didn't remember his own name or past.
First of all, boo to that trope. Second of all, he was an alien in an alien world. You could say he was a stranger in a strange land.
Except for an image.
Nothing? Okay.
The everlasting image of a lavender cat girl. The only thing that he had left in his memory. And he needed to find her again. He descended from his bed, I imagine.
It was a very, very tall bed, clearly.
Probably was for him.
He was wearing nothing more than the usual hospital gown, which, being designed for the overlanders, was too big for him.
Didn't they have a child's gown?
You would think so.
Clearly, this is the best hospital in the world, in the greatest city of Europe, Spagonia, so they have only the best equipment and the best, most competent doctors. Obviously.
After a little time, he realized someone was still gazing at him. He slowly turned his rotund head to fix his own gaze at the stranger. Pickle stood still in his place. He has remained in the room for all this time.
Why was he in the room during surgery?
9 out of 10. Could be better.
I could have done a better job.
Would recommend anyway. Now I must go find Dr. Wowie.
I think more gruesome murders. When you live all your life as a... Oh, wait. I went back in time. Sorry.
A few lines back, yes.
Yeah. He had remained all the time, not daring to move a single muscle. Probably because of fear or shock. Or just because he's seen it before. His huge eyebrows seemed so thin now that his eyes were so widened.
I kind of like that last sentence. It needs work, but I like the idea of it.
Speaking of eyes, for the first time, the old professor could very well see his former victims' ones. What?
Oh, because you see, he hit him with his car, so he was his victim. But I understand your confusion.
The boy's eyes were deep black and empty. Just like
Avoid.
Avoid!
Avoid? Avoid at all costs!
Well,
They both-
Professor Pickle didn't, and look where we are now with a dead body at our hands.
Yes, you need to avoid him, not go through him.
They both stared at each other for quite a time until the hospital security broke in.
Hospital security, we're breaking in! Crash!
Freeze!
They had a giant log, they busted down the door, medieval style.
Yelled the guard while pointing his gun towards the small being in front of him. Void hissed at the man. The feral animal he became.
Animal I have become!
And make believe.
All right, people,
It's-
vote. Will the void be shot, or will the poor guard become his dinner? Vote in the poll.
Okay, pick your poison. Animal I have become, or feel like a monster. This thing inside of me. Na 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 na. I must confess that I feel like a monster.
I like that song.
Yes, I like that song.
I mean, it's incredibly cheesy and corny, but then again, it's a product of its times. It has its charm.
a make believe. It's not the real me.
It's like you feel like a monster.
Okay, anyway, the aforementioned policeman was
Oh,
a
no,
notorious
no.
was a
What?
notorious racist with a peculiar hate against non-human beings.
Okay, first of all, is everybody a racist? I understand that racism is common, pretty much ingrained in society, so you don't really need to hammer down that a policeman might be racist because we all assume they are at this point. Also, yes, American police is fascist.
But we are not in America, we are in Spagonia, the greatest country in all of Europe, in the center of Europe.
Even if that were to be true, which it isn't, their stock as a country has significantly lessened after Spagexit. About.
You know, I really like this concept of straw manning humanity in general. Huh?
It is so satisfying to read and to write about, isn't it?
Creates misconceptions rather than the truth.
I mean, a lot of people are racist.
I've seen the opposite. I've seen way more people more accepting than racists.
Then again, you've seen them from the height of your white man privilege. You can't really experience other people's experiences in that regard.
I can say that, but I've interacted with a lot of people.
I've been thinking maybe we shouldn't have this
Let's not have this
conversation right
conversation,
now
no.
as we are reading a Sonic fanfiction, you know?
Yes,
We
I
should
know,
save it for another time.
Plus, he just had a very bad day.
Oh, yes.
Since he couldn't take his priced cup of coffee due to the blasted, malfunctioning coffee machine.
Coffee causes racism. So stop drinking coffee.
No.
Rude English grey Earl tea.
The opposite, he didn't take his coffee, so that made him racist.
Okay,
Listen,
let's
at the end of the day, the guy really needed his Nespresso.
These and a few other theories involving the whole argument of chaos and its endless possibilities
Sonic Unleashed.
were the main reason of why he did what he did. And instead of trying a perfectly logical and rational approach in order to calm down the obviously panicked little boy,
Yes, the panicked little boy who snapped a nurse's neck just like that.
And he's
Yes.
acting like a completely feral and bloodthirsty animal.
he just shot him. You know, hitting the wrong target too.
Wait, what? Oh my god! What is this, a comedy of errors? Is this a Guy Ritchie flick? What is happening?
I think this is less an in-depth look into society's tribalism and more like parodying what the misconception is.
This feels like a Guy Ritchie film at this point. It's so full of errors. So many.
Chaos is indeed something that we would never understand. The reason of why certain people is pushed to do certain things in certain times probably remain a mystery for ages and ages. Then again, as Fang the Sniper has taught us,
Oh.
No,
The best-
no.
the best explanations are the simplest. As in, the narrator's lying to us, and it's just the natural, logical explanations and not the thing that you're telling us, author.
Because author said so. The end.
Perhaps, just perhaps, this was one of those cases.
Fang the Wise.
An unnerved copper with an easy trigger. A frightened, seemingly feral kid lost in a new and foreign world who just survived a bloody death. And an old professor who happened to love kids.
All that talk about pickle sandwiches and offering it to people suddenly has a much darker undertone.
Never had one of his own, and deep down felt very bad for this one.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Stop the train. Stop the press. Stop the cars. Create some traffic here.
Abandon the quest.
Abandon ship. Raise the bridge. What is this? Let me just collect my thoughts for a second. So, in this order, the professor hit the monster child with his car, took him to the hospital, where 3, 4, 5 cow doctors and whatnot tried to operate him. He almost died, but now he's up and about, even though he's not even stitched up yet. So he's bleeding all over the place. Then the cop comes in, shoots the wrong target because he's an idiot, with the aim of a stormtrooper. And the kid is acting like a feral animal, and during all this, the professor is just looking at all this and saying, yep, I want to adopt this one. That makes sense! Yeah!
The pickle just watched the same kid that he wants to adopt murder innocent nurse in cold blood.
He's adopted a fox, might as well adopt a murderer. What's even all this?
It just had to happen. Somehow and some way.
Over the rainbow.
The bullet was shot in the exact same moment in which the old pickle's lover,
Wait.
What?
in the unlucky attempt to resolve the gruesome situation, put himself between the guard and the black-eyed kid.
Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? What is this, the bodyguard? Just Kevin Costner.
Don't worry, Madhog. Despite what the media would try to tell you, human body isn't durable enough to work as a human shield against modern-day firearms, so the bullet is still going to go through him and hit the void.
This is still pretty dumb.
The utterly shocked Cedrian's gown was covered with blood. Not his own green blood, but a new, fresh, red one. The old human was on the ground, with a hole on his left hip. The unnerved copper was eyes widen.
Damn it, I really needed that Nespresso today.
First the coffee machine and now this.
Oh,
Why is
good.
my day awful?
Isn't it just luck?
It was Void's time to attack. His now ungloved claw found its way inside the policeman, who just coughed out some vital fluid falling on the ground. Dead. He killed
Well-
again.
Does
Yeah.
2 counts of murder count as mass murder, or does it need more?
Murder is pre-planned.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
right.
manslaughter, right?
This is manslaughter.
This is very much a slaughter, I have to say.
Too agitated for thinking straight, the young murderer decided to exit the building through the closest window. I don't know why I'm about to say closet window. Oh, that would be funny if it was closet. Aha! Now you won't get me, coppers, because I'm going through this closet!
Yes, nobody will get me out of the closet this time.
That sounds awful. The broken glass did manage to scratch his soft skin, while, amazingly enough, the 3 stories fall that came immediately after didn't even faze him. Now he knew he wasn't a common mortal being.
Void, buddy, do you think that reenacting the ending of Angels of Death was the most natural and organic way to find that out?
The terrifying darkness of the night reflected in his own emptiness.
Oh,
And
God.
the merciless rain that followed could be easily accosted to his desperate need to fill this void he had of knowing his place, identity, past, united with this inevitable sorrow that was already embracing his own soul, devouring him from the inside.
Do you feel bad about him yet?
Sorry, I just vomited some black mascara.
Do you feel bad about him yet? Do you?
No.
You should be feeling bad about him. Can't you tell? He's really sad and emo and angsty and just feel bad for him already.
He ran with all his might,
With all his might!
while cars stopped in front of him, just in the nick of time.
These cars are actually stopping! Why didn't Professor Pickle's car stop then?
He ran.
To be fair, he was a black plant in the middle of a road, probably in a... Well,
Dark
there were a
state.
lamppost, but he was wearing nothing but black, so that's really hard to see during night.
Either that or Professor Pickle needs a pair of glasses.
He ran with all his might, while sirens could be already heard. Here.
Yes, here, the sirens.
I got to say heard, but there was no D, so there was a sound. They were chasing him. He ran with all his might.
With all his might! Third time in a row, that's a new
from
record.
This foreign madness, and hopefully towards the only one person that could possibly save him, the one who could bring him back to life.
Wake me up inside! And then he runs through the setting for the Evanescence music video.
His blazing love.
Boo! Boo!
So forced.
The blazing love! The blazing dragon's love!
You will not get that on a t-shirt, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, blazing love. He ran with all his might 3 times in a row. That's a new Academy record. Let me tell you. This is so bad, but you know, it's our kind of bad.
So horribly pretentious that I vomited black mascara.
1 second it's ER, the next second a murder is committed, then the racist cop comes in, and then it's a Guy Ritchie film, and then suddenly crawling in my skin, these wounds they will not heal. Everything happens with no sense of transitioning and no sense of tone whatsoever. The tone just randomly switches around
Hand-fisted, but it's
within
more
the blink of an
slapping.
eye.
It's more
Yes.
smacking you with a baseball bat. With its
My
beams.
gosh.
Smacking
This
you with a piece
is
of ham.
forced, first of all. It's hammy. It's hammy as all get out. Let me tell you. Extreme amounts of ham. It's a valley of plenty ham, if you will. Let's continue.
When Tails first arrived in the hospital, he was
No,
treated with a different
no,
scenario.
no. I'm going to shut you down immediately if you use that voice.
Plebeian. When Tails first arrived in the hospital, he was greeted with a different scenario from the one he had imagined to find.
I mean, he expected Dr. Popeye welcoming him.
Makes sense that Popeye would become a doctor. He's an expert in plant matters.
Continue.
He was expecting to see an alien creature of some kind, asleep in some hospital bed. He wasn't expecting to find such a mess. He wasn't expecting, still expecting, to find the building surrounded by cops and reporters. Most of all, he wasn't expecting to find his employer and a friend in a comatose state due to a bullet wound. I think this is overselling it a bit.
Well, in fairness, he wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the Spanish Inquisition.
Ah, no. Now that's forced.
You mean the Spagnolia Inquisition?
The Spagonia Inquisition! Nobody expects the Spagonian Inquisition.
Yeah, because they're too busy eating their pickle sandwiches.
Oh.
When he asked for more informations, all he received was a few incoherent, tearful evidences.
Uh-huh.
He took the tears as evidence. That's good to know.
Right.
And all of them had one reference in common. The black-eyed monster!
The black-eyed monster!
A black-eyed monster.
Would you love a black-eyed monster?
Who would ever love a black-eyed monster?
Mortals do make mistakes. It's just normal. It's just inevitable. No one is flawless. The simple idea is idiotic. Miles' Prower, despite being a genius, was no different.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
This goes completely against what you have been telling us about Miles' Prower for the 1, 2, 3 multiple fix.
At this point in time, you need to understand that humanity has a problem with coherence.
But he is not a human.
No, but I am human, so... it's
I thought you
coherent.
were the author.
Shh.
Let's just continue, guys.
Shh. Don't give it away.
He'd just seen his friend, no, one of the most important persons in his life.
Which he knew for how long again?
It isn't clear, considering they just keep telling us that he is 8 years old. In that condition, and he had someone to blame for it. In the kid's mind, this creature, who apparently came out of nowhere, was the responsible for what happened to him, and now it was free to hurt even more people. Sonic was on the other side of the planet, and Shadow has been unfindably lately.
Has been unfindable lately, which is still bad, but don't make it worse. Please don't make it worse.
My eyes are glazing over all these typos and grammar mistakes.
Yes, well, my eyes are melting, so...
It was all up to the Valpine to save the situation, this time. His big blue eyes were flaming with passionate hate, while his fists clenched tightly, almost bleeding. Determination became his second, or should I say third, name.
Ah, yes. Miles, Tails, Determination, Prower.
He would have destroyed this new menace or die trying. Revenge was almost an unknown feeling for the usually carefree Tails. Even when he got bullied and beaten up by the other kids in his early years, he never truly desired to hurt anybody. This time, however, it was deadly different. This time, it was personal. Because the one who's been hurt had a very special place in the kitsune's heart.
Yes, he wanted to plant his pickles all over the Valley of Plenty.
Yeah, Professor Pickle holds Tails and goes like, "Oh, Tails, they will never understand our relationship."
Which is fair, because I don't understand our relationship.
Professor Pickle has been the closest thing to a father he ever had.
Was it really that funny? Okay. I've broken the bar. Okay.
Devar, do you need a minute?
It's like as if Gandalf decided to come up with Frodo going like, "They'll never understand our love."
Dumbledore with Harry. They never understand our love, you motherfuckers.
Old man with a very small man.
Merlin with Arthur. They never understand our love, my boy.
No, never understand our love, my boy.
I don't understand our love, my boy, but here I am anyway. One more. Link, my boy.
What's for dinner? Link, they'll never understand what's on our dinner table.
My boy. Okay.
Professor Pickle has been the closest thing to a father he ever had. They made that kind of kinky role play.
I guess they'll never understand.
Oh, Daddy, take me now.
Oh, harder, Daddy. Son?
Please punish me, Daddy. I've been a bad boy.
Fox.
For the last time, Tails, it's forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Okay, enough. We're going to kill Devar at this rate. Let us not.
Don't worry, you are the author. You can just bring him back to life.
No! If you die in real life, you die in the story too. Wait. Something or the other.
He was the only person intelligent enough to comprehend his otherwise geeky talking, as Sonic would often put it.
Oh, screw you, Sonic.
You want to spread Sonic Seed 2 into the Valley of Plenty?
No, not really.
And he's been the one who practically granted the kid with a real scholastic background, not to mention his kindness and fatherly worries towards the kid's health when he would work too much on his projects.
It'd be nice to see this rather than be described it.
That's what I was going to say. This was definitely a personal business, and a certain someone would have paid for this.
We still don't know who's going to pay for this, but we'll find him.
Don't worry, we already scapegoated everyone in this place.
Ah, scapegoat. Nobody will ever understand our love.
How is he going to pay for this since he doesn't have an insurance?
Well, isn't it luck?
I mean, they are in Europe, so...
Yes.
With the familiar confidence of a man on a mission, Tails left the hospital and retrieved his prized tornado, which it has been parked outside.
Of course.
Of course.
Naturally.
Oh, ex-tornado, nobody will ever understand our love. Oh, cockpit of the ex-tornado, let me be into you.
I mean,
Yes.
Tails is often in it.
Oh, Tails, they will never understand our love.
I don't understand our love.
And you're the smart one.
Or so they say.
How you make my engine spin on extra.
Okay,
I love how you get me to gear 12.
now let's go full gear on this one.
Just lift me up when you handle my valves and
Oh.
levers.
When you're inside me, I feel fully loaded.
Oh, don't worry, babe. We're going Mach 5.
Where we're going next, we don't need
Protection.
protection. Okay, yes, that one. Sure. Go on, please. Please, I'm begging you.
And they had tiny biplanes.
This is just... What is happening to us?
Wouldn't they be triplanes? They would have to grow to be biplanes.
I hate and love everything about this. Guys, nobody will ever understand our relationship.
No one will ever understand our humor.
Yes, we don't understand our humor, so...
It's a continuous system of giving and taking and spreading.
and especially taking.
Oh, guys, please help us.
Once in its cockpit, the two-tailed pilot activated his own portable computer device.
Oh yes. Give me more of that.
A thing he liked to call the Miles Electric.
The what? What in the name of the 12 gods is this supposed to be?
The Miles Electric.
What is the context for this? I must have been thinking about something specifically. What is this bloody contraption?
Wasn't this from the Sonic X series? I'm trying to remember because I could have sworn there was a thing called the Miles Electric.
This is too specific not to be.
Okay, back to our unfunny thing.
This peculiar little jewel of technology was linked with all the satellites around the globe. Therefore, it definitely came in handy when he had to find someone. For obvious reasons, GUN didn't know about it.
Why would they need to know about such things?
Yes, well...
It's not like they're going to find out.
Of course not. Miles is a genius.
He can hide a satellite from the world's government or whatever GUN is supposed to be.
Or the fact that he has hacked every satellite known to man.
Oh yes, that too. They'll never find that out. Up until he helps determining the results of the elections, that is.
Okay,
It didn't take very long for the machine to individuate. Is that a real word?
Yes, it is.
Its target.
Score!
The Fox
Yeah, Tails, say score while you're in your cockpit.
Dude, we're gonna score.
He finally made it to the third base. The fox muttered to himself right before activating the battle mode of his plane. Transformers! More than meets the eye!
Tails, it is I, your first lover, Optimus Prime.
Inexplicable zip sounds for no reason.
He smirked in a very Sonic way. Meow!
What? No.
Then he was gone. And by the way, it was still raining hard.
Thank you for that poetic imagery, that last-minute poetic imagery. That's very cherry on top of you.
Thanks, narrator. That was totally worth having.
He's singing in the rain.
Let's continue.
How ironic things can be, isn't it? Isn't it luck? The Tales from Void's dimension used to be the plant boy's father. The Tales from this dimension wants to kill him for a crime he didn't voluntarily cause. And what's even more marvelous, I'm obviously explaining what the plot is, because in the off chance you might not understood what actually is going on here. Fair enough, I guess. The Cedrian doesn't remember anything except the face of his beloved one, who's still frozen somewhere in another universe. So that makes it about three different universes. Okay. Bringing sorrow to others. It is so amusing. Laugh with me. Ah!
No.
No, not me.
Okay. Wake me up! Wake me up inside! These lyrics at the end of every chapter. Hooray. Okay, we have a final chapter, and then we're done.
Our last and third sorrow of chapters.
Oh, ballet of chapters.
I hope I can make it through this because I don't know what got over me with the whole, the whole understand our love scene.
And the rain went on and on and on.
Oh, you rain me, baby, right round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round.
That's wrong in so many ways. Anyway, he hid himself above a rather tall building. Like Batman, how did he manage to come to it was a mystery even for him.
Nobody asked.
He didn't know what his relationship with the tall building was, clearly. It was a mystery even for him.
Well, that depends. Was this written by Frank Miller?
He was cold, frightened and alone. He shivered. He felt he was dying.
And there was an ass just there. Just there. A big ass.
Okay, so he shivered. He felt like he was dying. He hugged his own knees while the powerful rain was mauling his weak body. Fun fact! I used to like Frank Miller at the time.
I mean, not everything he has done has been bad.
Most of it is bad, though. Even the things that were considered good, if you take a second cursory look at them after revisiting what he has written. Yes, most of Sin City is bad. It's his most popular body of work by virtue that it had 2 film adaptations.
Yes.
And it has problems. Anyway, he hugged his own knees while the powerful rain was mauling his weak body. I am Knuckles, the mauler of bodies. I am Rain, and I'm mauling you.
Yes, that weak body that survived a 3-story fall without any kind of problem.
Yes, and let us not forget he's fresh out of surgery. Remember that fountain of green blood?
Yes, and there was more than just his weak body, you know.
Yes, he has a weaker soul too. Whatever, I don't care. He was a murderer. He took those lives. Why was he that way? Why was he different from the others? Who or what was he? Sad boy. Ah, the tragedy of amnesiac people, the desperate need of a place where to belong, a goal in life. He had a hope, although feeble, but he didn't even know how or where to begin with. He cried softly, and his tears spread themselves into the rain, and then all across the land and the valley of plenty and planted, etc., etc. How many times have we done this joke?
1,000 times.
Joke as old as time.
Joke as old as time. Joke as old as rhyme. Beauty
Then-
and a cloud.
The author and the fig.
And Dr. Wowie. Then it happened. The ominous blow in the chest. Wait, if the blow is happening now, it's not ominous, it's happening now!
Oh no, that's his heart that just suddenly started beating.
Okay, he literally received a blow to the chest. By the way, this is becoming the Snyder cut of this fanfiction now.
Let's carry on, please.
And he almost fell from the palace. The palace.
Alice.
The palace, yes. Release the Snyder cut, damn you! He grabbed his upper body in pain. He spat some of his green blood. Then he fixed his gaze over his assaulter. It was a humongous battle mech that vaguely resembled an airplane. On its cockpit, there was a little kid, an angry-looking two-tailed fox.
Tails, you just punched him with a giant mech?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Well, good thing that his body wasn't weak.
Even though it was weak.
Yes, and the rain was mauling his weak body. I guess it was all a metaphor. Void's empty orbits widen in amazement. He knew this little guy. He couldn't quite remember it, but somehow he knew it. It's an it, apparently. The furious kid spoke.
You almost killed my friend! You pay for this!
In cash, preferably.
Hello, my name is Miles Tailsprower Determination. You almost killed my friend. Prepare to die.
Yes, he has a very particular set of skills. You might as well mention that.
Yeah, we might as well reference all the movies.
Ah, the day I almost killed your friend was the most important day in your life. To me, it was just Tuesday.
Hey, wake up, plant boy. We have people to kill.
Before the Sidrian could add anything to the conversation, another blow from a tornado's mechanical arm found its way on his body, sending him towards a nearby wall. A wild fury, almost feral-like, could be seen inside the Volpine's eyes. Every ounce of his being desired his opponent's demise. He attacked again and again and again and again And again! And again! And again! And again!
+1 EXP, +1 EXP, +1 EXP.
The unlucky plant boy didn't stand a chance. He was already weak on his own, plus there wasn't any form of vegetation nearby, and he could not use his powers. What were his powers again?
It's been a long while, so I don't remember.
Powers that he didn't know to have, by the way, so that's a problem. He is being bitten and mauled, not by Knuckles. Amazingly.
Yeah,
He's
Knuckles are busy with the wall.
Yes, the wall is his greatest enemy, Mega Man. His broken body lay on the ground.
Plot twist, he says to the wall, "No one will understand our love."
I mean, didn't the wall leave him? It realized it was in an abusive relationship and left.
Damn you, wall, I'll punch you if you don't come back to me! His broken body lay on the ground, green blood all over and several ugly bruises. Oh, those bruises are ugly. You need to do something about them. Several ugly bruises. Just go back to kindergarten. At least the rain stopped. Or better, something was avoiding the water to hit Void's face. Avoiding? Okay. That sentence is truly despicable. With the last strength he had left, he could see what that was. One of the tornado's legs, ready to tread on his skull. For good.
I don't know. I think the fist should have killed him, to be honest, since that plane is huge.
Don't worry, he has a weak body.
This is the end!
If only, yelled the still irate Kitsune. And then Void remembered him. Miles Tails' determination prower. The one who planted his seed! Now you see he's raising his arms up in the sky in the style of Skeletor. His seed! The one who claimed to be his father, the one who was about to kill him. A single tear descended from the boy's black eye. It's better this way, he said within himself. A serene smile found its way on his deformed face, while the mechanical foot slowly, then rapidly, began its inevitable descent. The Cedrian's last fought. His princess! And then it was all Void. This does not have quite the same punch as "and the rest is silence." Does it?
So it wasn't null and void, I guess.
He should have said Martha.
Martha! Please save Martha! Oh, I hate that.
name.
Release the Snyder Cut. And and that right there was Phase 3. Death! The ultimate escape from this life's sufferance. That was fun. Let's see if there is someone else to torture around. Oh no, I knew it! I had a feeling! This would be the twist! I knew it! I suspected it!
I've just read ahead and I see what it is.
Uh-huh.
Who wants to be the real narrator?
Isn't that you?
I'm being the other one, so...
Firing the sniper? What the heck do you think you're doing?
Oh, hello there. How's things doing? What are the news?
Hello there? Is that all you have to say after taking my role and killing one of my characters without my permission?
Well, I was bored, so I decided to become the author for a while. I mostly improvised, of course. There were a few telltale signs that this was Fang, in retrospect.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense now that, praising himself, yes.
It's been an interesting experience indeed.
Yes, well, you did quite the mess. Now I have to fix this chaos-forsaken tale, thanks to your improvisation.
Improvisation, yes.
Improvisation.
Yes, that.
I mean, this wasn't even a real story. It was just a lame excuse for making someone miserable.
Just like you often do?
I did what I did for a rightful reason.
The vain attempt to explain your beliefs and expose your own issues for the utter boredom of some unlucky reader. Yeah, you did a great job. This looks like a script for a Lars von Trier film. I'm being honest. This is what happens when Lars von Trier tries to humble brag his way into introspection.
Shut up!
Fine, I think I'm going to be a cliched archaeologist adventurer for a while. See ya!
What's wrong with that guy? Anyway, how should I end the story now? Oh, I've got it.
Let's go with the Scooby-Doo ending. Wait, I know this. They fall in love and they say to each other, nobody will ever understand our love.
Yeah, it's just the plain Tails and Void as a relationship.
Don't forget Dr. Pickle, Tails' daddy.
Tails Void, we must find Dr. Wowie.
It'll be a four-way relationship that no one will understand.
Nobody knows what it's like to be a furry.
It's father, and son, or father, son, and son, so they are mostly keeping a family.
Tails, stop this murderous attempt. Just a second.
Hey. Does that count as a paragraph change? So it should be Devaro.
Be my guest, read this.
Okay. Tails stopped his murderous attempt just a second before such an impending act would have been consumed.
He had said the name of his mother, Martha.
So he was about to eat it.
I just noticed how similar to Batman v Superman this bloody horror is.
Why do you think I first made the Martha joke?
He realized that this demon he had become was not the real himself.
Animal I have become.
Plus, he suddenly felt immense sympathy for the poor being he was about to crush.
Because the author literally said so. This is so transparent at this point.
He took him and he put him inside the passenger's cockpit of his prized plane. Then he flew back to his secluded home in the Mystic Ruins. Over the next few weeks, a lot of things happened.
Yes, a lot of things happened.
Anyway, nice fanfiction.
A lot of...
Read it to the end, Devar.
Yes, I know, I was kidding. The horrible black-eyed monster was declared dead to the media, and Tails was its killer. He's been applauded like a hero, and all that jazz. In truth, the Cedrian was alive and well. He still suffered from amnesia.
He suffered for amnesia.
Dark descent.
He cried for fear.
He suffered for the trope, but he could already remember certain things. The fact that he came from another dimension, and the roles that Tails from his world had in his regards, which made things a tad awkward.
You know what? I think he might prefer if he didn't remember it.
Which happened to shock this Tails beyond belief.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Wow, I
yes.
didn't realize alternate reality version of me would be such a nature lover.
All those seeds and the planting and, you know.
Plowing, the sowing, the feeding.
Yes.
Hello, Daddy.
Professor Pickle, on the other hand, seemed amused by that. Again, his natural curiosity, which was totally evidenced in this story.
Honestly, his only personality trait up until this point has been pickle sandwich. And that's it.
The good old rector survived the coma.
Again, rector is not the word you are supposed to be using right now. Dean might be the word you wanted to use.
Curtly was more alive than ever. So alive, actually, that he decided to legally adopt the Volpine as his own son.
Oh, sure, that makes sense.
After surpassing the inevitable bewilderment of such news, Tails' happiness reached the sky. The big blue sky, just like his eyes.
Yes, too bad he died the next month due to complications with the kidneys. Also, he was old as sin, so there is that.
As far as Void was concerned, he had to live in Tails' workshop for a while, until the storm would have been settled. Or at least until he would have found a way to come back to his own dimension, to his love, his blaze of love.
Boo!
I should probably have said it like, his blaze of love.
His blaze of love, girl. Girl. That's a lot of Ballast McGee energy in that line.
And that's the end for now. I know it's not a real happy ending since Void was not reunited with his soulmate, but at least he's still alive, isn't he?
Therefore, his sorrows will go on for quite a time.
Oh, hell yeah, they will, fag. By the way, enjoy the rest of the song, everybody. Farewell.
Yes, enjoy the rest of the freaking song that I have included in this chapter. Wake me up inside, I can't wake up, etc., etc. Call my name and save me from the dark. Save me from the nothing I've become. I've been living a lie, there's nothing inside. Blah, blah, blah. And then there is even more.
Oh no.
Hi, Arthur. You know, I'm not usually the guy fond with logical thoughts or whatever, but I couldn't help but wonder one thing.
And what would that be?
What happened to Blaze?
Oh crap.
Somewhere in the distant future?
Question mark.
In brackets, which are coming. Hi, my name is Silver the Hedgehog. My duty is to protect this world from the cursed flames of disaster. Wanna help me? Said the namesake hedgehog to a very bewildered cat girl who happened to be there.
And then I am going to make all the females of the world into my harem to spread
No. This is the Silver from Sonic 2006. That's the universe she ended up in. A humongous scream could be heard all over the fiery wasteland the future was. And suddenly, the flames began just a little bit higher. A burning hand, isn't it? Ha-ha! Author's notes continues on Void and Solitude.
Oh goody.
So, it's not the end of it. It continues.
You know, this feels like a huge waste of time.
It literally has no other reason to exist other than for the author, which is to say, me, wanting to just torture his characters even more and do things with them, even though he has absolutely no direction for them as of yet, that is. And he really liked Void, so the entire conceit, the entire very obvious and transparent conceit of this exercise in fruitlessness is that he liked writing Void and stories for Void, but he didn't quite know what to do with him because the major storyline has been quote-unquote successfully wrapped up. So I said to myself, oh, what the hey? I'm just going to write this pointless little thing for the sake of writing it, and I'm going to justify its existence in the most metatextual and very arrogant, pretentious way imaginable. That way, I will mask my laziness with a facade of honesty and cleverness. I want to read the reviews to find out if that was the case, if it worked. Yes, because there are reviews, 10 of them.
Multiple ones from the same person. Oh my. Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
Okay, so let's read them.
Oh boy, here we go.
I think I have a feeling where this is going. Also, sorry for not reviewing earlier. Homework. What can you do about it? How old are you? I'm worried.
Are you by any chance schizophrenic, this next reviewer says?
Maybe,
way you-
I mean, maybe we should start at the bottom because that's where the first review is. If you want to do this in chronological order,
I don't care.
because we have multiple reviews from the same people.
The way you
Okay.
interact with your characters, lol, I can't imagine that you would have had Tails kill his own son anyways. Danke für da. So, well, update soon?
It's a review of chapter 3, so yes.
It's going to continue in another story. This is a trilogy, by the way.
A trilogy of spin-offs?
It's a trilogy for this particular spin-off, which then becomes a quadrilogy, then a pentalogy, and then it just keeps on going,
Hexalogy.
and it never stops until it does.
Ellipses. I'd been waiting for that for so long. A for finally doing it. Built totally extreme.
Totally extreme! Why?
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 Because it was
Why?
extreme.
Okay. Nice finish. Does Tail ever realize that Void was his son? Will this new Silver, who apparently isn't the same one that lost an arm and got killed earlier, go insane and try to kill Blaze, or fall in love with her and get between her and Void, or anything like that? Keep going. Stories like yours should never stop.
And they don't.
It's the story that never stops.
It's a story that keeps on giving.
It's a never-ending story. Na, 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 na. A great story to go with a great song.
Delicious, as usual. You imply that this story takes place in an alternative universe.
Oh my gosh, you're taking this too seriously!
Does that mean Shadow will appear here after sacrificing himself in Tails, Knuckles, and Sonic with that nuclear bomb? Or did you mean Mephiles, who survived that event, when you said Shadow? Can't wait for chapter 3. Keep rolling with it.
You know, it's a sign that you have really made it as an author when fans just start speculating about the lore, the deep lore of your story. And be confused about it.
Okay, so we have
This is the guy who keeps on correcting my grammar mistakes, so we can just skip the first couple of lines and just get to the good bits.
I think we should talk about that coffee coop.
yeah, okay, so
Coffee is taking over.
he says here as well, seriously, have you ever heard of the phrase happily ever after? I mean, good freaking gosh, another sadistic moment for you. I hate seeing others in pain, or even reading about them. That's why XT421 exists.
You give away his pen name.
Oh, okay. To make everyone have a happily ever after. You're killing me here.
You know what? These reviews are all publicly available on fanfiction.net, so there is no point in us even pretending that we are protecting their identities.
Don't worry.
when anybody can just go here and read them. Anyway, so the next one, So you're merging the Tales saga with the storyline from Sonic Unleashed? Cool. So cool.
Please tell me this is gonna evolve into a story. I just love reading about this couple. Which one? There were a lot of couples in this story.
There were no couples, there was just one gigantic polyamore thing.
Taking him to the SU universe is quite interesting. Can't wait to see Void see Tails.
This is all the way back to chapter 1, by the
Yes.
way.
Yeah. Once again, another success from the master. Are you going to continue this with a full-fledged sequel? If you do, you could probably make a real villain out of, say, Nazo.
No!
If not, then maybe at least tell us what happens to Blaze. Can't wait for the next story.
Why
Bye.
would you assume I would want to ever use Nazo? Even at the time I thought Nazo was absolutely lame. Nazo Unleashed. Jeez. Remember that one, by the way. Remember Nazo, that fan animation with the fun made up supervillain, Nazo the Hedgehog? No?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that one.
Well, it was popular for a time and then nobody cared about it anymore.
Maybe that explains why.
Anyway, so this was part 1 of the so-called The Void Within trilogy. Thoughts?
What thoughts?
Thoughts?
What thoughts? There's nothing
Thoughts?
to talk about.
There
There
is
is
no thoughts, only Void.
There is no void, only Definitelli. No, not even Definitelli.
There was one
Actually.
definitely.
This was just a story that had no reason to exist, no reason to be. It's just
Completely pointless.
I'm very glad you feel that way, because next time we are tackling part 2 of the Void Within trilogy. Yay!
will it have a purpose?
I don't
Will things
know.
happen there that actually matter?
I don't know.
Will its only reason to exist to be the suffering of Void?
Yay! I don't know. Anyway, so this was The Void Within, Void of Sorrow. Next time we have The Void Within, Void of Solitude. And after that we have The Void Within, Void of Love. Girl.
Girl.
Girl. And after that we have a little story titled Illuminated, which is a trippy affair, let me tell you. And after that there is Void into Dreams, which is exactly what it sounds like, unfortunately for you. And after that there is another story titled A Jester's Dream.
Oh no.
And after that, we have the official sequel to Tales. After all the spin-offs are done.
So, sleeping pills?
I just noticed it is a ton of material.
Well,
An incredibly unnecessary amount of material that nobody really wanted or asked to ever see. But they were all too happy to get more of this because they were just so addicted to all the seeds I was planting in the ground in the Valley of Plenty, it would seem.
well, you reap what you sow.
I most certainly have. So aren't you guys happy? We are back in business with even more of the Tales universe to be rediscovered for your reading pleasure. Let me hear your enthusiasm!
Oh, I can assure you, no pleasure was derived from the actual text of this fic.
Yeah, I agree. There was nothing but
Except that one time. One time this fic was funny. One time!
If you don't stop it with the mean criticism, I'm going to sell you all to a British hunting club. Are you happy? Is that what you want? I'm going to dress you up as foxes and go to some idiot rich British guy and tell him, hey look, it's a fox you can hunt. I'm going to get my blunderbuss. I'm going to hunt this fox.
How much would we be worth?
Well, only one way to find out.
to the black market.
Din, din, din.
Okay, well, good night, everybody. We'll be seeing you next time for this thing that we are still doing inexplicably. I guess we are fruit flies attracted to fruit, or honeybees attracted to flowers.
Or we're just living life.
Or hedgehogs attracted to chili dogs.
Or to human princesses.
The best romance ever, of course.
Oh, Princess Elise, nobody will ever understand our love. Bye.
Even Amy won't stop it.
Sonic! Well, folks, it would appear we are in a pickle. A Professor Pickle? Ha!
Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise.
This is the void we are stuck in, everybody.
Gee, way to bring down the mood instantly, Devario. They called you Devario for no real reason. Welcome back to Dramatis Lectio, starring yours truly, Madhog Die Master, and also co-starring Devar Arkvaron.
Yeah, Devario, because it's Mario Day!
I guess it technically was up until midnight, which we
Yes.
are past it, so...
Yes, I know, but still.
I did not know Mario needed its own day. Where is
It's
my
a
Sonic Day?
It's March 10th, aka...
AKA?
Martin.
Well, it was
Oh! March the 10th, Mario. Yes, that is so clever, isn't it?
Like May the 4th be with you.
Anyway, also co-starring, back to the official greetings before any more tangents block my path towards my destiny, we have Icy Pal from the land of the never rising sun. Or maybe sun rises but gets stuck up there for 6 months.
Because it has a hangover.
That's a good one. I'm going to write it down as a hangover.
Well, yes, if you blink, you'll miss it when it becomes sober again.
That is so fascinating. Anyway, we are continuing on our descent into madness, into the void of madness, or in this case, the void within, because it's time once again to go back to the ever so lovely and popular spin-offs of My Tales saga. This time around, we are continuing where we left off last time with The Void Within, Void of... was it sorrow or was it love? I lost my
Sorrow
place.
was the first one.
Okay, yes, Void of Sorrow, thank you.
I think at this point we've reached the bottom of this well and are just punching the ground to get even deeper.
Yes, in a
Yes,
misguided attempt to actually get out, we are digging our own grave.
cue the Simpsons clip where Homer
Yes.
Simpson recommends, we'll dig down our way out.
Okay, I will not splice that into the editing because of
Yeah,
YouTube,
no,
but
copyright.
imagine that it is there. Just use your imagination. Imagination.
No, dig up, stupid.
Anyway, it's time
I am
for...
a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
Diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole.
I am going to take this car and just turn around and go back home.
Hey, look at all those road signs. Quick, jump on them.
We are continuing on with The Void Within, column, Void of Solitude. The second, very necessary chapter of the Void Within trilogy, which was in itself a very necessary trilogy to have.
Mm.
In fact, the whole point of the first story in this trilogy was how pointless it was, if you recall.
And how much you wanted people to suffer.
Well, that
And
too,
not
but
your readers, and not your readers this time, just your characters.
well, listen, I think that's been clear cut as an intent can possibly get since the beginning.
Just let me get my pad just to doubt.
Press X to doubt.
If I were playing a Slay the Spire, I would have the Doubt Curse in my deck right at this point.
The Void of Solitude.
Clever
to
and
see-
original.
Since this is a songfic, do we have to sing the lyrics?
No.
No, as we established, we don't have to. Of course, you can try. I know I
don't
could
know
sing
Linkin
this song. I know for a fact that I could sing this song.
Oh no.
Yes. Anyway, so will you do us the honor of reading the summary, please?
The Void Within, Void of Solitude, by Madhog, thy master.
He's a good chap. I met him once.
Sounds like a poser.
What is a void? An empty, hollow space.
I guess by the dictionary definition of it, yes.
Something whose only desire is to be filled.
Well, I don't know about that. Also, this can be easily misconstrued.
To become. To become a whole. Sequel of Void and Sorrow.
Isn't it such good form to have ellipsis followed up by a period in a sentence? It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Ugh.
Tales Saga spin-off series. Song Somewhere I Belong by Linkin Park.
I wanna heal. I wanna feel like I'm close to something real.
Rated T for T.
Yeah, I don't know Linkin Park songs.
I have known too many Linkin Park songs at the time.
God, Madhog, stop being so edgy.
Honestly, Linkin Park might be the only new metal band to have aged gracefully, considering what we now know about the lead singer.
I'll take your word for it.
By the way, the angst drama-filled evening we'll have is going to be rated T for teen. So I guess we can't read this anymore because we're not teenagers anymore, guys.
That has never stopped us from watching all the cartoons we love.
Okay, so we have 6,000 words the story has.
Yes, and 10 reviews.
Oh no.
Oh no, indeed.
Let's see at the end if you can find our old favorites there.
Probably.
So anyway, let us continue on with Void of Solitude.
You always forget the last bit. This was originally published on January the 13th, 2009, and updated 2 days later, literally, on January the 15th, 2009.
And its current status is complete.
Yes. well, as complete as this will ever be. I have been writing Tales and Tales spin-offs basically back to back, if you check on all the dates. This was not even 1 month after I finished Tales. Let us
Void
begin.
of solitude.
Girl. When this began, I had nothing to say and I get lost in the nothingness inside of me. I was confused, and I let it all out to find that I'm not the only person with these things in mind inside of me, but all the vacancy in the world, etc., etc. You know the drill.
Yes, I know the drill.
We have Linkin Park lyrics to begin the chapter. Just as last time we had lyrics from Evanescence to accompany our journey into this literary leprosy.
Just as God has always intended.
Let us not waste any more time, which for us is honestly a new record, and begin this.
But who shall begin?
What is a void? Oh, I see it now. A miserable little pile of secrets.
A miserable little pile of hollow space.
An empty, hollow space. Something whose only desire is to be filled, to become a whole. I'm just repeating the summary here.
A knot hole.
Eh? No. There is a void in every living soul. Careful, we are approaching Kingdom Hearts territory here. A void caused by distress, displeasure, mild inconvenience, pain and sorrow.
Stubbed toes.
It is
That has all of it.
there to remind all of us. Don't get me started on paper cuts.
Oh, stepping on Lego.
Oh no, that's terrible. That we're mortal beings and therefore we're meant to suffer. I think I've made the Arlan Ellison joke last time too many times
Yeah.
already, so I'm just going to go past this, just getting over the obstacle. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
And here we are.
Let me give you a push.
I'm already on the other side. Thank goodness. Who decided that? I don't know. It was a sadistic god. We already know who decided this. It was the writer. Or Fang the sniper, whichever. It was a sadistic god? A devil? Chaos itself? Just like many things that happen in this world, we do not have an answer. All we have is our life and our emotions and ellipsis. The only way to erase the void that's inside our hearts is to fill it with new feelings. This is some elementary grade school material right there and there. Feeling bad is bad.
Feeling bad is bad. Let's put more feelings into it to make it better.
And
This-
that's no good.
This seems like the script for Promare, honestly. It's a good film, I like it, but the writing is, well, what it is. And that, of course, it's the difficult part, especially for a certain being whose life has been cursed even before his own birth. By whom, you may ask? Again, a question that will not find an answer, because
the
I'm a
question was
lousy
lazy.
writer. Nobody really asked it to begin with. Maybe it's been all the doing of a deranged author, which we know for a fact to be the case. Or maybe it just had to happen. The point is, this being was alive, suffering, empty. A void
don't
of
say.
life, with no memory of his past, except for a few figments and images. A unique being, alone in a foreign world that we're just summarizing the previous story here. First of all, how do you do a sequel to Void of Sorrow, considering how it ends? That would be akin to producing a sequel to Danganronpa Be Free, knowing how it ends. Which I will not spoil. And
Are
I
we talking about the end where Void dies, or the cop-out end where he becomes Tails' newest roommate?
I'm talking about the ending of the story, which is just about the writer and Fang the Sniper having an inside argument.
Existential crisis, gotcha.
And I shall tell his tale. Who am I? I am not Fang the Sniper, that's for sure. Good, establishing that. And I am not stealing the regular author's role. As a matter of fact, I am here because of the real author's request. My true name will be revealed at the end of this story. Wow, I cannot wait.
Yeah.
For now, you may refer to me as this world's solitude. I smell a stinky, stinky theme here.
Oh, hi there, at this world's solitude. I'm Dad.
You have literally made this joke last time! Refresh your material, mate.
I do not have the memory refreshed.
The memory refresh. I'll refresh you with a Mentos. Let us begin!
Press F5 to refresh.
This wrestling joke is lost on you.
Yes.
Well, actually, it's not lost on me, but still.
No, I mean on Icipal.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let us begin this tale of woes. This was the mandatory introductory part that's all in bold. And now we actually begin.
It has already been a whole month since Void's arrival into this dimension.
So it does continue on from that!
A whole month since losing his memory, going berserk, killing a couple of persons.
Oh, don't worry. They were all horrible racist, so it's a-okay.
I guess it is!
Just pluck out the first controversial thing you can think of and put it into every person that you kill. Then, yes.
That sure is convenient that it only killed the racists and bigots.
And
I mean,
getting
one of them was a racist, one of them was possibly a character who was implied to be.
Listen, I take offense in the fact that you would presume this story had any kind of subtlety in it. I'm sorry, implication, implied, what is this madness? If you don't yell your themes and character motivations out loud, shaking the readers with the burden of knowledge, you're not doing it right.
killing a couple of persons and getting mauled to death by a mechanical battle plane and its angry tooth-tailed pilot.
So he was mauled to death, but apparently he's better now.
He almost died that night.
Almost!
Not just
Then he was
because-
not mauled to death!
Not just because of the physical beating, but also because he mentally gave up. The atrocious emptiness of his forgotten memories was matched only by his hollow soul.
Crawling in my skin.
He didn't have tears to cry, nor he had emotions to share. His mind was currently closed to the outside world, a world he couldn't understand, a world he couldn't recognize,
Okay, Boomer.
a world without her.
A world without Spider-Man!
His blazing princess, his feline queen of flames. He
Ugh.
couldn't quite remember her name either, but her image was deadly clear in his damaged mind.
Again, the adjective is not appropriate for the sentence and the tone you're trying to set.
Day after day, he was slowly losing any hope in finding her. Day after day, he was slowly becoming more void.
I'm going to
Welcome.
faceplant on my desk.
Well, congratulations that he's becoming more of himself.
The guilt towards his recent victim.
I am I'm all of me! I am I'm all of me!
The guilt towards his recent victims was another thing that tormented him greatly.
Yes, I'll never forget the sacrifices of racist coffee cup and nurse, what was her name? World?
He would often dream about them, reliving all those terrifying moments. That's why he decided to stay awake. It has been a whole month since his utter downfall into oblivion.
Oh, wow. 2 game references in 1 sentence. That's great.
A whole month
A whole month?
since the very same person who beat him swore to take care of him the best way he could.
No matter the dimension, Tails still ends up being his daddy.
Yes, Tails does the Leslie Nielsen and shakes him like, come on, snap out of it! And slaps him.
Oh, there's an entire line behind him waiting to slap him.
Yeah, and they have maces and
Yes!
battle cards.
It gets increasingly more violent. I think Icipal was too young to remember the Plane series.
I've seen them.
The young two-tailed anthropomorphic fox by the puny name of Miles Prower.
Why? Okay, maybe I meant to say punny, but instead puny came out.
Ironically enough, used to be his lifeline. Without him, the Cedrian would have already died. And not only by grief.
I mean, he was the one who was trying to kill you, so... Yes?
It's kind of freaked up when your daddy from another dimension basically tries to kill you when he's birthed you by seeding you.
You know, it's still not as messed up as any given time the DC universe tries to reboot itself.
Oh my.
I guess shots are fired.
He was a menace to society. Therefore, he needed to hide himself from other people.
I like to think this is an article written by J. Jonah Jameson. That Void is a menace! It must be stopped! Bring me Void!
There are wanted posters in every corner.
Let's
Wanted
say
dead or alive. Preferably dead.
he's been declared dead a little time after Tails hid him inside his undisclosed workshop in the Mystic Ruins.
Yes, that very undisclosed hidden workshop, which is right on a bloody cliff that faces over the sea, and everybody can see it outside the forest.
Yes, and they can also see it from the train station. That
Yes!
they come on.
The train station! The train stops right in front of his workshop! It's very undisclosed indeed.
Don't worry, there's a sign that says Secret Works of Miles Tails Power. Do not tell anyone.
Ah yes, the lack of an R in Prower will immediately misdirect everyone. Yes, this is Miles Power. No relations whatsoever to Miles Prower. Move along. Foolproof plan.
Since Void was a plant-based life form, he needed plenty of water.
Oh, water of plenty.
And attention, of course.
Attention!
So when you say attention, do you mean like he's a cat that you need to pet him every so often to show that you love him?
I now have this mental image in my head and it's incredibly cursed.
Besides, cats don't want your love, they want your obedience.
Well, they also want you to notice them depending if they are house cats or not.
Exactly, they want to know that their human slave is still attentive to cater to all their needs.
Yes. Well, it depends on the cat, really.
Yes. There wasn't really anything exciting to do inside that improvised refugee other than
Refuge.
Refuge. Okay, refuge other than watching human trash TV. How is it any different to today?
Actually, TV was much worse back then, 10 years ago. You know, Big Brother and reality TV was everywhere.
Reality TV, reruns, all those same movies that they've been playing since 10 years ago because they are cheap to put on television.
Human trash TV, playing old video games like that curious one about a jumping plumber and a monkey. And of
Uh-huh.
course, bathing. Well,
That's
you
the
do-
most important part.
Yeah, because you need a lot of water, so you've already mentioned this, so...
Yes.
Wait, do plants creatures really need to, bathe as in wash?
Well, mostly they need to be exposed to sun rays and to be watered every once in a while.
I know, but I mean anthropomorphic plant-based creatures. Do you think that
Listen.
they would require to be bathing and showering just to get stink off them?
I
At
mean,
all?
listen.
regular plants do require occasional cleaning because they do get a lot of dust.
Do you think for 1 second that I put this much thought into that by writing this?
No.
I mean, if someone were to ask, as a writer, you should say yes.
Or maybe I could tell them, get a life.
I mean, if I could get extra lives, I would.
Yes, same here. He
Like
would.
in Scott
Well,
Pilgrim.
that's a big mood right there.
He used to do this last activity pretty often. That until Tails joined him. I mean, had to save him from self-drowning.
Okay, and all of a sudden,
Drowning?
the tone shifts completely and this becomes about suicidal depression. Hooray!
Wait,
I'm sure you'll handle that with the gravitas that it deserves.
Gravitas is not the right word because it would imply, because it's the opposite of being sensible about it.
Wait, so he's a plant-based creature that's trying to drown himself?
I mean, yes, that's
I
a real
mean,
thing
yes.
that can happen to plants.
Yes, they can drown, in fact.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I actually.
Well,
remember
unless
that.
they are algae, they are already underwater in that case.
Okay. Let's see if you. Let's see if,
Madhog, I thought you said you didn't put that much thought into this.
No, but you did, so I wanted to be part of the group.
okay, guys, I'm gonna
Oh.
continue reading just to see if Madhog does worse than I did when I was younger, using suicide in a story.
At some point, I really want to read your material, Devar.
No,
you
you
keep
do- no,
putting
you
it on
do-
a pedestal. I'm
No,
so curious.
No, you do not want to see it. It's boring. It is absolute fluff material, and it's
Fluff
has nothing
material
funny
is
about
the easiest to make fun.
No, it's boring. Trust me on this one. Anyway, after that episode, the Vulpine didn't trust the boy anymore and decided to give him an extra eye.
He's going to implant a cybernetic third eye on his forehead.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, that's much better than what I was thinking.
I don't think I even want to know what you were thinking.
Right now, Void sat on his bed, which was the guest's bed. Well, thanks for letting us know that, because I thought he was on Tails' bed.
Yes, he was going
Yeah.
to start a bed and breakfast on his very publicly known workshop that's right besides the train station, which is very convenient for any and all tourists.
Doing his second favorite activity after suicide, he was staring at his hands.
And already I failed miserably.
He had those ugly, deformed, huge, three-fingered and clawed hands. His murdering hands. The hands that tasted human blood.
Wait, did you say flood?
No, blood.
I thought you said flood.
Flood of blood. Blood, blah, blah, blood.
Blood Flood, the new 1980s violent arcade that soccer moms hate.
It's the new flubbed. It's the food and blood put together.
I'm going to be the Graham Chapman of the situation and stop this joke right now.
He despised them with all his might.
With all his might!
His might!
Counter
Wait.
1.
Hate and sadness engulfed his soul, leaving no room for other, more enjoyable feelings.
I'm confused. I thought Void of Sorrow was last story.
He often wondered if his own birth has been someone else's joke.
In a way, it was. Not a very funny one, though.
Yes, it was not very funny because a bunch of stupid internet people made a joke about it and they couldn't stop laughing for ages because it was dirty.
That's a big mood.
There was a part of him that wished everybody's death and demise, that wished to force the world to feel his own sufferance.
Sufferance is a very unusual word, but it is a real word, just to clarify.
I do know this exists, this word.
Same here.
And there was another part of him who knew that his own existence has caused others to suffer. Therefore, he wished his own death.
Okay, so on one hand, I wish everybody died. On the other hand, I wish I died.
In other words, why not wish for everyone to die and you die along with them? Because you're part of everybody.
Because
So
if you do that,
everybody wins.
because if you do that, you're basically Legato Blue Summers.
Darkness and light are both part of our being. They're what makes us whole. They're what makes us mortal. Idealistically speaking, our souls could very well be the reflection of this world's balance between night and day.
This is utter garbage, and it has no business being right here, right now, when we are describing a person afflicted by suicidal depression.
Yes, because, we have to get pretentious. It would be too simple, however, to limit the utter complexity of our being into the division between good and evil.
Since
Into
when
the-
has anything that has thus far happened in this chapter been anything about good and evil?
into
Stop
the
being so pretentious! This is like extra bad pretentious.
into the aforementioned balance?
I'll take your balance and shove it up your good and evil pretentious.
As a
I'm
matter of
going
fact,
to have to censor a lot of this in post.
as a matter of fact, our world, and therefore ourselves, are the most distant thing from anything balanced. We live in chaos, and we are part of it.
We are chaos.
Anything more obvious you would like to reiterate for the bajillionth time?
Why, yes, to make things overcomplicated, yet simple at the same time, chaos is the balance of life. Can I just, kick
No,
it?
no, you can't.
I want
you
to
can't.
kick it.
No, you can't. No, stop it.
I want to
Stop
kick
it.
it.
It's a puppy. Leave the puppy alone.
But it's
No,
a chaotic puppy.
I mean, Madhog wrote this, so wouldn't you be kicking him?
And this balance was currently devouring.
No. This balance, it's in quotation marks.
I did put emphasis on it.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Well, it didn't sound like that.
Well, I do now. And this balance was currently devouring the young Cedrian from the inside.
So, to summarize a whole bunch of pretentious
Nothing.
nonsense, that too, Void is feeling suicidal and is being torn apart by feelings of guilt and depression and more guilt. Do you really need to go on a tangent about chaos, good and evil, night and day, the balance of the universe, to talk about some guy who has depression?
I don't know. Let me channel Alfred Cunningham, my muscle wizard character from our one-shot campaign, and punch a hole through reality to pull out the ad hoc from 11 years past and ask him. Well, Madhog of the past, what do you have to say for yourself?
Me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were in the Muppet dimension. Go back.
By the way, this can be an entire beat, and we will be here all night if we pursue this beat.
I mean, if you add Muppets into anything, it automatically makes it better.
Right. His namesake eyes were perched in frustration and inner despair while fixing themselves on those awful hands he had.
You have no idea how much I hold him back on the masturbation jokes.
We appreciate your sacrifice in this. I wish they could just disappear, ellipsis, along with the rest of my sins. Elf!
You're not helping the story.
Are we sure that the song that inspired this fic wasn't Somewhere I Belong by Linkin Park, but instead I Feel Like a Monster from Skillet?
No. Somewhere I Belong is pretty much very openly about that sort of depression, like many of their songs. So this is very much in tune with that, except much less mature.
He yelled in his mind, by the way.
Yes, all of that, even Linkin Park.
Suddenly, a noise interrupted his derailed train of thoughts.
Oh, look, it's the train from the local train station that's right beside me.
He turned his head towards the door. He was standing at the entrance. His forced host. You make that sound like a much more terrible thing than it needs to be.
Well, listen, Boyd is basically on suicide watch, and Tails has to be his anti-suicide sponsor.
So who's
I
playing
guess.
Tails again, other than Matty?
I have been Tails of
Okay.
Matti. So
Yes,
yes.
for some reason we gave Tails to all the Finnish boys.
Hi, Void.
Tails timidly said while putting on a weak smile. Awkwardness clearly audible in his tone. You shouldn't sound cheery. Void's peculiar response didn't late to come.
Didn't
What?
late to come!
What? Void, we talked about your hands. No.
Now there is sap everywhere.
I'm sorry, didn't late to come. Late is not a verb! Can we focus on that instead?
No, because
I don't
it's not
know.
ridiculous.
What does the past Madhog have to say?
I don't know, why don't you ask him?
I did.
No, you asked Muppet Madhog, which is the wrong Madhog. You will have to reopen a rift into the space-time continuum and try again.
Punch! Wink! Well, past Madhog, what do you have to say for yourself?
Rather.
It's a peanuts Madhog.
Now, actually, you take Madhog from the Chowder universe.
I do not know that series.
Well, okay, fair enough. But still, it's the first thing that came to mind. Anyway, let's continue. Hello, Father.
He said, black eyes widen in respect. Yeah, your forced host, you respect him.
Getting a lot of mixed messages here.
Almost in eagerness, one would say. Tails just sighed.
Void, I'm younger than you are. That sounded weird.
No, Father sounded weird. This sounds rational.
The kit remarked. The Cedrian couldn't help but feel the strange familiarity of the situation. Perhaps it has been a deja vu. While the teen plant was distracted in his thoughts, Tails fixed his own gaze on him, and once again, a very familiar emotion found its way inside the kid's tormented mind. He didn't have been able to forgive himself.
Oh gosh! What is
For
this?
what
What is this grammar nightmare?
For what he'd done a whole month ago. He almost killed him. He almost killed a living, breathing being. And for what? And the other two breathing beings that he forgot to mention that he actually did kill.
Wait, he killed bees? When did that happen?
Beings, I said.
I know, but it sounded like you were forgetting a couple of letters.
Peace!
For revenge? The lowest among excuses. He thought he was better than that. But after seeing his stepfather reduced to an inch of his life, something inside of him just snapped. A dark side he didn't think he had. A side that's inside everybody, nonetheless.
Uh-huh.
He felt
But you know, if you look inside the darkness of your heart, there really is light. There was light all along.
He felt even more guilty after actually knowing his current guest. He was not evil, nor he killed those persons on purpose. He was just a desperate being from another universe who's lost his memories, except the ones who made him suffer. Alone in a world he didn't belong with.
So,
Call back to the song!
I'm going to say, I have come across pretty edgy, angsty, sad emo characters in my day, but the way I write them surpasses them all.
Your sledgehammer, the angst and edginess is the head
Hold
of
on.
the hammer, and the readers are the nail you are pounding into the ground.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to mentally compose what you just said into a meme, and I'm thinking about a Triple H holding his sledgehammer, ready to hit someone else.
The Vulpine knew firsthand that solitude was.
Oh, there it is.
He suffered for it all of his life.
All of his life.
After losing his parents, and sometimes even after meeting Sonic.
Which is never around.
What was he?
Tails, how could you? You have forgotten your house after all this time.
What?
Well, this Tails is not the same Tails from the other story, you know? So he still has his house, and still loves his house very much.
When you said house, I thought you said hose. I was thinking to myself, what the heck is he talking about?
Oh my god, Tails has a hose attached to his house that he loves dearly.
Or
I
maybe
mean,
Tails
he's-
visits the Red District quite often.
I mean, his hose has been unusable since he seeded those flowers.
What was even
I am
worse?
going to ignore. Yes, I'm going to ignore that.
What was even worse? This being claimed to be his son, or better, the son of another Tails from another dimension.
Jesus.
Things were looking pretty messed up lately. That's an understatement.
Void of Sorrow really needed a sequel, didn't it?
I mean, so much has happened already.
Then again, aren't always that way.
What?
Aren't always that way, yes.
What? What aren't always that way? Where is the subject?
Things. It's time for your lesson.
The kid said, interrupting both of their train of thoughts. Boyd just shrugged.
Fine.
Get it over with. He simply muttered. For people who suffered of amnesia, keeping their brains busy was a good help.
Clearly, I am an expert of amnesia. I
That's
studied at the University of Oxford. Get it?
Yes. That's why, since he put the Cedrian under his protective wing, or should I say tail,
No, you don't need to.
Tails has been busy in teaching his guests about this world's history. Mainly his adventures with Sonic.
Yes, his world's history is all about him and Sonic. Nothing
Okay,
else
sounds-
ever happened.
Sounds about right.
The teaching aid is them sitting in front of that trashy human TV and watching the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Which is still better than Sonic Underground and Sonic X, in fairness.
He told him almost everything. When they met, the battle they had against Eggman, all of the new friends and foes they encountered in their path, the 7 Chaos Emeralds, the Master Emerald, the Perfect Chaos Affair, the Ark Incident in which they met Shadow the Hedgehog in brackets, Metal Overlord, the Black Arms Invasion,
Well, geez, when you put it this way, a lot has happened.
etc. Especially, etc.
Yes, can you say that word again?
etc.
Good.
All things that definitely attracted Void's attention, particularly two names, Eggman and Shadow, sounded so familiar to him for some reason. Tails explained their roles in the game.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Wait, what?
He's poking at the fourth wall.
Why?
That crafty smart past Madhog.
Why is it here? Why all of a sudden? Why are you suddenly acknowledging that this was a game all along without actually bragging about that you know this was a game all along? That's completely not my style.
Well, let's go and ask the past Madhog.
No.
Well, past Madhog, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, let me tell you something, brother. If you don't put me back into my world, I'm gonna run through you with the power of my dogamania.
It's a wrestling Madhog this time. Here, have a Twinkie. And go back.
It's a Slim Jim. You meant to say Slim Jim.
I do not know what that is.
Oh my god. We have to teach you everything.
Dr. Ivo Julian Robotnik, currently known as Eggman, was a brilliant scientist that, for some random motive plucked from thin air, decided to conquer the world with his machines. Sonic has been the one who always stopped his schemes, and Tails, with his intelligence that could easily match or even surpass the Doctor's own, gave him a hand, a big hand.
A big hand?
Well, whoa, Tails, keep tooting your own horn there.
I like that. Sonic did all the work, and also I was there. I helped.
As far as Shadow went, he's been created by Eggman's grandfather, Gerald Robotnik, more than 50 years ago on the space colony Ark. As this world's ultimate life form,
Ultimate life form.
I am Shadow the Hedgelord.
he was still a mystery for everybody.
He's so mysterious, you guys. So is recounting the events of all the canonical games in the franchise going to amount to anything at all relevant to the story at hand? You already know the answer to that.
They were both sitting on the evening's couch.
The
Wait,
evening's
who's
coach! The evening's coach! They were sitting on a gym coach! Well, guys, we have the baseball game to win. You better start training.
I mean, they already consider humanity to be stupid and paranoid and racist race, so I guess it's okay for them to use one of them as foot, as something to rest their bums and feet.
I would like to think that the evening's coach they basically replaced with the day's coach and the afternoon's coach.
Also,
and the night's coach.
I clearly meant to say couch, but if that's the case, I have to ask, what the heck is an evening's couch? A couch that belongs to the night? I am but couch. I am the night.
This learning session used to be one of the few, if not the only moments in which the Cedrian wasn't consumed by grief. As a matter of fact, his excitement was barely contained by his clothes.
Okay. I'm assuming he's wearing a straight jacket.
Does he actually wear any other clothes than gloves?
Well, he's wearing shoes? Question mark?
After that accident in Spagonia.
Spagonia.
Yes.
Spagonia, the greatest country in the world.
In the middle of Europe, the great country of Spagonia.
Spagonia?
Void's first dress. Wait, dress? As in...
never mind, continue.
Like a woman's dress?
Dressed to kill.
Void's first dress was sequestrated by Gun itself. Scientific purposes, they said. Therefore, Tails had to find some new clothes for his guest. So it's like the Emperor's new clothes, except it's Void's clothes.
The analogy does not work in the slightest.
Because now he's actually wearing clothes.
No, because the Emperor's new clothes has absolutely nothing to do with this story, even remotely.
Exactly, just like everything else in this story.
Heyo!
Which happened to be a problem for him, since
You can say that again.
apart from gloves, socks, and sneakers, they wear socks,
Look at these beautiful shoes that I'm wearing!
he didn't have any. Most anthros, or at least male anthros, didn't need to wear clothes, thanks to their thick fur. Then the girls have thin fur? That's what we're going to say.
Okay,
here?
listen, we will not navigate the complex social and political hierarchy behind this obvious double standard, so let's continue.
I mean, Sally Acorn doesn't wear clothes.
She wears a blouse.
Yes, this plant boy, on the other hand, had only his bare skin, and so he definitely needed something to wear.
So this is a series of information I really did not need to know. Thanks for that.
Luckily for them, a certain enthusiastic pink hedgehog was able to resolve the situation.
Oh, so he is going to wear a dress after all. Can you imagine Void in Amy's dress wear? Actually, I think he would look cute in that.
I would wear it.
Okay, you are free to wear whatever you want, Devar, but the real question here is, the real important question is that, could you pull it off? I don't think so.
Neither do I.
I mean, I am 50 kilograms, so I have the
Yes,
feminine form.
I mean, if you wear half your size, maybe?
Currently, Void was wearing the typical thug tracksuit, totally white in color. She managed to find a dress that matched his measures.
Ah, so he is wearing a dress. That's lovely.
It was meant for average 10-year-old human kids. A thing that, in Void's opinion, and probably in anyone else's, was seriously humiliating.
So is he strutting around, cosplaying as Shirley Temple?
Back
I
to the-
see it in my mind and I hate it.
Back to the present.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
Today, I wanna talk to you about the latest crisis this world has witnessed, and by far the most serious. The Dark Gaia crisis.
There is a world-ending crisis every week, basically.
Tails added with an ominous tone, almost as if he was telling a scary bedtime story to a child. In a way, he was. Void stood tall in his sitting position. He was clearly curious by...
Also, we did not acknowledge this earlier, but curious is misspelled.
Yes, it is.
And now it reads curios, as in the plural of curio.
Yes.
Oh, I see this is going to be a crossover with Darkest Dungeon.
Also, I like
Listen,
how...
just because you learn of that particular word from Darkest Dungeon doesn't mean it's an exclusive of that game.
By the way, just so you know, it's weird to imagine somebody standing tall while sitting.
Unless they are really, really tall.
The story began...
Great! Let's hear the story of freaking Dark Gaia. Oh no, I'm sorry. The Dark Gaia crisis. Ooh, actually the world was literally broken in pieces. How many millions of people have died that day?
No one, apparently, because everyone's seen 5.
Bollocks!
Don't worry, they all had parachutes. They are okay.
Okay, it was a Sunday, so all the buildings were empty.
Dark Gaia used to be an enormous, hyper-energetic organism. A god, you could say.
How many gods can you fit into a Sonic universe?
Plenty, apparently.
Too many. that lived inside this planet's very core. That until Dr. Eggman didn't free him by destroying the planet into 7 different pieces. And all thanks to the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds and an uber powerful cannon from his spaceship. He wanted to use the powers of the beast in order to create his own empire, his Eggman Land. Seriously? He wanted to call his evil empire Eggman Land?
Yes.
Canonical, it's canonical as well.
Yep, it's canonical. That is actually what he did in Sonic Unleashed.
Did he want to kill his enemies in laughter?
Well, it was a giant amusement park, so maybe.
His Eggman Land, as he called it.
Oh, by the way, yes, creating his own empire with the power of the beast. I can just imagine the brilliant scheme. Dark Gaia plus question mark equals world domination.
By the way, Antagonist Archives research says he did this multiple times in the series. Powerful being he wants to use in order to...
I know, they are recycling the same plot from Sonic Adventure over and over and over.
Just in a different flavor, except it's not. It's just covered.
Hey, let's see, let's recount the many times in which he attempted to do that exact freaking stunt. Sonic Adventure 1, he wanted to harness the power of Chaos by feeding him Chaos Emeralds. It did not go well. Sonic Adventure 2, he tried to get the power of the Ultimate Life Form, and then the Arc didn't go so well. Let's see, he was out of commission for Sonic Heroes, technically.
Yes.
Sonic 2006, I will get the power of Solaris or the hidden whatever of Princess Elise or something along those lines. It's idiotic, and that also didn't pan out well. And every time he's forced to forge an uneasy alliance with the good guys when that happens. And then Sonic Unleashed, there is Dark Gaia, and then Sonic Colors, there are the freaking... the Wisps, and then in Sonic Lost World, the 7 deadly sins. I have a huge headache now.
By the way, the only time this has ever worked in Sonic Generations, took the Time Eater's powers and actually used it. And he
was still defeated.
Yep, he's still defeated though, but this time he actually won on that one. Anyway,
yes, progress.
Anyway, let's carry on.
Unfortunately for him and all of us, his hasty and idiotic actions almost caused our demise as the beast, once being complete, tried to engulf our shattered world into eternal darkness.
Yes, the game, we know.
Luckily, Sonic once again saved the situation and, with the power of the emeralds, he turned super and defeated the creature.
By now, Void must have noticed that all these stories about Sonic and Eggman tend to have the same ending.
and the same pattern.
Yes, the very same pattern and the same ending, basically.
Saving this filthy, ungrateful world for the upteenth time.
Okay, first of all, filthy, it wasn't there, you added it for no reason.
Yes, but
second of all,
could have been.
Tails, are you also angry at the world?
Now we go back to this.
And so, the world has been destroyed and then restored. This is stupid. This was definitely a messed up dimension, as Void realized. I just realized that my own terrible fanon actually is slightly less nonsensical than the official canon. And that realization is dreading.
Nope, Kingdom Hearts still makes more sense.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
no.
it does.
Hashtag yes.
Hashtag no, you fools.
Hashtag yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Moving on.
Yes, let's move on.
Okay. So let me get this straight. There used to be a godlike creature inside the core of your world? A reasonably bewildered Sidrian asked.
And there it still is, right now.
What? And now he was utterly frightened. Get me out of this dimension! You people are all crazy! We were all going to die! Tails tried to reassure him. No, it's okay. We have a literal cosmic horror living in the core of our planet, waiting to be awakened again and kill us all, but it's okay. Sonic will defeat him.
But it's asleep now, and it'll be like it for another few million years.
Unless it's like Magmanamus, in which he gets awakened every time there is traffic.
Its awakening wasn't supposed to happen so early. There's nothing to worry about.
No problem here.
And then Lavos comes. Lavos.
Nothing to worry? Nothing to worry? You just told me there is a monster whose awakening could cause the destruction of Earth, leaving right under my feet, and you're telling me not to be worried about it? Your dimension is so stupid.
Yes?
The Vulpine said while wearing his best carefree expression for the occasion. I like the juxtaposition, the contrast here. Void is doom and gloom, and on the other side you see Tails with a bright expression and flowers around him.
Yeah, all sparkles, bubbles everywhere.
If he would have had pupils, Void would have certainly rolled them. You roll your eyes, but okay. I give up. I just can't understand your dimension. It's like living inside a fictional comic book universe or a video game or both.
Get it? You get it, Madhog? You get it?
Read your line.
That was clever.
Yeah, I know what you mean. By the way, I have some great news for you.
I'm pregnant!
Wouldn't that be a twist?
That is the wrong dimension. That's what we call the DeviantArt dimension, circa 2008. The fox chimed in. Have you found my princess? Void countered in false expectations. The kid's foxy ears lowered down, reflecting Tails' troubled feelings at the moment.
No, I meant today was that day.
Oh, that day! Yes, of course, that day! He said again, desperately trying to change the subject. That day, May 19th. The day in which the young interdimensional alien would have finally exited his forced prison and being presented to the world as a new friend of Tails. Void couldn't contain his joy. Happy, joy, joy.
Happy, joy, joy. Happy,
joy.
Or better, his sarcasm.
Happy, joy, joy, sarcasm. Happy, joy, joy, sarcasm.
Come on, it'll be fun. All you have to do is wear a couple of sunglasses and a hat, and nobody will ever recognize you.
That's...
You can't Clark Kent this.
Listen, actually you can, because A, people are dumb, and B, The cleverness of Superman hiding in plain sight was that he was simply wearing the facade of the everyday man that everybody ignores.
Yes, I know, but still, you can't Clark Kent this.
Listen, if the Ninja Turtles can go around New York wearing nothing but trench coats, then he can most certainly Clark Kent this.
I mean, usually they also wore rubber masks that he really hit the uncanny valley.
Oh gosh.
I don't know which version of the TMNT you are talking about, but
The 80s cartoon.
I don't remember the rubber masks at all. I remember
do.
only the trench coats.
I remember the rubber masks.
Me as well, actually. Oh gosh.
By the way, I just want to take a small aside to tell you that Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is absolutely the chef's kiss. It
Okay.
is great. Watch it.
I've heard good things about it.
The young kid was too enthusiastic for being stopped.
Don't worry, Amy and I will be with you. I think that is a reason to worry.
I'd be especially worried. If he would have had pupils, Void would have... Oh wait, I've already said that. Well, okay. As if on cue, the obnoxious and dramatically loud voice of this world's Amy Rose made its way through the boys' delicate ears. In just a few nanoseconds, Tails regretted in letting Amy know about his guest.
Are you guys ready? It's shopping time.
Dun, 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 dun,
I should say that
dun.
I should say it properly because, like, are you guys ready? It's shopping time.
Now that sounds like Amy.
And the guys just sighed. There was no escape from this hell, nor from any other, apparently.
Are you kidding? I would like shopping.
I hate shopping.
The only time I don't like shopping is if it takes too long.
That's normal shopping! Solitude is a sickness, therefore, it could be cured. Okay, are we all going to be down with the sickness then?
Down with the sickness.
I wanna heal, I wanna feel what I thought was never real. More lyrics.
Yes, and
We shall
even more
ignore them.
lyrics when it
I
comes to
wanna
chapter
let
2.
go of the pain I've held so long. Erase all the pain till it's gone. I wanna heal, I wanna feel, etc.
Etc., etc., etc. As
And
it all
with
goes
that-
down the drain.
And with that, we have finished chapter 1 of
Of
Void
3.
Within, Void of Solitude.
Girl.
Ballast McGee, go back to thrilling intent.
Yes, we also used the girl for another character. That
Yeah,
we-
the priest of love.
Yes, from Angels of Death. At the time, Devar was not aware of Ballast McGee, so now he associates that with that priest character.
But surely, since he's a man of great taste, he now knows Ballast McGee and is watching Thrilling Intent.
Probably not. Are you?
Like I have time for that.
Devar, I am very disappointed.
But I'm doing important things.
What
Such
could be
as?
more important?
Keeping my wife happy? Well,
You're married?
fiancé? No, not
Okay.
married, yeah, just fiance still. But...
You could watch it together and then you'll both be happy. That sounds better.
We've got a lot of things on our plate right now, so...
Happy, happy, joy, joy.
Anyway, so,
Yes, Devar, you go.
chapter 2. I'm skipping the lyrics as always.
Hashtag yes.
Awkwardness seemed to be the key word for the young Cedrian, especially since everybody's gaze was on him and his other two acquaintances.
I like this. Doom and gloom and suicidal depression on one chapter, funny hijinks on the second one, with barely any form of transition between the two tones.
Okay, let's see how racist these old people will be.
Hopefully they will not, otherwise they all have to die.
The city of Station Square used to be some kind of modern and technological utopia
It's not
Oh.
anymore?
Or in Void's point of view, a gigantic show-off of worthless high-tech cars and latest fashion dressed people. And to his dismay, all of them were humans!
Humans!
Yeah, those
so-
filthy, pesky humans.
So, is this the plot twist that Void, who killed racists, is racist himself?
This seems like a Dexter's kind of twist, honestly. He's killing psychopaths, but he's a psychopath himself.
But do you think Madhog put that much thought into this?
No.
Clearly not, but
well,
neither did the writers of Dexter.
For obvious reasons. He didn't feel really at ease with these overlanders.
I wish they would stop staring at us. I have anxiety now.
He whispered. The two-tailed vulpine beside him just sighed.
You'll get used to it eventually.
It was a lie! To tell the truth, Tails did never get used to other people's curiosity.
Oh wow, big mood.
Amy Rose, on the other hand, liked the attention.
Ah! Read the room, Amy!
Well, not quite.
Amy Rose, on the other hand, was too absorbed in her own girlish thoughts to notice it.
Sonic, 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 Silver? Sonic, 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 Sonic.
Shadow?
Shadow. Sonic, Sonic, Sonic. I can kill you.
She hadn't stopped blabbering since the three of them left the secluding security of the Mystic Ruins. Yes, the undisclosed secured Mystic Ruins.
Yes, the Miles Power secret base. Now opening a new bed and breakfast.
To come to the big city. In order to avoid any possible detection, Void had to bring some further camouflage items other than his despised white tracksuit.
Listen, if you don't like the tracksuit, I'm sure you can find more clothes or articles of clothing to wear.
Like a burlap sack or a trench
Like a
coat.
burlap sack.
A potato sack.
He's a plant, not a root vegetable.
Or a 7-Eleven plastic bag. How about that?
He had a red-white beret on his head, covering
Beret.
I thought it says beret because that's what you call those type of hats. Anyway.
Well, when I said beret or beret, I actually meant to say cap.
Oh, cap. Covering
Yes.
his suspicious green pointed bushy hair and a couple of cool looking sunglasses
Cool dude!
on his black eyes. You probably didn't need the actual sunglasses.
You could have just drawn the frame around his eyes.
Yes, I'm going to say that. Which happened to be his most recognizable details. And finally, he wore white gloves on his gruesome hands. Thanks to Tails' scientific know-how, this gloves resembled perfectly normal 5-fingered hands.
As normal as those gigantic hands can be on these small creatures.
I don't think adding some extra fingers is going to make them any less noticeable.
A fact that made the Cedrian wonder if that was the real reason of why his foxy host and all of his Anthro friends seemed to wear those gloves.
Oh yes, they all are very conscious about their gross, disgusting animal paws, that they wear gloves in order to fit better in human society. Honestly, that's an interesting story in its own right.
Were they ashamed of their appendages too? Did they have horrible clawed paws instead of normal hands? For a few moments, he entertained the idea of actually asking them, but then he thought otherwise. There are some secrets best left not known. There were things in this world, or in any world for that matter, that need to remain untold. I was joking.
Of course
God
I
damn
was
it.
going to say that. Don't you know me?
God damn
Don't you know me? Have we
Tails-
not met?
Tails gave a good look at him, showing a rather sore expression. Need some cream for that, mate?
What?
Asked the Void, clearly bothered by that.
Void, you are standing on my toes!
Why is that so funny?
But seriously, what Tails says, we need to find you some new clothes. You look like a gangster rapper.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
This
Void
reminds me of all those dumb orcs in Bright, dressed as gangster rappers.
Oh.
And they held their crotches like this, if they're gonna, lose their genitals, if they even let go.
Yes, Bright is a really, really dumb version of what Onward is going to be.
Even though he had no earthly idea what gangster rapper was, one could easily tell he didn't like that comment.
Fair warning, I don't particularly care for hip-hop.
Don't watch the latest trailer for Doom Eternal then.
I mean, okay, it ultimately depends on the context. You were the one who gave me this blasted outfit in the first place.
He retorted, irritation visible in his partially covered facial features. Before any of them could start a deceptive argument about good taste and stuff like that.
And stuff like that.
The unmistakable, obnoxious voice of their female companion became the impending signal of male's greatest menace.
All these words have capital letters.
To be honest, this kind of reminds me of a Harry Enfield sketch, that takes the mickey out of the 40s propaganda films, but basically say, women, know your place.
That sounds hilarious.
We reached the mall! It's shopping time!
Da 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 da.
This has been the only line you've said, Amy. It's shopping time. Is it like...
It's clobbering time, yes.
No, I was going to say, it's combat time, that Sonya from Defenders of the Realm said.
Yes, even I am wincing at that.
Well, at least the upcoming new Mortal Kombat movie is looking quite good.
How about that Spawn trailer, though, guys, for Mortal Kombat?
11.
Yes.
Spawn
internet
seems
is
like a
small.
natural fit for Mortal Kombat.
He has the most coolest fatality of everybody so far. Anyway, a frowning frown now was printed on the Geyser's gaze. Geyser's gaze, that sounded cool.
No.
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 No. No.
After a few painful hours of forced hold my baggage and how do I look? Does my bum look big in this sessions?
There is no true answer for that one.
The trio finally found a minute of pause from the mall frenzy.
The Mall Frenzy, the new horror by Jordan Peele.
Look, guys, I'm sorry if you feel that way about my shopping expeditions, but this is how it is with me.
I am experiencing flashbacks of shopping with my mom and sisters.
Funny, me too.
I have this same shopping experience, but with my big brother.
Were you forcing your big brother to go on shopping sprees?
No, it was much worse. He's actually much worse than me because he was looking for a pair of trousers and he couldn't decide.
Does this make me look fat?
It was more on lines of, do these trousers look good on me? Anyway.
How do I look? Hold my baggage sessions.
Okay, they were currently sitting on a table of a fast food restaurant inside that very large building. A humongous pile of baggage stood right behind the now more unnerved than ever Cedrian. This is probably not helping with his depression, is it?
I guess, fear for his mortal soul is a good distraction from feeling depressed.
Maybe he doesn't, at least he doesn't feel empty now.
No, with all the baggage he has to carry, he's pretty
Literal
full.
baggage.
Literal baggage!
He had the sincere fear that these mountain of dresses would very well devour his soul if given of the proper chance.
Oh, well,
this is aged
what do you
so
know?
well.
I was right.
This is aged so well, hasn't it?
In what sense?
I was going to ask about that.
Well, I mean, to me, it's never these sort of things never aged well, even in the 90s, in my point of view.
Oh, you mean the very specific trope about, going out to shop is so boring. And everything is exaggerated to that end.
Yeah.
You need to realize that you are very much in the minority when it comes to the male shopping experience.
Yeah, that was pretty much my reaction every time I had to go shopping. Because if I needed pants, I tried a few and chose the one that fit and felt comfortable. And
I never go out shopping. When I go out, I know what I want to buy, and I am in and out as fast as possible because I want to go back home and being cozy in my bed.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Anyway.
But it was always either my mom or my sisters who said to me, still try this one, and this one, and this one, and this
We
one.
were all kids at one point.
Anyway, let's continue. Ice badly.
Yes, this will devour your soul if given of the proper chance.
Why don't you try to relax a bit, Boyd? You've been on the edge the whole morning.
Well, he's an edgelord.
Can I just say that you added try to relax, but it says try in relax a bit.
Why don't you try in relax a bit?
Is that a new drug?
It's a new drug. I was about to say it. It's a new drug.
A new drug of relax. It will soothe your soul.
Yeah, Tails just looks at the camera and goes like, I try in relax, guys, to get myself feeling much less stressed.
Unfortunately, he's so absolutely baked that he accidentally produces a bar of Mentos instead of the product he was supposed to advertise.
Okay, try the Kitsune, who was sitting on the boy's left side. You should get off him. He needs the space, you know. Boyd was not having a good day. As a matter of fact, to say that he felt awkward with all these foreign and taller people around would have been an utter euphemistical understatement.
Boyd is so relatable all of a sudden.
He was actually shaking and trembling like a leaf during autumn. A poetic pun, isn't it?
First of all, shut up. Second of all, you guys are supposed to be his friends. He's clearly not comfortable with this. Take him away.
He was also sweating, cold sweat, on the verge of crying. This was too much for him.
You guys are terrible friends. Amy, what the heck?
Suddenly we are back to existential crisis and mental breakdowns. I thought it was supposed to be funny shenanigans.
It's not funny for the person who doesn't want to be there because they have anxiety, and clearly being around people doesn't help.
Too many people observing him, staring at him, judging him. Too many people at all. Paranoia didn't late to arrive.
This again! This again!
What is this didn't late thing?
I don't know. Is it the new all her might?
I don't know what you were trying to say here originally.
Paranoia did not take a long time to arrive. There
was most certainly trying.
Okay.
No.
He said, starting to panic.
What?
Tails asked back.
They recognized me. They know who I am. They want to kill me. And I'm going to kill them first. Produces a machete. And I deserve it.
Void was having some difficulties in breathing.
Oh boy.
The kid beside him felt utterly bad for him.
Don't feel bad for him! Do something! Help him! He's having a panic attack!
And for himself, too.
Oh, I
Tails,
remember you.
Time for self-pity.
Tails, this is not the time to be, being all about you.
Yeah, it's all about Sonic. Like in his stories.
Yes, even in his own theme song, it is all about him trying to catch up to Sonic. He has no agency for himself.
He promised he would have done anything unhumanely possible to help him yet.
Close enough.
He apparently wasn't doing a very good job.
You don't say, you egotistical jerkbag.
Amy
Don't
noticed
say.
the plant boy's discomfort too, and felt bad as well.
Oh, we all feel so bad for you having a freaking panic attack right at this moment, but we're not going to do anything about it. Oh, no, because that would be for the weak.
Her ever so happy gaze suddenly turned into a caring, pitying one. Pity's not a good thing to say in this context.
Sympathy? Maybe it's a lot less emasculating, I guess.
Without saying anything, she rose from her seat and darted towards the Cedrian, hugging him tightly. Whoa, space Amy. Like a loving mother would do with her child.
We are not that close, Amy.
He was still trembling like a lost kid in a dark wood.
Oh my gosh.
Shh. It's okay. No one is going to hurt you. Super Amy will protect you.
Super Amy al rescate!
So wait, you have all the Chaos Emeralds, Amy, and you're just going to turn super for everybody just for this one moment?
I bet you would like to see that, wouldn't you?
I wish I could share an artist's depiction of Super Amy now, because it looked cool, but I
Let
don't...
me guess, she was pink.
No, it was actually golden and looked really cool. I should see if I can find that at some point after this. Okay, she said while caressing the back of his head. That seemed to calm him a little. He returned the hug. Tails was speechless and eyes widened.
Wow, a completely random act of physical affection. Why didn't I think of that?
Wow, Amy is a natural born mother.
Yes, because she's a girl! Get it?
I got to marry Dad, he thought.
Not in this dimension.
I'm sure there are a few dimensions out there for that specific need.
That's what fanfiction is for.
Yes, I think that was implied. What do you think dimensions are? What do you think alternate dimensions are, if not somebody's fanfiction?
Oh god, imagine if someone basically made the ultimate fanfiction that took fanfiction universes of every universe of fanfiction from fanfiction.net.
We already have that. It's called Kingdom Hearts.
He then slowly turned his head towards the other customers of the restaurant, which they were all staring at the scene in amazement.
Wait,
a clothes shop.
Yes, I thought that too! I'm lost! I am geographically lost!
I wouldn't precisely call a fast food joint a restaurant.
Oh, it was a fast food joint.
Yeah,
okay.
They say that they are the fast food joint at the mall.
Tails scratched the back of his head in the traditional shy manner.
He just had a raving shopping session with Amy.
He justified.
It was a rave.
Okay, no, I love this. So basically everybody knows that Amy is obsessed with shopping. The entire world. Some rando on the street. You can pull off that excuse and they will be fine with that. Okay, that explains everything. I've been there, brother.
I mean, I can believe that, especially if this is her usual place.
Tails, roll deception.
Natural 20.
The humans were instantly convinced and returned to their own matters.
They even gave them free gifts.
And ooh, a costume party on Booty Island's mansion.
Why?
I don't know, Monkey Island reference.
I know, but why?
In the meantime, Void finally managed to pull himself together. He took a deep breath and spoke.
Super Amy? Do I look like a 6 years old? That's a trick question, right?
He lamented. She just smiled, her sweetest smile. Well, you're wearing a 10-year-old kid outfit. He humphed, crossed his arms in a very childish manner, then looked the pink hedgehog in her emerald eyes. He frantically,
Thank you! Ah!
he
I said
frantically, he frantically muttered.
No, I like to think that he cannot utter the words thank you to save his life.
She smiled again, clearly pleased by his appreciation.
I am very appreciative of your appreciation of my appreciation of your appreciation.
Tails looked relieved too. Having Amy around wasn't just a burden as he first feared when he phone called her almost a month ago.
Let's have a flashback to that very same conversation. Oh, you're going to love this conversation, I can tell instantly.
Hello? Who's that? Sonic?
Sonic, is that you? You finally called me back? I knew you would. Oh, God.
No, it's me, Amy.
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Pickles?
It's Professor Pickles to you.
Hi, Tails. What
You
can I
can
do for you?
sense the disappointment in her tone.
Uh-huh.
What can I do for you? You're second best after all.
Listen, Amy, I need to hide. The British Hunting Club found me. I do not know how they found my secret workshop.
Yes, it was so well hidden. Oh no, they must have seen through my clever disguise as Miles Power. Oh my gosh. I even tried to distract them with a local gift shop selling dead animal skins that sing songs about John Muir.
Well, there is this friend of mine. He's not having a very good period lately. Madhog? No.
I can't believe you're laughing at that.
Because I'm thinking of how you would react to this. And so I'm just
Yes.
preemptively giggling.
But I have standards.
Ah, now that's funny. No, that's hysterical. Oh my gosh.
And I am seriously worried about his well-being. And I thought you could help me in, let's say, cheering him up.
With shopping?
Although Tails couldn't see it, from the other side of the line, Amy's face brightened.
I'm pretty sure he could sense the rainbow and sunshine through the freaking phone.
The receiver suddenly became a spotlight. Someone was actually asking her help. Her help!
Ah, I see. Amy is actually suffering from depression as well.
The need to feel like as if your existence is wanted by people.
Exactly. Honestly, that's a much more interesting character than just Sonic, 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 Silver, Sonic.
Shadow?
Yeah. Anyway. I'll be glad to help you, Tails. Who is he?
You don't know him. He's an interdimensional alien who's hiding from the government.
I see. That's terrible and all. He's a what?
Nice.
And she says, that's terrible and all. And then she's quiet. That it's like she's showering, she's brushing her teeth, she's having breakfast, she's outside doing something.
She's driving and then, he's what? And she has a few accidents.
Well, let's hope that this phone call was over a secure line.
Yeah.
Or maybe the NSA decided that Amy is not worth listening to, because most of the time she's just asking everyone who's calling her if they are Sonic.
Yes, honestly, I think the government, the CIA and GUN, or whatever it is that exists in this world, has given up on spying on Amy entirely. Because she is so unbearable.
And maybe that was intentional on Amy's part so that they would stop spying on her.
That's also a story that needs to happen.
Yes.
It's your turn, Icy Boy.
Oh, I get to continue. For obvious reasons, when he told Amy about this gruesome situation, he cleverly omitted the part in which the alien accidentally killed 2 persons in that cursed hospital in Spagonia.
Spagonia also. It's okay to say people or humans. Persons just sounds clunky at best.
So, Void, that's a sad name, you know. Yeah, that helps.
Oh my gosh, Amy! He did not choose that name! It was given to him! Jeez, Amy! Your
were doing
diplomacy!
so well, Amy.
You did well for a second. You roll a natural 20 in...
Motherhood.
Motherhood, yes, why not? But you failed your diplomacy check. It's one of the... First of all, screw you, Amy, your name sucks. It's one of the few things I remembered of my former self. And by the way, I'm certainly not an happy person.
You don't say. Void countered, lowering his head and looking at his red/white tails like Snickers. The trio was now having a relaxing walk in the city's central park. Or better, the pink hedgehog and the Cedrian were having a relaxing walk. Tails was cursing under his breath while being forced to drag Amy's dresses around. Therefore, he's been left behind by the 2 of them.
That sounds about right.
Oh god.
Oh no! Oh no! Why? Why would you do this to me?
Let me
Why?
read you properly. Don't be sad, boy, Duchan. You're not alone.
Now he is. He's alone forever. It's better than being around you. Why is Amy turning into a freaking weeb?
I don't know. Let's ask past Madhog.
I was waiting for that.
Well, past Madhog, what do you have to say for yourself?
Hasta la vista, baby.
It's the future. We shall not talk about this.
Anyway, Void Duchan?
Bewilderment was showed in Void's gaze.
Yeah, it's your new nickname. Don't you like it?
It sucks!
I gave one even to my dear Sonic.
Maybe that's why he doesn't want to hang with you. And that would be...
And what would that be?
Sonic-Coo!
It's almost like Sonic Chew.
Oh, come here, my darling Sonic. We're gonna get married and have all the kids.
I think I broke Madhog.
No, I'm fine.
Oh no! Narrating.
Void Duchan just rolled his inexistent pupils under inexistent pupils under his sunglasses. Apparently, this world's Amy Rose had a serious thing towards this Sonic character. Or better, she was crazily obsessed about him like a certain cartoon-like bear over picnic baskets. To say the very least.
Sonic! Sonic-Coo! Going out with me?
Hey there, Sonic-Ku. I'm smarter than the average hedgehog that wants to go out with you.
I'm
Oh,
sure
but-
there is fanfiction about that.
Wait, Tails is Boo Boo then? Oh, Sonic, I don't know about that.
Oh my gosh, imagine Sonic as Yogi Berra, like, hey there, Tails, my buddy old pal.
We're going to steal those Chaos Emeralds from Ranger Eggman?
Oh no, it's Amy Rose! Yeah, like Cindy Bear.
Okay, I know I keep saying this, but this is the most cursed session of Dramatis Lectio to date.
Is it really?
Maybe.
Is it really?
You know, we can always stop ourselves next time.
Okay, the advice to say the very least.
Can you stop putting things into the chat? No!
What is it?
No!
Oh,
No, this is just ugly. Absolutely ugly. What
This
am I
is-
even looking in this,
this is
picture?
this is cursed.
Yogi Bear and Boo Boo as drawn like Sonic characters.
The proportions are all wrong to be Sonic characters.
It's also cursed.
Yogi is too lanky.
Okay,
I
I'm
know
gonna
he should have been drawn like Dick the Cat.
Yeah, let me continue. I'm gonna continue, okay? He's my hero and the love of my life. Did you know that he saved me from this evil metallic clone?
I think Tails has not gotten around to tell that story yet.
Boidu-chan? I must stop calling him like that. Nodded.
Agreed.
He saved our world so many times, I can't count. Even when he was turned into a werehog,
He was turned into what?
But Tails went over that story, I thought.
He might have glossed over the detail of Sonic being a freaking hedge wolf.
A sudden panic Cetrian abruptly interrupted the hedgehog's daydreaming.
I like to think that he's going to look at Tails suspiciously now.
Oh, werehog Sonic was so man-cakey.
He had some heavy difficulties in accepting the fact that the humongous godlike monster was asleep under the soil, although he occasionally tiptoed.
Which is my power.
Although he occasionally tiptoed as if in fear of accidentally causing his premature awakening. But this was a whole another shocker to deal with.
Okay, I'm going to say this. If this was a story about, just some random everyday character reacting to the absolute insanity of the Sonic world, this would have been much more fun as a story. And much more funny as well.
Yeah.
Amy tilted her head.
Didn't Tails tell you about it? Sonic's been like that for all the Dark Gaia Crisis period.
I guess Tails did gloss over that detail.
I wonder why.
Void turned his head over the now slightly worried Kit behind him.
I like to imagine when he turns his head, it's like...
Yes, me too. We are on the same wavelength when it comes to our stock cartoon sound effects.
Like in Exorcist.
Sure.
Sorry, it must have slipped from my mind. Besides, I didn't want to spoil the game too much. He said.
Oh, the game?
Never mind that, he replied.
Oh,
Oh
this
my-
is already the dumbest twist in the universe.
Why is this giving me the vibes of that one movie Jim Carrey starred? The one,
Which
I forget-
one?
the
Yes.
one where he's playing as the normal guy and his life is a television show.
You mean the Truman Show? It's only one of his most famous and celebrated performances.
I forgot the title of it. It slipped my mind for a second.
It's the Truman Show.
Yeah. Well, why am I getting vibes like that? Except it's with Sonic and his friends being video game characters, only they're aware of it.
Maybe
Could
because he literally said it's a game.
Suddenly, it happened. Void stood still on his spot, immobile like a statue. Something wasn't quite right. Someone was observing him. No, someone was doing something to him.
I knew it! I flipping knew it! We're having this moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see it.
He started breathing asthmatically. He put his fake gloved hand on his heart. He was also sweating. He was having a panic attack.
It's only the third one today.
Void? Void! What's wrong?
Da 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 da.
The kitsune yelled while dropping the package and rushing towards his side.
No, my dresses!
Voidu-chan?
Amy, for the love of Christ, our Lord and Savior, drop the weeb act.
Amy, who was the closest to him, tried to calm him down, but to no avail. He looked desperate, on the verge of tears, terrified. His mind and body were experiencing an atrocious pain. The physical manifestation of his internal sorrows was slowly but eagerly devouring his own being. He fell on his knees, dropping his sunglasses and beret in the process.
Not the sunglasses!
His face was twisted and contorted by the pain and the forgotten memories who desperately tried to re-enter the Cetrian's consciousness. Both Tails and Amy were panicking as well, obviously unable to help him. And then the young right-hand girl felt something on her hand, something warm and liquid. To her dismay, it was the Cetrian's green vital fluid.
You can say blood! You can say blood! Say blood!
Or sap.
Sap doesn't quite have the same gravitas now, does it?
True. He started coughing out his own blood. Oh, now they are saying it. All over Amy's dress and Tails' fur. Help! Somebody please help him! Tails cried to the people around in the park. I can see where this is going.
Me too.
Unfortunately for them, now that Void's camouflage was lost.
Yes, all of that camouflage, sunglasses and a beret. Completely inconspicuous.
Someone did recognize the suffering plant boy as the infamous black-eyed monster who caused all that mess in Spagonia.
Well, Black-Eyed Monster is not a terribly creative name, but at least they did not name him the One-Eyed Monster.
Yeah.
The Zikinator Falls!
Yeah, I mean, obviously every random person walking on the street is going to recognize the one person in that one away country that had no pictures taken of them who killed 2 people.
It was never established there were no pictures taken of him. You know, there are security cameras in hospitals, typically.
Not good ones, usually. But anyway.
No, but, you know, he has the most unique features in the entire planet, so...
Someone screamed, someone else ran away, and everything turned into a total disaster.
Now we have to kill them all. They know! They must die! Picks up the machete.
Void said, while finally stopping his bloody cough.
It's too late now.
It's too late!
It's no use! Oh no.
Voidu-chan?
Can you drop the Voidu-chan, please? He's dying! My name is Void. Stay away from me. Finally, thank you.
He cried. In a sudden outburst of feral instincts, the black-eyed monster removed his gloves and attacked Amy with his lethal claws.
Okay, the first time it happened, it was an accident. The second time, it was still a bit woozy after the operation and it was acting on instincts. Now, it's a pattern.
Yes,
Now-
he can't help himself.
Now, he's attacking somebody. Straight up attacking somebody, and there is no justifying this.
Except the authors wish to torment Void. Because suffering is the meaning of life and all that jazz.
Anyway, let's continue.
When he realized his mistake, it was already too late. Amy Rose lay on the ground with a nasty-looking wound on her left hip side.
No, not Amy!
Well, she is dead. She is no more.
Not quite.
Well, in that case, it is not too late.
But, you know, death usually doesn't late to arrive.
Except here. Void's expression was unreadable and unbearable. The portrait of immense guilt.
So it is very readable and recognizable.
Tails was quick on Amy's side. His big, sad blue eyes fixed themselves on the Cetrian. No words were said between the two of them. Their facial features spoke for them. He did it again. He attacked an innocent being.
Well, in fairness, it's Amy.
Ouch. He felt her own blood on his disfiguring appendage. He was a monster, all in all. And he didn't deserve to live with others. He didn't deserve company. He didn't deserve love.
I agree.
He was a cursed being, and his condemned had a name. Solitude.
Title drop.
Tears descended from his black orbit.
That takes away from the
Cool tears down his feces.
While he darted away from his latest victim and his would-be friend, from his only links to this world. The namesake emptiness inside his own soul just grew bigger thanks to the erosive doing of his despair.
Ugh.
It was now a deep, cold cliff, and the suffering cliffhanger disappeared into the gunning jaws of the great city. His true hell has just begun.
Written by Frank Miller.
And so the sickness just became a cancer.
Oh, wow!
Whoa, just look at all this angsty edge.
the edge. Wow,
It is
it's so sharp.
The edge is so sharp you can cut a whale with it.
Much
Oh my
angst,
gosh.
all the edge,
Oh,
so deep dark.
how could this happen to me?
Well, we have one more chapter left to go if you want to finish it tonight.
Yes, I think we might be able to do that.
Yeah, we can finish it.
Just as long as we don't get distracted for the next hour.
Well, it's
Ooh,
us. No! They will find me. They are so close. No. No, 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 Muda, 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 muda. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. It was not my fault. I couldn't. I need to know who or what I am. Why am I like this? Cursed. This is a weird episode of BoJack Horseman, let me tell you.
I am all of me. I am all of me.
Yes, you know what? That song wouldn't feel out of place in Code Vein, come to think of it.
Bet you someone modded it in the PC version.
Oh my. Angst was consuming his fragile mind. His clothes were still stained with her blood.
It was delicious, by the way.
Her soft, warm, innocent blood.
That doesn't sound sexual now, does it?
I mean,
From-
if this was a Castlevania fic, then yes.
You say that, but every fandom will suffice.
Yes. Anyway.
She only tried to help me. She sucked at it, but she tried. They both were doing their best to help me, to help this undeserving, pathetic creature who could barely remember his own name. His name, Voidu-chan.
Oh, boy, child.
Grief had the better of him. A whole lot ago, he stood alone in the deep jaws of this city's downtown, alone, engulfed with solitude, suffering his heart out of his little form, regretting everything he'd done, even though the fault wasn't his own. I beg to differ. He did believe otherwise. I shouldn't even be alive. Yes, let them find me. Let them kill me. I deserve it. There is nothing left for me to leave. Oh my God.
What am I fighting for?
Suddenly, his damaged mind fixed itself once again on the everlasting image of his beloved one, the one he didn't even know the name. The lavender cat girl that tormented him in his dreams.
Oh, kinky.
He sighed. I sighed.
We
Or
all
better.
sighed.
He cried. We all cried. For what he knew, she could have died, and it bothered him, the fact that he couldn't remember it. He sat on the dirty ground, besides a trash container and some spare rat and cockroach. It's nice to have a spare rat and cockroach when you need them.
Yeah, nice to have props for the scene.
He hugged his knees and sobbed quietly, incapable of understanding his surroundings, this whole world, and his own self too. The unmistakable and ominous sound of police sirens echoed through his delicate hearing system. Sure.
Sure.
This was sponsored by Nintendo.
They were looking for him. They would find him eventually. He had a choice. He could stay there, waiting for their arrival and accepting his fate. Or he could fight and live through all this. And why? Because despite everything that happened, despite everything that will probably happen, he still had hope. You did not really give me that impression at all up until now.
Well, this is news to me.
He wanted so bad to find himself again, to find his memory and his past, and to find her, whether being alive or not. He was alone in this world. He would have to accept that in order to survive. He was a danger for everyone who dared to near him. Okay, that's a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite didn't late to arrive, but it's close. But as he realized, he would have needed to break away from his own griefs and torments in order to step up and live. Oh, so I guess he's just going to get over himself. Like that.
I guess he all he had to do was live and learn.
Hanging on the edge of tomorrow, which, as we established, the edge is very sharp. No more self-pitying, no more twisting sorrows. Character development mode activate!
I will
No
magically
more.
fix everything in this one emotional, scene.
I guess no more so-called friends. He was on his own, and he needed to carry on, or die trying. For the first time.
Look, kids, he's a cool rebel that needs no man or woman.
Sure. But a nice daisy? Sign me up. Is a plant. For the first time.
Yeah.
I mean, well, he is going after a cat, not another plant.
Yes, but maybe Void, or I'm sorry, I meant to say Voidu-chan. It was the plant they used to extract catnip from. Wouldn't that be a twist?
Not really.
For the first time since his tragic awakening in that hospital, Void realized that he wanted to live, wanted to fight with all his might.
With all his might. Counter goes up to 2.
Yes, thank you for keeping track of that nonsense. No more self-pitying, no more twisting sorrows, blah 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 blah. For the first time since his tragic awakening in that hospital, I read all this already. Slowly, but convincingly, the white-dressed Cydrian rose from the ground. Determination was visible in his namesake eyes. The emptiness of his soul was starting to be filled with hope and stubborn will, exactly what he desperately needed in this hour.
But they never came.
The sirens were even closer now. He had to move. He started running through the deepest part of this ominous city. It was already night time. He ran past bums and bewildered prostitutes. I thought you might like to know that there are bums and bewildered prostitutes in the city, just in case you want some realism in this Sonic fanfiction. Feral cats and dogs. Oh, look, Void, it's a cat. Have sex with it.
Oh, no.
Street thugs and so on. The sirens still after him. What? I thought he was after some pussy. Listen, the level of this writing, of this literature is extremely low. In this context, I'm allowed to go about as low because it doesn't deserve my best.
Yeah.
If it cannot take me at my worst, it doesn't deserve me at my best.
I thought you were on your worst when you wrote this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean now. The sirens still after him, still close. Man is in the forest.
Man.
Cursed ghosts. Honestly, whenever I think of that really creepy, scary theme for the hunter in Bambi, I have goosebumps running down my back. Few notes achieve so much primal and primordial terror into the souls of animals and the children watching this film. It is incredibly effective. Do you remember that?
I do.
Da-na-na,
Unfortunately,
da-na-na.
I don't. It has been
Honestly, it just gives me existential terror every time I hear those few notes. They were so effective. Finally, he found shelter in an abandoned alley, which happened to be a dead end. Darn!
So not much shelter.
Not at all. He was trapped like a mouse. To his relief, however, the sirens faded away, because it turns out they were not chasing him, they were arresting all the bums and prostitutes, because this town is run by Mayor Giuliani. Topical Bush-era commentary, methinks. Or even earlier than that. Anywho, only to be substituted by a low chuckle. Who's there? A chuckle that suddenly became a growl. What do you want from me? A growl that became a snarl. No, please don't. A snarl that soon became a roar. Ow! How much more can you escalate this? No, it can't be happening. No! The unmistakable roar of a feral beast. Hulk smash! It was finally visible now. During the last day, it caused the Sidrian to lose control. It tried to possess him, or at least to test his resilience. Now it was dark, and this being's other form just showed up. And it was right in front of him, right in front of the terrified Sidrian. The werehog has arrived, and it wanted him.
The werehog.
The werehog didn't late to arrive.
Oh my gosh.
And so, he finally met me, this world's solitude, this tale's narrator.
Sonic,
I have to say, I did not expect Sonic to beat Solitude.
Honestly, I did not see this coming at all because it doesn't make sense, mostly, but
that's
still.
fine.
The beast had dark fur, its squeals were humongous and his eyes were red as blood. He didn't mutter a single word, it just grabbed the arm of the fear-petrified boy. Suddenly, something rather peculiar happened. The creature's powers started to be absorbed by the unwilling Sidrian, who screeched in utter pain for that. What is happening right now?
I don't know. You are the Sonic experts here.
Yeah,
When it was all over, the beast returned to its normal aspect. Its daylight aspect, I should say. Wait, you are the narrator saying this. Why are you still talking about the beast in third person? Oh, whatever, it's not like I care. Baka, he's normal, black-furred, red-striped, crimson-eyed, hedgehog aspect? What?
Oh, now
What?
it makes more sense.
Oh.
It was Shadow.
Oh, wait, I think I know what's happening here, and I hate it. And this world's Shadow the Hedgehog smirked to his young victim, clearly satisfied with his handiwork. By now, Void has fallen on the ground, shaking like mad. His eyes were widened, and the saliva that came out from his mouth suggested that he was having a seizure. The ultimate life form lowered himself to the boy's height and whispered something that Void would have never forget as long as he would have lived.
This power, it is your burden now. Have fun with him.
And then he just disappeared into the darkness of the night.
In the dark of the night, Madhog will find you.
Not so long after Shadow left, which is me, the narrator. An acute, disfiguring pain engulfed Void's chest as if ready to blow up from the inside. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't think. It was unbearable. I'm going to stop with the Shadow voice because it's going to kill my own voice.
Yeah.
His suffering screams of agony echoed through the downtown, scaring all of its inhabitants out of their pants. All the bums and bewildered prostitutes. And feral cats and dogs living together in mass hysteria. He didn't know for how much time it lasted. A minute, an hour, the whole night. Who knew? So let me get this straight. He already had a curse of his own, what with the whole turning into a maniacal killer.
And now he's been
randomly.
double cursed.
And now he's been double cursed with a werehog from Shadow? I have all the question marks right now.
Yes, like how Shadow knew of Void's existence.
Would it be like a were-seed or were-drian?
Okay, were
Wereplant.
essentially means man or human. So, werehog essentially means human hedgehog, and default Sonic already is that.
Yes.
So it should have been Wolf Hog.
edge wolf or wolf hog or
Edgehog.
something.
Let's just let's try and finish this up, guys. Come on.
Anyway,
When it was over.
when it was over, he simply fainted, unable to sustain it anymore. He was found in the morning, still unconscious. The two-tailed fox took him on his shoulders, blaming himself for not having been able to find him earlier, since his prized invention, the Miles Electric, I remember that,
Yeah, we all do.
couldn't detect his presence because of a strange, seemingly inexplicable interference. That's convenient. He spun his namesakes and rose in air with the fainted Sidrian on his back. Flying in that predicament turned out to be more difficult than he thought, but he managed to do it anyway. I'm glad he did, I guess.
Yep, we just get the story going.
It took all the kid's strength to transport his guest right back into the Mystic Ruin to his secret, undisclosed workshop next to the train station and the gift shop selling singing animal skins and heads. With several breaks for regaining breath, that is. But after a whole day, Void was now serenely asleep in his bed, in the security of Tails' workshop. The Vulpine was feeling slightly better now. Well, I'm glad you're feeling fine, Tails!
How about Amy? Does she feel fine?
Oh, I'm pretty sure she's fine. Unlike the other day when Amy was hospitalized and her unwilling assaulter ran away. Oh, you mean this assaulter, the one you just saved? Again? Tails knew that things were going to be more difficult from now on. Everybody knew that the black-eyed monster was still alive. More importantly, G.U.N. knew. And they knew he used to hide it. So maybe don't go back to your workshop, which is actually very easy to find. You know, it's just a suggestion. They could not stay there for too long. They needed to leave as soon as possible. Luckily for them, there still was one person the fox couldn't trust his life with. Let me guess. A certain pickle sandwiches lover he learned to call father. Yes, baby! Professor Pickle, the pickle man, is back.
Yay.
Oh, I hate everything about this sentence. Inside the sleeping plant's head, however, things weren't looking so optimistic. What happened?
The Siegrian asked, to no one in particular. The answer came in the form of an ominous roar. And a giant snake-like, dragon-like creature. It's like you've changed your mind.
Who are you?
The panicked namesake-eyed boy yelled rather than asked. The beast seemed to smile, if its awful scowl on a dented muzzle could be considered such.
Who am I?
It replied with its animalistic, twisted voice.
I am this planet's wheel and your new master. I am Dark Gaia Gadget.
Oh no.
Oh, yes!
I see.
For simplicity's sake, I am going to be the narrator and you can be the other one. If it isn't a twist, don't you think, Shadow?
Indeed. I bet no one expected to see this story's narrator to actually be a part of it.
Are you kidding me?
That's what I was going to say.
Or the participation of the latest Sonic villain, for that matter.
I'm just nonchalantly referencing the canon because this isn't just one layer of meta text, it is several layers. Because you see, the narrator of this story is not just aware that this is a work of fiction, it is aware that it is a fan fiction based off a popular gaming franchise. It's basically Excel Saga, in that sense. I would like to thank you for your collaboration. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible.
I'm curious though, how are you going to explain this mess of a plot to your eager readers?
And they were eager, those readers. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll just improvise! Fang the freaking sniper.
Fang? Is that you?
No. And I was joking.
I knew it! I knew it! You and Fang the Sniper are the same person!
I think it's pretty obvious by this point. Sigh. Well, it's true. In a way, it's part of my twisted personality. Don't tell anybody.
Is it still part of your twisted personality?
No!
Don't you worry about it. I can keep secrets. But there's a price, of course.
Oh yes, of course, Shadow. Bargain for something you want with an entity you can barely understand. It worked so well last time you did that. Alright, you will have your own spin-off series, maybe. Now shut up and enjoy the rest of the song. The story is over! I wanna heal, I wanna feel what I thought was never real, etc.
And what about Blaze?
Oh yes, there's more. Oh, there's always more. You'll see. Or maybe not. I don't know. I still have to decide it. Ha!
Continues on. Void of love.
I want to say I am speechless, but all of this is pretty much par for the course, isn't it?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, so if you thought it couldn't possibly get more dumb, pointless, pretentious, and self-referential than Void of Sorrow, then, hoo boy, laddie, do I have some great news for you.
Void of solitude. Jeez Louise.
This was a roller coaster in all the worst possible ways.
But I would still say that it wasn't quite as bad as Void of Sorrow.
You're kidding, right? I have taken everything that was terrible and arrogant and unbearable about Void of Sorrow and multiplied by 2. This is just objectively worse because it's building atop an already faulty foundation.
So much that it took a lot of the stupidity from the previous one and just replaced it more angsty edginess.
It's more of the same, really, in that matter. But a lot more heavy-handed, if that's even remotely possible or achievable.
But at this point we are all used to it.
Honestly, if I am the one writing it, I always find a way to make things worse and unnecessarily grim for everyone involved. And then also I proceeded to insult the audience by undermining all of that quote-unquote character work by pointing out it's all damn fan fiction anyway.
But we have one more hurdle left for tonight.
Oh, let me guess, you want to read the reviews.
Yes.
By the way, we start at the bottom because, that's where chapter 1 is.
Yes. Okay, people. If you want me to continue, write me 5 God reviews. Well, they wrote
10
of those God reviews, so yes, we are here to suffer through this.
And the first review was written on January 13th, 2009, and the latest review was written on January 16th, 2009.
Okay, let's go through these reviews in order from bottom to
Top.
up. Yes. You're doing so well with this series you've made. Well done!
Well, I think it seems that we are starting right from the start with the usual.
Yes, the usual, just sycophantic behavior.
Another great story and another great song. Sorry for repeating myself, but it's only because it's true.
You know, I did not write the song, right?
No.
So why are you complimenting me for this song?
Maybe he's complimenting on your choice of music.
Let's go with that. Oh, I like this next person. They have a V for Vendetta avatar. So you know they need to be taken seriously because of that.
And they have given you 3 reviews for this fic. And there are 3 other people who have given you 2.
We have the usual suspects, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Off to a great start. Will Mephila show up by any chance? And if he does, will he have the same connection to Shadow that he had in the Tails saga, the opposition from Sonic 2006, or anything else? How long before we get back to place? And something I probably should have asked long ago, will the events of Sonic Shuffle, Void's game of origin if I'm not mistaken, have any effect on this story? Alright, that's all for now. Keep up the good work, and see you next chapter.
The answer to this query is Hagbees. Moving on.
Huggies.
Now, this is the same person, by the way. Now he's lost Tails and Amy. Void is pretty much set to become the bouquet placed in front of his own tombstone. I'm questioning the physics of that. Assuming he is lucky enough to receive one, please don't stop the music.
Please don't stop the music.
Stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. Don't stop the rock. By the way, did you check out the song I told you about? It's 1000 Words by Jade from Sweetbox. Now they're giving me musical recommendations.
Wow, you really impressed them with your song picks.
1000 should be written in number form, but when I write the same character 3 consecutive times, such as the 3 zeros in 1000, the review cuts it down to the first one and changes 1000 to 10. I'm confused by this. It's pretty soulful and sad, but also has a hint of hope. It might fit for Void and Blaze. And for other tragic couples as well. Blaze is dead! Moving on!
Poor dude. I would hate that.
I bet you would.
I can't even begin to describe how badly that would suck. Being stuck in a parallel dimension. I want to go help him. Can I go help him?
Why don't we ask past Madhog? Boom. Well, past Madhog, what do you have to say for this poor sap?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, now you're just making him suffer. Fitting, he deserves it. More, I say.
Oh my god.
Amy deserves it too for giving him that stupid nickname. Voidu-chan? I don't even want to know. Literally, don't tell me.
You know, that's the fault of the writer, not the fault of the character.
Yeah, it is. Jeez.
But most people think that the characters are the writer.
No, most people have this mental image of Amy being in a certain way because of the larger canon, so yes, she doesn't have that many fans. Oh my gosh, Devar! This person has your very same concerns in regards to Void's werewolf curse.
Yeah, I kind of guessed since I read it ahead of time.
So I'm guessing Void is going to become a were-Cedrian? Again, a Cedrian is already sort of a man plant. Were means man, so not a were-Cedrian. That would be cool to see. What would that even look like? I wonder if past Madhog has thought of that. Let's ask him! So, past Madhog, have you thought of how our Sidrian is supposed to look like? I am not Madhog, I'm Asipal from the future. I'm sorry, wrong dimension.
Who called that? Raises hand. I so called that. Just didn't put it in a review.
What exactly did you call? You would have to be more specific.
However, Fang,
Fang.
if that's your real name, I find it highly surprising that you have arguments with yourself. I also find it quite hilarious that you lose those arguments. Heh.
Okay, so we established that the writer of this Tales saga and related spin-offs suffers from multiple personality disorder, which honestly explains a few things.
And one of those personalities is one of his characters, Fang the Sniper.
That honestly makes too much sense, given
way-
everything.
The whole fact about that makes it seem like that back in the day, Fang the Sniper was your favorite character.
No, but I fell in love in the way I wrote Fang the Sniper, which is usually how these things work out.
Ooh, scandalous.
Shut up. Who's next?
Great work. Nice twist throwing in Dark Gaia. I wonder what Void will turn into at night, considering the events of Jehu and Jezebel. What?
Don't worry about that. Don't even think about it.
Will Fang turn into a werewolf? Why would Fang turn into... He already is half wolf and half weasel, so it might work. Keep up the good work, and see you next chapter.
Okay, so Jehu and Jezebel. Nice Book of Kings reference, by the way. Is a one-shot story that's also in my fanfiction.net archive that doesn't really have anything to do at all with the Tales saga. So it's not relevant to our current predicament, so to speak, but I am not surprised that some people might think it is somehow linked to it, even though I make absolutely sure that people know which stories are continuing from which point, or vice versa. Interesting. I have never played that Sonic game though, so I will not understand a bit, it seems. Ah well. Nice story all the same. Well, I have good news for you. You don't need to have been played the games to understand this story. Unfortunately, those good news are also bad news, because if you had played those games, then this would even be more confusing to you. Anyway,
The reviews are over.
yes, we are thankfully done for the night. This has been Dramatis Lectio, The Void Within, Void of Solitude. Please come back next time where we shall tackle The Void Within, Void of Love. Go. Dark freaking Gaia. I have no idea where I am going with all of this. I remember nothing of this, as I established already.
Everyone just decided, hey, we want to troll this one guy.
And Fang the Sniper is actually the author.
Part of the author, at least, if you picture the author as some sort of cosmic entity, or, you know, a person with some problems. And it makes sense considering the role Fang had in the actual story, as this wild card who decided to be guidance for one of the main characters for no discernible reason, because chaos and all that. No, screw that noise, he was part of the author entity. It's like Smeagol and Gollum.
It's like a mess and garbage.
Well, okay then. we are done. Thanks for joining us. And please come back for more of this and don't be late to arrive, I guess. No, wait, that's actually a structurally sensible sentence. Never mind.
But how can they be late to arrive since this is not live?
Well, that's a good question. Let's ask past Madhog about it.
Well, past Madhog, what do you have to say about this?
I am Fang the Sniper. You have liberated me from my prison inside the mind of the
no, you
writer.
don't.
Now I shall take over the world.
He just cheated to save the world.
Right then. And I yeet to you too. And I yeet to you as well. And God yeet us all. Good night, everybody. This has been Madhog Time Master.
I've been the Dark Brother.
And I've been Icy Pal.
And this has been your sanity. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Goodbye.
Welcome to the void of love, girl.
You wish there was love in this void.
Yes,
I mean,
thank you for
talking
pointing
about
out the paradox there. Right, this is the Void Within, Void of Love, which is the much anticipated, I am sure.
Bullshit, go!
Yes, I am sure. Third chapter in the Void Within trilogy, which is, as we established many times before, it was this completely unnecessary continuation of sorts of the Tales saga, which, as you all know, wasn't good, and it didn't need a continuation. I think we can all agree with that statement.
Yes.
I think that statement brings us all together in a shared emotional void.
I mean, at least those who have experienced it.
Those who have experienced it, those who survived it. Yes, all of that. Anyway, so this continuation is very much a self-aware sort of metatextual rigmarole in which the author pretty much masturbates himself, metaphorically, over the notion of how cool he is in writing this completely unnecessary and pointless
Considering
story.
considering that your glasses are fogging up because of all the increased heat, I don't think it's metaphorical anymore.
Oh, no.
You know, you joke about that, but having to clean my glasses every so often is very annoying.
Oh, I know, I have glasses as well. I only wear them when I have to do something where I need to actually see the things that are far away from me.
I only used it as glorified reading glasses, and they are only for one eye, technically, so there is only one lens that's actually prescribed. Why are we talking about glasses? We have a fan fiction to read, that's much more interesting.
I don't know, the glasses talk seems more interesting than this story, really.
Anyway, so the moral of the story is that my wrist hurts because of all the times I've been cleaning up my glasses.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, so the Void Within, Void of Love. Does anybody here remembers what in the world happened last time?
First party killed a policeman, the end.
Good! Good! That's all I needed to know. Good. One
And
less in
second-
the world.
And there was a doctor who wanted to feed everyone pickle sandwiches, and Tails was hiding from the British hunting club in his very hidden secret
Of all the
base.
things to remember, you keep remembering that.
And then Void had a mental breakdown. Well, multiple ones.
One of many, really. Just
Yes.
number 334.
Was on a suicide watch by Tails, and then ran away and got infected by hedgehog lycanthropy by Shadow.
Alright, so I think we should probably start on The Void Within, Void of Love.
Alas, Mackie, I will yeet you into Andromeda Galaxy.
I have no idea what you just said just then.
Yes, I only understood the last part.
Madhog, you watched Thrilling Intent.
I haven't watched it in a long time, so give me a break.
You don't remember Ballast McGee?
I remember Ballast McGee, but I don't remember everything he says. I only remember girl. That's all I remember.
That is the important part to remember about him.
Anyway,
The summary.
read the godforsaken summary, please.
And so, the void shall be filled. Last episode of The Void Within mini saga song Burn by The Cure.
Yes, it had to.
Oh no.
I mean, it's always been this song, right? Since the beginning, right?
Well, I mean it is rated T, fiction T, so I guess you got the right demographic.
It's a legitimately good song.
Angst spiritual.
Spiritual! Oh, this is going to be good.
And out of these 3 chapters is 8,040 words.
Yes, 44 words. The bar was having trouble processing the last 4
Because
words.
I'm having trouble processing that you took the time to do 8,000 words of this.
Hey, in fairness, I think it's shorter than the last 2.
This was published on January 16th of 2009 and updated on the 18th of the same
19th.
month. It says 18, January 18th on here.
Really? Oh,
No,
must
it
be time
says-
different because it says for me January 19th.
Yes, January 19 for me as well. What is this nonsense?
I'm gonna print screen this to basically show you. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, sure, let's do that. Let's waste so much time.
Maybe you posted this at the moment when it was January 19th in Italy, but still January 18th in Britain.
There is an hour of difference between our time zones. It was not posted, I remember it was not posted at midnight. It was
I know.
posted
Oh,
during the
great.
day. So this makes no sense.
Okay, that's what I'm seeing. Updated January 18th, 2009. You
What?
saying 19.
What in the actual hell world is this nonsense?
I
There's
have
a
no idea. And it's funny.
Conspiracy afoot.
We are having a Berenstain Bears dilemma, and we
Oh.
are actually connected to an alternate universe
I
where
think-
Devar actually lives.
That's less of a dilemma and more of just a typo.
But anyway, enough of the nonsense, I think. We need to get through this story.
Somehow.
Somehow, in some way.
Don't
So-
look, the shadows breathe.
Yes. Whispering me away from you.
Don't wake at night to watch her sleep. You know that you will always see this trembling adored, dazzled, burn mad girl.
Team Yume, the musical, on Broadway,
Oh,
2021.
no. That was Angels of Death. There was a portion in that entire playthrough in which we just started singing the lines.
That's too long, I think.
Yes, because the music really lent itself well for that nonsense.
I had completely forgotten that you did that.
Yes,
Yes.
go back and watch it, it's a classic. Anyway, let's actually, for realsies, begin this atrocity.
Please do.
The dream was always the same. He was engulfed in darkness. Alone as usual, terrified as he rightfully should be. Okay.
Yeah.
An unnatural coldness devouring his own flesh and soul. Utter solitude and despair were the keywords.
Get it? Back title drops.
gosh.
The keywords.
Look at how smart
yes,
this is.
is to open the safe. The keywords. Yeah, right. It's a Resident Evil puzzle.
Gosh.
Trapped in this infinite loneliness, he felt his inner emptiness, Jesus, even more deeply.
But
Ellipsis.
infinity is over 10 years away.
Try, I'm not even going to acknowledge, try as you might. Try to escape, little boy. Try to fill your soul with feelings. It was all useless.
Not specific feelings, just in general feelings.
Feelings!
Try to fill your soul with feelings.
Oh god, I just imagine Dante saying that.
The only emotions. Which Dante? You would have to be more specific. There are many.
Devil May Cry's Dante, where he says to
No. I like to think Dante Alighieri said that while he was writing the Inferno chapter.
I just wanted to fill your soul with light.
There is no proof that Dante Alighieri didn't do that.
Considering he did not speak English, I think it's fair to assume he didn't say that. The only emotions he had left were the ones who caused his namesake pain in the first place. The sickness became a cancer, and for this illness, there wasn't any cure. I mean, it's cancer, so it's pretty bad. No happiness, no love, just pure nothingness.
Oh no, that's even worse than just normal nothingness.
Yes, that's pretty next level there.
Almost like a void.
Almost, but not quite. But still, something was about to happen. A light came out of nowhere, as it usually likes to do, apparently, and suddenly the darkness was gone. Somebody turned on the lights, I guess. Click.
His dark soul was filled with light.
Okay,
Hey,
enough with that.
listen, hey.
No, I won't listen. I refuse.
A light came out of nowhere. It's Navi.
Yes, I get that. It wasn't just any normal source of light. Oh, no. It was a flame! It was a blaze. A blaze of passion. A blaze of life.
Vic the cat.
Froggy! Is anybody seeing Froggy?
Big the cat just walks in, his belly jiggling like a bowl of jelly.
I'm gonna go medieval on your ass!
A blazing belly.
Was her name Hope? No, it wasn't!
Do I have to get Batman to slap whoever wrote this just to go, stop being pretentious?
I think it's too late for that.
And the flame was changing form, becoming her once again. His blazing princess, his desperate object of desire, his lifeline. The sour being known as Void tried to reach her, to hug her, but he couldn't. She
Because
was
of the
always
epidemic?
too distant. Do not
Social
leave.
distancing, people.
Yep, I knew you were going to say that. I was hoping you wouldn't, but I wasn't fast enough.
You've already brought it up. I'm just continuing it.
Do not leave him again, O Queen of Flames. Do not depart from him, O Cat Princess, legendary creature of fire. Fire. I was about to say light or life. I don't know what I was about to say, honestly, at this point.
Oh no, Devar, we have corrupted him.
Actually, I don't think we've corrupted him yet because I'm just basically imagining Big the Cat in a princess clothing and a tiara on his head.
Okay, now you have corrupted my brain. Thanks for that. Thanks, Devar.
I wonder if there's fan art of that.
There probably is, but I don't want to see it. And do not look for it. I swear to chaos. Burning beauty. Excuse me?
Is this because of the schoolgirl, Eggman?
Okay, I had forgotten about that, but you reminded me. Thanks. Thank you, Isipal. This is why we have you on board every time, because, somebody has to torture me as I torture you.
It's a give and take relationship.
It's a give and slap relationship.
Okay.
Hey, didn't we talk about social distancing? Now I have to wash my face.
Well, that's because you didn't stay out of melee range.
Oh, shut up, melee range. Burning beauty of sadness! He needs you! In order to fill his inner hole. Who are we talking to? In order to leave. Also, that was pretty naughty. Yes, I realized that now that I read it out loud. In order to love. And now she faded away, leaving him alone. Once again. Only this time, someone else was there for him. The Sidrian slowly turned his head towards his guest, this mysterious god who claimed to be this planet's very soul and will. A creature who defied the interdimensional barriers and who could be everywhere and every time. I don't even know what accent I'm using anymore. A creature that could reach his wounded mind thanks to a rather unwilling vassal. A certain black hedgehog who somehow, someway, found himself to be this demon's messenger. His new master.
I think calling the author a demon is a bit harsh on him. He was a misled youth with a lot of pent-up sexual frustration. That doesn't make him demon.
Actually, we are talking about Dark Gaia here.
I know, but we all know who's the real evil behind these stories.
I mean, yes, that's obvious from the start, but we specifically are talking about Dark Gaia in this context.
Dark Gaia!
The ancient god known as Dark Gaia! The reflection of this world's darkness. Spoke to the plant boy with his low and ominous voice.
So, do we have a deal?
A little while ago, this beast has made a proposition to the young Sidrian. He promised to help him find his princess again. He had the powers to allow such task, and all the lovesick plant boy had to do in return was to retrieve a certain item for him. An item that has been encased in another dimension! So, basic stuff. A dimension that Dark Gaia's influence couldn't reach. Because that particular dimension was born from pure nothingness! I smell a theme here! And it stinks!
That's the thing.
Well, technically, aren't all dimensions born from nothingness?
That depends. Is it a creationist dimension or an evolutionist dimension?
This ham-fisted theming is very...
I'm fisted?
Hammy?
No, I was gonna say it was left open for 2 weeks and it's now starting to go off instantly.
These themes are like suppositories. Nothing else needs to be added after that. The being also promised to grant the unfortunate boy with his lost memories in change of his eternal obedience. So Void goes from being devoted to a master to once again enslaved by another master. He can never catch a break.
This does sound like kind of a bad deal.
And once again, he's falling for the same lies, essentially.
Okay, I have to say in this case that it's fair because he doesn't remember making the original deal.
Okay, well, thank you for pointing that out. I honestly had forgotten instantly.
You too, huh?
Yes.
My point.
Still won't excuse him for making a stupid deal here.
In fairness, he has not been making smart decisions all day.
I mean, he
So-
made the exact same deal originally with Ixis Norgos.
Yes,
so now
but
that-
he
now
doesn't
that
remember that one, so he's
Exactly.
making the same mistake because it's like a blank sheet all over again.
Uh-huh.
But I was
Exactly.
referring to the bad decisions he had made in this particular trilogy. Void pondered about it for a while. Ellipsis, and then he made a decision. 3 seconds later. We do have a deal, master. Girl.
Oh, that's great. Here, here's a cookie and the dental cover and also, yeah, no superpowers though. No Eldritch Blast or anything like that. None of the cool stuff warlocks get.
A rather predictable one. And so, once again, his life became someone else's property, all in the name of love, girl. The indescribable, gruesome serpent-like demon seemed amused by his new servant's choice.
Very well. Rest well for now. When thou shalt awake, your journey shalt begin. I speaketh Renaissance English.
For the first time in this entire fic.
Yes. Void nodded and then everything disappeared! But not this fanfiction, unfortunately. And thus this story begins, and I shall narrate it. Who am I? I am this world's love! And hopefully I shall save this tormented soul from the abyss he fell in. The abyss I put him in.
The abyss who were gleefully talking about how much he loved to torture Void
Yes.
in this abyss.
You know what? Knowing me, this might be an entirely different narrator altogether.
Uh-huh.
From his own hell, from his own emptiness,
From his own incompetence.
from his own incontinence. Any more?
Oh, I see. You did this for us, so you made it Big the Armadillo the narrator.
Sure. Let us commence!
Do we have a choice?
No.
No! Alright, Devar, pick up the pace.
Okay. For the casual observer, the smell would have seemed unbearable. But for this particular individual, it was a heavenly scent.
You gross instantly! Stranger danger! Get away from me!
Humans tend to be strange creatures. They
Can't refute that.
They used to contradict themselves, they still do, fairly often, and change their beliefs, not beliefs, beliefs, or ideas even more times. But
Anything else you want to tell us, Dr. Phil?
But one of the few things they all seemed to agree about was that nobody liked pickle sandwiches.
Okay, that's a great payoff.
I disagree.
Well-
shut up, you don't count.
Well, nobody except this old-looking docent.
Are you turning into some sort of southern hillbilly guy?
No, man. I was trying to be Dr. Phil. because he talks with that sort of drawl.
Oh, really? Well, Dr. Phil is a fraud, and we shall not acknowledge him as a doctor. So, Mr. Phil, that's his name from now on.
Yeah. To say that Professor Pickle had an insane passion for those namesake hoagies would still been another understatement. He stood still in his own office in the prestigious Spagonia University.
Spagonia, the greatest city in the world!
Holding
Wasn't it a country?
Spagonia, the greatest city in Europe. I don't know what it is.
holding the aforementioned loaf of bread. Loaf.
That's an unintentional pun right there. I love it.
I love it as well, just because it caught me off guard. With that rather smelly pseudo-vegetable inside of it, one would have said he was contemplating the religiously importance of the moment.
The religiously importance of the moment, you say?
Like if the sandwich was his lord and master, and the human his loyal subject and worshipper.
Professor Pickle, you might have a problem.
Pickles is gonna act like Parliament and eat the royal family. I mean, the monarchy.
No. I am all for eating the royals, honestly. Especially these days.
After a few minutes of this rather pointless pagan ritual, Pickle finally bit his prized meal and slowly but gingerly started chewing it, tasting the awesome consistence of the namesake vegetables.
Okay, can you drop the Mr. Phil act, please?
To the eyes of his current guests, as well as everyone else's for that matter, such spectacle looked terribly awful and definitely hunger-killing.
You were hoping for a definitelli, weren't you?
I gave up hope for that for a long while ago.
Good, good. I shall crush your dreams with these hands.
It's not a dream if I let go of it ages ago.
That's why I said it. You let it go because I successfully crushed your dreams.
Professor Pickles is like this awful person just because he's eating a sandwich.
No. It's because he's eating a sandwich in front of people and making a spectacle out of it.
My God, he's eating a sandwich. Ugh.
Wouldn't it be rude if you were there to talk to a person and that person was just eating a sandwich in front of you?
Did you appear when he was eating the sandwich, or did he just start eating it in front of you?
I guess we'll find out, or maybe we'll never find out. So it's open to interpretation.
After savoring his so-called delicious meal, the old rector turned his head over to his guest.
We established that rector is my own word for dean.
Yes.
Over his guest, not over to his guest.
Yes. I realized that after reading it.
Oh, so eating a sandwich in front of his guests is a power move. He's flexing.
Can't we all just be civilized people and T-pose to establish dominance?
No. This is more classy. Obviously.
My, where did my manners go? How can I help you, young lady? The young lady, as the man referred to her, was a human girl around her 30s, a gun agent, for being more precisely.
A GUN agent for being more precisely. I wonder who could this be?
She was there for a precise reason.
A precise reason?
Judging by the badge she was eagerly showing to her host, that reason was not personal amusement.
I mean, she did not even pay a ticket to see him eat a sandwich.
I think they have to pay people to get them to watch him eat the sandwich.
Well, somebody might disagree with that.
True enough, it's someone's fetish.
Okay,
it probably is.
Who's gonna play this lady?
I'm Agent Topaz of the Guardian Unit of Nations! I I need to ask you something about your son, Miles Tailsprower, if that's even his real name. I have brought Agent Topaz from Sonic X into the fold.
Ah, Rouge's partner in crime.
Yes, Rouge's understated lesbian crush. Understated is in quotation marks here.
She demanded rather than asked. Authority was showed on her voice.
This is my authority voice, can't you tell?
Naturally, Pickle was expecting that. He wasn't a fool for human standards. I mean, he smiled.
Is he though?
I think the author is a bit racist. Sorry, speciesist.
Species, yeah.
Humanist? No, that's another thing entirely.
He smiled at the woman and gently motioned her to sit so that he could eat his sandwich.
So she's been standing there the entire time while he was eating his sandwich, not even acknowledging her existence. My gosh. Is this his fetish?
And that, you said it's a power move, so...
Yes, I guess.
And she's using her authority voice to try and get through that power move of his.
This is some next level chauvinism, let me tell you.
Over the next few hours, he would have gladly explained to her now how he did not know of what had his adopted son was accused.
Devar, please, for the love of God, restart the sentence.
Yes, I know. I was stumbling over every word.
Yes, I mean, wow. It was a bit too much for me.
Over the
Watch it. We will never be able to get past this sentence now. It's going to be dickering all over again.
I'm sorry. I'm just having the image now of Madhog when he hears me stumbling over the words. You know, his eyes going all over the place like...
Yes, I have to edit this! Oh, no!
Don't worry, Madhog will fix it in post!
That is the problem!
Over the next few hours, he would have gladly explained to her how he did not know of what his adopted son was accused.
In fairness, this sentence is very easy to stumble upon.
Yes. How he did not have a clue of his current location, and how he did not have anything to do with the dangerous black-eyed alien.
They are most certainly in his secret engineering lab.
Oh yes, the one that's very secretly hidden atop a cliff nearby the train station. Yes.
Yes, that is obviously the living place of my good friend Miles Tails Power.
That one. Oh.
Hidden in a convenient subterranean dungeon under Pickles' office, Tails was so glad that the human did pretend not to know a lot of things.
But is he pretending?
I was going to ask that question. Are we sure that the narrator is not trying to convince us that he is pretending?
I think the narrator is trying to be funny.
Thanks to his enhanced foxy ears, he could clearly hear the conversation both his foster parent and his noisy guest were having.
Nosy guest, not noisy guest.
It says noise. It says noise.
Yes, it says noisy, but it's wrong. It is supposed to be nosy.
You mean nosy, not nosy?
It's the Midwestern pronunciation, noisy.
Anyway, the Wolfpine smiled within himself, knowing that he was going to eat his sandwich right in front of her for 2 hours.
Yes, he's into that too.
And she was going to like it.
Oh, man.
If there's a thing he learned in all of his young yet intense life, was that certain humans were awfully good in telling lies.
Yes, politicians, blah, 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 blah.
Especially when they have to protect something or someone they've considered crucially important. In this case, a loving father and mentor was protecting his non-blood related son and another guy who's been almost rolled by the man's very car more than a month ago.
By the man's every car! All the man's cars have rolled over this guy.
That most certainly was a not quite coherent sentence.
That sentence coherent was not.
In the utter silence of their refuge, both Tails and his first Void were trying to
Wait,
relax.
hold on. First guest, Void.
Yeah, were trying to relax their respective nerves by playing a random chess game they happened to find around.
Chess is one of the least relaxing games there ever was.
And of course, the two-tailed fox Kit was winning 30 matches in a row.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Void must suck at chess.
Void sucks at staying alive, for that matter. Of course he cannot even play chess.
To tell the truth, the Sidran didn't look very involved in the game. His gaze was distant, and so was his mind. He hadn't muttered a single word since his awakening from that latest nasty dream. This fact was worrying the Kitsune a lot. He could only imagine what his would-be friend, or interdimensional son, if you want to put it paradoxically.
If one to put it paradoxical.
Stop fixing the text.
I'm sorry, but for some reason my mind auto-fixes sometimes.
Turn off your autocorrect.
I can't help it. As an author and amateur writer, I do that. Paradoxical was going through in his damaged mind the pain and the guilt for hurting and /or killing people inadvertently.
Inadvertently.
Are you sure about that?
There should be no order. You have killed people. You have hurt people.
Killing that pig was very advertent, if you ask me.
There was also the nurse.
The nurse was a tragic accident. I'll give him that. But the cop, in fairness, he probably deserved to die. He's a cop.
The sorrow caused by his emotional emptiness and lost love, and the fact that he was all alone in a world so different from the one he came from, the one he had almost no memories of.
So he was able to tell that it was different because he doesn't remember it.
Tails used to be an empathic person who cared about others' feelings.
Not anymore, according to this phrasing.
That was one of the reasons of why most of the female students of the university had a weakness towards his regards.
They liked the way he talked.
I think the point that I am trying to convey here is that they find him cute, which, okay, that makes sense.
Another reason was his natural pet-like fluffy cuteness.
There you go.
So there's two separate things. Gotcha.
It's okay. This can be a problem.
I mean, not really. If you want to make it a problem, go ahead. But a thing that he personally hated, and so the male students did.
So they did.
And then they did.
I think the students were envious or jealous of him because he gets all the girls' attention.
Yes, he got the attention of all the girls because he was such a nice boy. And so cute.
Because he's the cute mascot, and girls are all about that. All girls, without exception, obviously.
And Tails hated it too, and because Tails hated it, the male students did.
And Espew did. Tails, can I ask you a question?
No, and the story ends.
If only.
The the sudden voice of his fellow chess player asked.
Asked?
Yes, asked. I meant to say, but for some reason I swallowed the K.
Oh! I thought it was a connection issue, but you were legitimately having a moment there.
Yes,
That's so funny.
Yes, for some reason I swallowed the K. I don't know why that happened.
That's not good for you. Cough it back up.
The young Vulpine abruptly snapped out from his latest Hong Kong express of thoughts.
Oh, that's a nice analogy, I guess.
I mean, at least it's not Hong Kong 97 thoughts.
Take it away. Take it away. What is it, Void?
He replied, almost in a cheerful tone, visibly happy about his companion's burst of sociability.
Sociality. Sociability is much more accurate, but yes.
He would regret it a second later, though. Void's expressionless eyes seemed full of doubts and fears, and fears yet, determined and focused at the same time. A behavior he had in common with his father. He spoke.
Tell me, if you had one chance to regain what you've lost, one chance to escape from your mental and emotional miseries, to be happy again, wouldn't you do anything in your power to have it back? Wouldn't you even kill if necessary?
And now, the kid found himself seriously scared and unable to answer his question. Void weakly smiled and answered for him.
Of course you wouldn't. You're a wonderful and caring person, and your soul is strong. You've managed to... Sounds oddly sarcastic. You've managed to went through a lot of pain in your life, and yet there you are, helping a complete stranger who caused the death of 2 people, and seriously hurt the ones you loved.
A single tear rolled down from the boy's eyes.
Oh, it's that old commercial with the Native American guy and his single tear coming down of the cheek because white people are polluting.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah.
For what I can recall, the tales from my original dimension, my father used to be as strong as you are.
But not anymore.
He lowered his head, feeling somehow ashamed of himself.
I wish I could be half as strong as you 2 are.
Tails couldn't take it anymore. Without any advice or foreword,
Yes, he should have really consulted his PR agency before doing that.
he rose from his seat and darted towards the plant boy.
He's going to kill him!
Hugging him tightly, just the way he used to do with Sonic, his big brother, some time ago. Just the way a young kid would do to express his feelings to someone he cares about.
I'm so glad Ross Ferris is not here right now.
What, to gate us up?
Yes, to do that. This has some Espio Tales energy here.
I mean, no. I mean, the writing doesn't give me that feeling.
Okay, well, in fairness, I've been conditioned to see a no-homo situation thanks to Ross Ferris.
Strangely enough, Void was not taken aback by this. To be honest, he almost hoped this would happen, so he could pretend that he was actually his father, his one and only father, despite being younger, despite being another Tails, despite the cruelty of this chaotic life.
Now tell me there isn't anything wrong with this.
No, this is perfectly normal and fine, yes.
Yes, it sounds completely healthy, the beginning of an healthy relationship.
I mean, if this was in a better written fic, this could come off as just a sweet moment between son and adoptive father, so to speak.
He returned the embrace and hugged him back with his ugly hands. His so unlike him ugly hands.
Is so unlike him, ugly hands. That's one way to phrase it. Yeah, okay, sure. Let's turn unlike him into an adjective.
His so unlike him ugly hands.
Ugh.
Okay.
Okay, Icipal, it's your time to shine and then fly too close to the sun and die.
It was night. Tails was asleep on his spare bed. The other, however, wasn't.
Okay, it is implied that you have another bed, so you don't need to sound so threatening when you mention the other bed.
The boogeyman's in the bed.
The void was standing right in front of Vulpine's bed, watching him sleep, trying with all his might not to cry, not to wake him.
All his might counter 1.
This is some paranormal activity.
No, this is Twilight.
The time has come for he to leave.
For he to leave, yes, that's the pronoun.
To go looking for his past, for his lost love, and to fulfill his promise to his new master. He closed his eyes, already feeling the disfiguring guilt of what he was about to do. He knew it will cause sufferance and pain, death and demise. Most of all, he knew his course of action would utterly disappointed his two-tailed friend. What other choices had he, though? It wasn't like he could decide not to proceed.
I think it's implied that he could.
But then we wouldn't have a story, would we?
And would that be such a bad thing?
Yes. Actually, no.
It was a rhetorical question.
I answered your rhetorical question with a rhetorical answer. There.
The creature who claimed the ownership of his soul wouldn't let him escape. Well, maybe not do that whole selling your soul thing in the first place then?
The devil offered you a deal. And when a deal is offered to you, you have the chance to refuse the deal. That's how deals work, usually.
But not this time.
No, he had no choice but to proceed.
Yes, he could not decide not to proceed.
No, he had to proceed because memories, and angst, and sorrow, and blah, 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 blah.
Because author said so.
Because author said so.
Let's carry on.
Like it or not, he was his agent. He's being gifted with just a fragment of the god's immense power. And he would have been forced to hold such burden for chaos knows how long. Why do you still call the name of chaos? You have a new god now. Is it blasphemy?
I guess there is more than one god, canonically.
He gave one last sorrowful glance at the sleeping, serene form of the kid. Then he slowly turned and left the security of the dungeon and the university for good.
I just love this image that this university has a dungeon under it. An entire freaking dungeon.
Well, maybe they have a very well-funded tabletop RPG club. His last thoughts before his departing.
Please, don't miss me, Father. Hate me. Let the hate flow through you.
I can see that the emo levels are rising. And then he was gone.
And Espu did. Alright, back from the top. Due to Dark Gaia's doing, Void's mind was slowly starting to regain some of his lost memories, and now he knew his rather unique species had a name. He was a Sidrian, no da, the only anthropomorphic plant-based life form in existence. He had a mother, her name was Cosmo, but he didn't know anything else about her. He still couldn't remember her face clearly. He had some unique powers, mostly related with nature and other plants, and amazingly enough, he could read other people's soul through their eyes, just like he did with this world's tales earlier today. This has been the weather. What his new master let him to remember for now. Other precious memories would have come as a reward for his accomplished chores, the demon promised.
Now, as your first chore, clean my room.
In order to reach the ultimate goal of his mission, Void needed to travel through other dimensions. A thing that a mortal being like him, although being chosen by nature and chaos, couldn't do without sacrificing his own life force due to the tremendous physical and temporal differences between universes, or so he thought.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense.
Nature, chaos, Dark Gaia, pick one god and stick to it.
Yes, stick a knife in it. A creature like Dark Gaia, being the incarnation of this planet's will, existed contemporary in each and every dimension. That sounds like a very promising concept if in the right hands. Some truly Lovecraftian eldritch horror. Is that how Unicron works?
That's how he used to work until they changed it that each Unicron in every universe is now its own entity. The writers got tired of trying to write it down at how, considering the differences between Unicrons in different Transformers media, that how they all could be the same being.
I must apologize to you because I led you to believe that I give a damn about Transformers. Alright. Except, of course, the one he had an interest towards. Therefore, the powers he gave to his unwilling agents would have, somehow, inexplicably and whateverly, protected him from sustaining damages.
What?
So who is this unwilling agent? Because as far as we've seen, Void has been very willing.
Yes, okay, we went through that already. All he needed now in order to perform a successful time/space travel was chaos energy and plenty of it. And thanks to his master's omniscient cognition, that sure is a combination of words.
Yep.
He now knew where to find it. There were several things the various dimensions had in common with one another. They all had Chaos Emeralds! Because of course they do. For whatever reason that no one cares about. You know? Yes, that's true. That's actually factually true. This dimension was no different, and one of them was currently held inside a rather dangerous place. The GUN base right outside Spagonia! Because of course it is.
Why wouldn't it be?
Either
Makes
that
sense.
or Eggman. For any normal being to get inside an hyper-protected military base such as this one would have been considered an act of foolish self-murder or something like that. Actually written here, or something like that. Void, however, was not a normal being, especially not now. Being the source of all dankness, Dark Gaia craved his strengths from the night. When Sonic and a rather unwilling shadow got just a glimpse of his power, they became werewolves, or hedgewolves, which is more accurate. As ridiculous and inexplicable and whatever it is as it could seem, it just happened that way.
Yeah, but, don't question it, guys. It just
Don't
happened
question
that
it.
way.
It just works. Don't question it. It's like the Purge. Void, on the other hand, being granted with some more control over his current unwanted powers, could do some more interesting things. He braced himself and entered the base.
Oh boy.
He was hearing nothing. The screams of terror. The noise of broken bones shattering throughout soft and bloody flesh. The pleads for mercy. Nothing. He saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
The blood. The corpses. The terror-deformed faces. Nothing.
Okay, it's very nice of Void to recreate the opening sequence from Elfen Lied.
I guess I wasn't the only one thinking of that.
Yes, I knew you were thinking about that because I know you like anime, and I watched that one and I thought, hey, that's a good opening sequence for an anime, even though the rest of it is garbage.
Funnily enough, I've never watched Elfenlied.
That opening scene is quite infamous, isn't it?
Yes. Well, that and the puppy killing scene.
I don't remember the puppy killing scene.
I do.
It's better if you don't.
Oh no, now I remember it, yes. Okay.
Yeah, if you really want to show all of humanity is awful, then yeah.
Yes, show a bunch of 6-year-olds killing a puppy for no reason.
I mean, any normal 6-year-old does that. Anyway, his mind separated itself from his body during the whole unbearable, twisted time.
Mm-hmm.
He let his possessed well, probably means physique, but still.
Physique.
To do everything. He didn't want to have anything to do with this massacre.
I think you have everything to do with this massacre. Don't try to push the blame to your powers. You decided this. It's all on you.
You know, this reminds me of Johnny Depp as a vampire in Dark Shadows by Tim Burton. It's the worst character from the worst film by Tim Burton. It is exactly like Void. He goes around killing, slaughtering, and eating people, but he feels sorry for it. Sorry, I have to kill and eat you because I'm a vampire. Oh well, all is forgiven. I'm Johnny Depp as a vampire. Like me.
There was a price to pay for having the necessary power to achieve certain seemingly impossible goals. Human lives were part of it. Wow, such edgelord writing here.
What a likable character.
His master had a weakness for living souls.
Especially with a fine dose of Chianti.
It was his caprice, one would say.
It was his caprice, one would say.
Hello, Clarice.
Plus, he happened to despise mortals, mainly because they, instead of him, were absolutely free, and yet they wouldn't enjoy their own freedom because of their stubborn attachment to their precious rules and will to find sense on everything. How he envied them for it. He would have never admitted it.
So Dark Gaia is evil chaos.
Dark Gaia is the guy from Saw.
Through the link he had with Void's mind, he could see all that beautiful spectacle, all the dead, and all the destruction. To bring destruction and sufferance over the world was his ultimate goal after all, simply because he had to. Seriously, he had to. Really? Is that
He
all?
had to. It was his role.
It was his role to be the source of all evil. I mean, just for the sake of it, are you sure? No
Well,
deep-seated...
this is the spiritual aspect of this angst and spiritual fanfiction, you see. If there is an embodiment of good, then there is an embodiment of evil to keep the balance. There cannot be good without evil, yin and yang, day and night, etc., etc. So somebody has to be the bad guy. Clearly, don't you know how hard it is to be the bad guy? Nobody knows what it's like to be the bad guy.
Yes, he does indeed sound extremely remorseful and sad over the death, destruction, and chaos that he's bringing.
No. He's never sad or disappointed about it. He's gleeful. As you know, he hates mortals. He has to do it, so he might as well enjoy it.
If you enjoy it, then don't try to bring sympathy in your case by acting like you are just doing it because you had to, since you
I don't think
like
I
it.
am trying to give him a sympathetic light. I'm trying to give him depth as a character. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not good at it, but that is the intent.
It was his role to be the source of all evil, to be Satan, to be darkness.
Could you possibly be more on the nose about that?
I mean, darkness is the best girl in Konosuba.
What? Where?
Konosuba is an anime series.
The reaction was amazing.
I heard you say something, but I was not sure if you actually said it or if my brain skipped a neuron or something. What? Karishiba? That's what you said to me. That's what you sounded. What the heck is that?
Anyway, I'm going to continue on, guys. It was something he never asked for in the first place, but you took the deal. It just happened. And he would have carried on with his plans, no matter the prices.
No matter if it's either Vincent or Jonathan Price, this has to be done.
Who is talking, Dark Gaia or Void?
I think this is Dark Gaia, but I understand and relate to your confusion.
This universe needed a dark side in order to be a whole, just like any living being, including his agent, who right now was showing the full extent of his new dark side.
Dark side!
Now you shall experience the full fury of the dark side.
Oh, that's a decent Palpatine.
Yes, now die.
Good.
Let the hate flow through you. And his claws were immensely
Do it.
huge. Bigger. His claws were immensely huge. Bigger and uglier than ever.
So I imagine this tiny body with giant crab-like claws now.
Crab fight!
It's basically Mr. Krabs.
Crab battle!
Hit his weak point for massive damage.
His whole form was a few inches taller. Oh, just a few, okay. That seemed very impressive. His once green leaf hair were now bright white, unlike his eyes, and slightly longer. He didn't look feral like a werehog used to be. Instead, he looked to be a cursed angel of death. A messenger of the apocalypse, one would say.
Okay, any more trite, heavy-handed analogy you want to throw towards our general direction?
If he only would have had a single black wing and a ludicrously long sword.
There you go.
Some video game nerd would have probably asked his autograph.
The answer is yes. More heavy-handed analogies.
Yes.
I'd hope you should feel ashamed about all this.
Yes, he
And
should.
yet I don't.
And you know what? This is kind of weird because I was playing the Final 7 remake today. I've only got to chapter 4 right now, but I'm enjoying it a lot right now.
I'm surprised you had the money to buy anything, let alone a video game.
Well, actually, it wasn't bought by me, but by my fiance. I don't.
That's a really, really nice gesture, and I'm glad you are enjoying it.
Yes, I don't deserve her. He was covered in blood. Red, warm blood all over his mutated body.
Is bathing in the blood of the innocents.
I'm just thinking of that meme right now. The guy who just looks like he's enjoying, rubbing his face with oils and such.
I don't have the meme in mind.
I have.
His external expression looked glacial and emotionless. But internally, he was burning alive.
Well, at least he's feeling bad about it. That makes it all better.
The only thing that was pulling his sanity together was yet again her image.
Oh no, he's not feeling bad about any of this. Remember, he detached his emotions so that he wouldn't have any responsibility of his physique's actions. He's
You mean his physics actions?
Yes, physics. That's what I meant to say. He's burning alive because he's thinking about his girlfriend, a real blaze.
No, because every time I burn, every time I sink again.
You could say the image is burned into his retinas.
Because burn, baby, burn.
Finally, he reached the room he, or rather it, was looking for. Slashing and killing around for mass murdering for. Suppressing his burning feelings for. You've got the angst of it all.
This is stupid.
This is very stupid. It's like the author is trying to be self-aware.
That sounds like a song by Weird Al, honestly.
Once inside, there were two things that caught his attention almost immediately. The first was his former black cloaked vest, which he hastily retrieved, and once resumed his normal stature and appearance put on, finally disposing of his awful street thug-like tracksuit. The second thing happened to be a certain red gem he was looking for. The Chaos Emerald was now his.
So, this really sucks for Tails, because Tails gave him not one, but 2 chances to redeem himself. He put his entire livelihood and career on the line for this one guy to be his sponsor, and he goes on a killing spree again.
Uh-huh.
Yes, he goes on a killing spree. Nom, 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 nom. Eat the brains, eat the heart of the people, eat the eyes, so they can never see true. Nom, 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 nom.
Yes, all of that.
Without wasting any more valuable time
lies!
in mourning and feeling guilty for the death of a bunch of worthless supporting characters. What supporting characters? They were barely any characters.
Yeah, they were just random extras, really.
Which will haunt him later, because the author says so, eventually.
If I remember to write it, that is.
He summoned the required energy for the aforementioned jewel, now in his tight grasp. And so, a spell he didn't even remember to know came out from his mouth, from all of his being.
Chaos! Control!
He yelled. Some kind of a cheap-looking cliche portal was opened in the space-time continuum, and without any further hesitation, the Dark Cedrian entered it.
It's a very whateverly portal.
The author is trying to be funny by being snarky during this death, destruction, and chaos. Both of them are failing.
While doing so, another few memories found their way back into his mind, a proof of his master's appreciation, apparently.
Alright, Void, I'm going to just hang these memories in front of you like a carrot on a string, and if you go that way and happen to kill people, along
It's
the
your
way,
fault.
then you can have more of the carrot memory.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't going to be his fault. Okay.
Well, it is his fault, clearly, because he's going to kill people for the carrot, but that's the equivalent, right? It's just hanging a carrot on a string attached to a stick on the top of his head and said, okay, there's the carrot, get the carrot, kill, get the carrot,
I mean,
kill.
It's more of that he's hanging a lunchbox in front of his face that has a carrot written on it, but it doesn't show what kind of carrot or how big it is.
Now you're making things needlessly overcomplicated.
Like this fig!
Oh!
Yes, oh, and
Okay.
all that.
With these brand new remembrances, he could now call his one and only love with her true name. And so he did.
And Espu did!
He called her name. He screamed her name. He was falling in the pit deeper and deeper, just for her, his burning soulmate.
I will find you!
Jemima!
Froggy! Okay, one at a time. I was about to say Froggy.
I was about to say Jemima.
What's Jemima?
Jemima Puddle Duck, written by Beatrix Potter, actually. And then he just let the absolute randomness of these chaotic forces he drowned himself with to drive him into the next world and the next perils.
I can't wait to tell you about all the people I killed in order to find you. Aren't you proud of me?
Yes! You kill for me. That is the most romantic thing ever. And that's romance according to fanfic authors.
His destination? The unknown.
Into the unknown. Into the unknown.
And we have a remix of the Star Trek theme and the song from Frozen 2. Gotcha. His mind still screaming. Every night I burn, every night I call your name. Every night I burn, every night I fall again.
Okay, so you either sing it correctly or don't bother read the lyrics.
Yes, I just decided to say it anyway. Anyway, no more reading the lyrics.
Yes, okay, we established that there are lyrics. This is technically a song, but we're not going to acknowledge them anymore.
Okay.
Alright, on to chapter 2. Oh my gosh, all of that was just one chapter.
Yep.
If the author actually wanted Ford to be a tragic character we could sympathize with, maybe not have him take the deal with the devil and become a mass murderer for his own selfish gains and instead have Dark Gaia possess him or something.
Yeah, but this has happened. Things were done. We can't change the past.
But you can change the future, cause every night
Okay.
Past is done, but we are left right the
cause
future.
every night
Okay.
and every night I'll be with you, and every night.
So we have all this which is in bold.
Hold on a
Memory-
second. There is nothing quite as refreshing as a fine, fresh bottle of Waterman.
There he was. Nowhere. In the despairing nothingness between worlds, between dimensions, between emotions, he's been traveled through all of it. All the sad shadows. Glimpses of other lands, tears in the spacious temporal continuum. He could see all of it. He could feel all of it. He became part of it, even before he entered it.
Are you trying to sound like me?
I can assure you that was not my intention. The shadows engulfed his body and his soul as well, transporting him somewhere or sometime.
Over
Who
the
cares?
rainbow. Who
He-
cares?
He wasn't fighting them. He embraced them. He just followed the current. The current of time, the current of space, the current of sorrow and love. Hopefully, the current that shall bring him to his final destination.
His
Which
death.
one? Which one? They have made like 6 of those.
Oh,
I honestly don't know how many final destinations they have made.
To
Nor do I
her.
care.
Same. To her, or to death, until they shall apart. Which would come first? In the midst of this hopelessness, he could watch the other universes, the other worlds passing besides him, or vice versa. Who knew?
Not the Alpha,
cares?
apparently.
Does this have a point?
Let's just
Maybe?
continue.
He could see them like he was seeing through open windows. The aforementioned tears in this nothingness. And so he could see some of the endless possibilities this chaotic life was all about. Isn't this deep? Can't you see how deep and thought-provoking this is? Give this man an Emmy or Oscar or Nobel Prize or something. Maybe that will shut him up. He first
Good luck with
saw-
that.
He first saw a world that looked so similar to his own. As far as he could remember, of course.
Well, at least I am not David Cage.
There was a great forest with tall trees and full of life, full of nature. And then
Okay, slow down, Terrence Malick. Jesus.
there was that city, that gruesome, lifeless, ominous iron-made city. And there was a madman who ruled that city, a bold, orange-mustached, fat madman with demonic black and red eyes and a mechanical arm. The form of his head resembled the one of a pear.
Wait, what? What's happening here? I am so confused. What's this nonsense about a pear?
Just going like to show how evil he is, and then suddenly he looks like a pear.
I mean, if you have the right angle, Eggman's face in Sonic Satam does resemble a pear. A little
Yes,
bit.
I know it does, but still.
Pingus?
He was laughing.
I don't have any idea who's this supposed to be. Or what's
Eggman.
happening.
You are
Really?
Eggman. Yes.
You think this is Eggman?
But only has demonic black and red eyes, so Jim Cummings herself, I guess.
Really?
I think.
Hold on, are we in Sonic Set I Am now?
Yeah, apparently
May-
so.
Is this Sonic Satam or is this your Tail Saga Sonic universe?
I don't know. I have no idea what's happening anymore. I'm completely lost. I'm as lost as you are.
Laughing like possessed. Laughing like the devil he seemed to be. Or chose to be.
I hate that hedgehog. Hate! Hate!
I hate that hedgehog.
He saw
Snidely.
innocent, anthropomorphic-like creatures being put inside an horrible machine.
Oh my gosh, he really is Jim Cummings Robotnik.
and almost instantly turned into machines of their own. Roboticide slaves for the madman's army.
Yes, pretty good.
Oh, it makes me tingle all over. Yes! It warms the cockles of my heart.
But that was not all.
It wasn't?
It wasn't.
There was a group hidden in the great forest who was defiantly resisting against this crazy human.
There was a small group of animals always resisting against the Roman Empire.
Some of
Or
them
the Eggman Empire, I'm sorry.
this is Sonic's at them. Some of them looked so familiar in Void's eyes, even though he couldn't quite place them in his mind. There was a half-roboticized bunny girl with a peculiar accent, but a very sweet voice. There was a fat-looking walrus dressed like a mechanical geek.
Again!
And his boys.
And he's sending the boys, I guess.
A rathe-covered coyote in a military outfit. A chipmunk lady with gorgeous red hair and a blue jacket. Speaking of blue,
Oh, segue.
there was that cobalt-colored hedgehog. He could run very fast, it seems.
I'm sorry, from which vantage point are you watching all this happening at once?
I think it's obvious. He said through a portal, which was a window.
Okay, does the window work like channel surfing?
Anyway.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Yes, I don't care either. Let's just continue.
Void had no doubts.
Well, good for him.
That was that Sonic character he heard about. There was a version of him even in this dimension.
There is no safety, there is no escaping it.
There is only Sonic.
This is the Sonic that everyone likes?
Only he seemed a little bit smaller and goof-looking than Void thought. He had a backpack on his shoulder from which he would occasionally pull out a golden glowing ring. Or a strangely smelly hoagie with the sausage in it. Strange. And finally, Void saw him. This dimension's Tails. He looked slightly different from the one he already knew. He was smaller and his fur was more fluffy. His color was deep orange, almost brown, instead of the regular yellow-orange.
That was an important detail to clarify, evidently.
Apparently so.
At least in this fixer opinion.
Okay, well, does any of these have any point at all?
No, I don't. I bet you it doesn't. But let's just humor it for a bit longer, shall we? Before we make it walk off the plank.
Right.
Or maybe walk a very short pier. That too.
Alright. Putting 10,000 on this does not matter at all, Space. Now, roll.
We know this story doesn't matter at all, so of course this doesn't matter too.
Okay, let's continue, please.
Among all, he seemed to be completely and utterly harmless. He had a childish behavior. The kind of behavior one would accept from children of his age.
One would expect. You almost had it and then you lost it.
Yes, I flopped that one. Expect. In this dimension, it seems, he was not a warrior, nor a mechanical genius. Just an innocent child who could fly.
Listen, I appreciate your gravitas and all, But could you maybe speed up the process a little bit?
Okay, gotta go fast. He was seen as nothing more than that. And that bothered him, Boyd could say. It hurt him in ways that no one of the others could ever imagine. That's why this kid did what he did. He flew away from his group, his surrogate family, right into the madman's grasp.
No! Don't go there! Don't go into the house! There is a killer in there!
Boyd was forced to witness everything.
No!
The cries, the torture, the beating and the blood.
No!
And ultimately, the robotization.
No! He's eating popcorn. Oh, no, that's so terrible. All the blood and the death and the beating. Oh, that's so bad.
Reminds me of yesterday.
Reminds me of literally 5 minutes ago.
This tales, this innocent child was no more, thanks to this war, thanks to one man's madness, thanks to other people's indifference.
Wait, no, what are you talking about? He flew out on his own without telling anybody. How is this the fault of people's indifference?
This is a theme, I think. Basically, it's called passing the blame onto something else or someone
No,
else.
you know what this is called? This is called the Grave of the Fireflies. That's what it's called. Oh yes, I went there.
And Boyd couldn't do anything to avoid it. This dimension was doomed. As this window closed, another was opened.
Well, that's the end of that.
Yeah, he just chucks his popcorn. He chucks his popcorn into it, and I
Don't actually chuck something, I pal.
I accidentally bumped my hand into my CD tower and dropped the
Well,
box.
the timing was perfect. I hope nothing broke.
No, nothing broke.
I'm just going to take my computer and chuck it out the window because I'm that pissed about how pointless that
Okay,
was.
so you're going to pull a Mark Wahlberg, essentially.
Yes. Anyway.
This new world seemed to be the result of some deranged childish mind. Its roads were twisted and contorted with constant loops and randomnities all over the place.
That's totally a word, guys.
That's
Yes, most
totally a
definitely.
word. Randomnities. I love it.
The cities were deformed and preposterous, not to mention its ridiculous inhabitants.
Okay,
Oh, no.
so that was Sonic Satayam. So guess which Sonic this is?
The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog!
Which is not as awful as some people say it is.
No, I don't think it's that awful either.
I never
But
watched
it's
it.
not especially good regardless.
No, because it's basically Sonic trying to be Looney Tunes.
His personality is not right to be a Bugs Bunny.
All in all, this entire world resembled a twisted surrealistic painting. On one of those improbable roads, two blurs were running like mad, a blue blur and, just a little behind, a brown one. A little ahead from them, two peculiar figures were setting
Okay, I see, pal. Okay, I know I said you should speed up, but maybe you need to slow down just a tiny bit.
Oh my god.
Because you're about to flub all of your lines at once. I see it coming from a mile.
You mean like those blue and brown blurs?
Yes, exactly like those. Yeah.
A little ahead from them, two peculiar figures were setting some kind of a ludicrous trap, almost as ludicrous as these two individuals looked.
Well, here we are, Grounder. We're placing a trap. Aha, aha.
Oh jeez, I wonder if we're gonna catch the pesky hedgehog today.
Sure we will, Grounder.
One was a tall, robotic
You
chicken
know-
with a rather obnoxious and loud voice. The other was a small tank-like, boiler-like thingy with one of the most stupid facial expressions Void could ever imagine.
Hey! I fixed my face, thank you very much.
Hey, don't pick up on Grounder. It's not his fault he's born with that face.
The trap was a cartoon
We
classic.
can do an entire freaking beat as Scratch and Grounder. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh no, please no.
Aha,
I would agree to that if I wasn't on a timetable.
Right.
The trap was a cartoon classic. Grab the food, fall into a pit with a Siberian mechanical tiger in it, and the food was, of course, a chili dog. The two dumb bots were snickering within themselves, already pre-tasting their success.
You two are nincombots!
Suddenly, a blue hedgehog dressed like an inspector of some kind asked the two of them if they had the regular authorization to place innocent chili dogs in the middle of the road with the sole purpose for attracting fast hedgehogs into a deadly traps.
I am pretty sure I am aping a specific gag in the show at this point.
Yes, it sounds like a
believe
gag.
Realizing that they actually didn't have it, the two nincombots darted towards the aforementioned meal in order to remove it from the way, only to fall into their own trap and getting disemboweled by a nasty robotic feline.
Well, that just happened.
Yes. The hedgehog then dropped his camouflage, reviling himself.
I revile myself! Oh, I have self-esteem issues.
To beat this dimension Sonic the Hedgehog. His body, a younger version of the Tails Void New, came out from his hiding spot and, along with his big hedgehog brother, darted away towards another adventure.
The Tales Void New sounds like a country western song. It is the tales that the void knew.
And the observing Sirian could have swore he heard someone yelling how he hated a certain hedgehog. A weird dimension indeed. Too comical and light-hearted to be real.
Oh yes, unlike any other dimension you just saw, this is the one that's unrealistic.
Real life was harder than that, as the lonely Voyager sadly knew. He couldn't help but smile at this sight, though. Sometimes a good old laugh was the best of medicines.
That
Yeah.
and killing innocent people.
Yes, what is the better curing any kind of guilt or such things you have over mass murder than laughter?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Why don't you ask the powers that be?
Beep, 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 beep. They say they don't care.
Yes, I thought so.
Moving on, the next window showed him a peculiar land. Okay, how many peculiar lands are we going to get through? You call every land a peculiar. Find a new
wait,
word.
hold on. Let me just check something. Ooh, you have a bit more of this bolded text, my friend.
Yeah, let's continue, please. That's why I was being quite rusted.
But considering how much the author has seemed to love the thesaurus thus far,
Again, I
That's
did not
peculiar.
even know what a thesaurus was at the time. I assure you, I had a small English vocabulary, physical copy with me, but not a thesaurus. I can assure you.
Let's
or
continue.
better, a non-land. How many manas do you get from a non-land in Magic the Gathering?
I will not even entertain the question here.
If Ross was here, he probably would tell you.
As a matter of fact, this world used to have floating islands and cities placed above the clouds.
Oh no.
Far above from the forgotten dark ghost of Earth's past civilizations.
Welcome to Sonic the OVA, also known as Sonic the Movie.
He could almost immediately locate this planet's heroes. Sonic the Hedgehog, Miles, Tails, Prower, and a certain red dreadlock echidna with a stupid cowboy hat on his head.
I guess the author's not a fan.
Remember, this is from Void's perspective, so Void is not a fan, even though he doesn't remember. Knuckles, I think. I don't think those memories were among the...
Well, I am not a fan of Knuckles wearing a cowboy hat. Specifically.
Yeah, I told you it's the author.
Fighting against a metallic copy of Sonic and its creator. A funny-looking rodent man with enormous brown mustaches that covered grand part of his face.
That's the original Eggman design, thank you very much.
Rockabye egg in the egg tub.
Those were words, I think.
Yeah, they were from the movie as well. I actually
The
watched that
dub, the
OVA.
English dub is absolutely atrocious.
It is.
And there was a cat-like girl around. Wait, a cat-like girl?
Must
Is that
have
me?
for my Arc Knight roster.
Oh no, she's just a puny hybrid between a feline and a human girl.
I don't know. That seems pretty appealing to most anime otaku.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
appealing to most Sonic fans as well. Of some description.
But not Void. He only has taste for specific cat girls.
He's either all furry or no furry at all.
This world, in Void's opinion, seemed a little too much anime-like, so to speak.
How would you know what anime is?
That's my line.
No, it's my line apparently, because I said it first.
You stole it from me.
You both share the line. It's Madhog's turn to have the line.
It's Madhog's turn to have
He dismissed it fairly rapidly and proceeded with his voyage. And then it came this vision. This time it was not planet terra firma. It was some kind of a spaceship in front of a little bright planet with a single huge tree on it.
Oh no, not this scene, please!
That tree was a living, breathing person, as Void realized, a powerful yet innocent being who was using its abilities to block a greater evil. But for how long? For just the time someone else needed to kill her.
Yes, Tails with his giant cannon, yes.
Her? How did Void know it was a her? And then, as another piece of this jigsaw memory came into place, he realized who she was. Her name was Cosmo, his own mother, the one he was born from. Only
That's what a mother usually is, biological at least.
Only this one was not the Cosmo he remembered. She was this dimension's version of her, and she was as powerful as his real mother used to be. She has the power of a tree.
Yes.
A very big tree.
And she was about to die.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like how they say she was powerful, and now she was about to die.
In fairness, dying is Cosmos' most remarkable character trait.
Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
Let's continue, please.
She was about to sacrifice herself for the well-being of the whole galaxy. For some reason he couldn't understand.
You would have to watch 50 episodes worth of material. I don't recommend it.
Well, he already knows what anime is, so...
I guess he's already ruined.
And the one who should terminate her along with the very same menace she was blocking was none other than that spaceship's own captain and creator, which happened to be in deep love with her. This dimension's Tails. He was alone on his captain's chair, spinning around in his swivel chair.
You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a captain's chair.
Alone, and consumed by his own tears, sorrow, and grief. Unable to push the fatal button.
The fetal button?
The trigger of her certain demise. The trigger of this ungrateful galaxy's salvation.
The Iblis trigger! Silver, get out of this story. You're not here.
He cried. He pleaded Cosmo to be with him. Do not depart from him. Her voice echoed through his mind. Ask him to do it, because that right there was her destiny.
This is all emotional and such if you watch the original Japanese one.
Yes, I would agree. Honestly, that messed me up the first time I saw it. It might have colored my writing style a little bit for all the worse.
You don't say.
Bullshit!
Void muttered within himself with his new friend, the bullshit man. But it was too late. Through tears and screams, through pain and sadness, through love and death, the button was pushed. The cannon was activated, and the two golden super hedgehog beings that, for some reason, were inside of it were shot right through the planet. I am holding back on the dirty joke.
I mean, it's
no
right
one else
there.
did.
The giant cannon, the hedgehogs are the bullets inside the cannon,
Yes.
and they're shooting towards a giant tree, which is a universal symbol of fertility. I mean, it's all there for all to see.
Tails' giant cannon penetrated the planet. Are you happy?
No.
Not really, no.
Shattering it, destroying it,
Pounding
erasing
it.
from existence. I think you're going a bit too far there. It's just a hole in the planet.
No. You see, the planet was Dark Hawk, and the tree was keeping it in place, so that shot destroyed the entire thing.
It was really called Dark Hog.
Dark Oak. Which is even worse because it's the name of a tree.
Yeah, Dark Oak.
Dark Oak, the least threatening name imaginable.
Oh, Dark Oak. I heard you say Dark Oak.
I mean, it could be worse. You could have said Dark Coke.
And so, it was over. Cosmo was no more, leaving a broken fox alone in his own living hell. Void was eyes-widened, unable even to think. When did he start?
Good point.
He just witnessed the tragic conclusion of a tragic love story. And why? Because she thought it was her destiny to do it. Again, it was bullshit.
I agree.
To drop a life like that because of credence. Then again, he had no right to judge her choice. In the end, no one had it. The question remained though, it's been her choice, someone else's choice, or her belief's choice.
This is actually physically painful at this point.
I'm not even reading it, and I feel mentally exhausted listening to this.
We are taking psychic damage from reading this pretentiousness.
Psychic damage.
It's like that time Chloe in the Beachside campaign lost that intelligence point. I'm starting to feel that.
And the answer was always the same. He was not bound to know it. Life is chaos.
So all of that musing and pondering and monologuing and observing, and at the end of it all, your conclusion is the same as always. Life is chaos. I don't know.
I don't know.
If you're going to keep people hostage with your terrible essay, at least have the courage to reach a conclusion of some description. Anything.
You do realize you are talking to yourself when making those accusations.
Shh. Don't break kayfabe.
A portal opened itself right in front of him. He could finally escape the lifeless shadows this pure
finally.
nothingness was engulfed with. Escape this ominous sense of finality and rejoin with life again. And perhaps, just perhaps, with the very object of his quest, the object of his crow-like black dreams, his place. And so, he left the namesake emptiness he was in, and re-entered life. Or so he thought.
Dun 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 dun. Okay.
Okay.
Icy Paul's part is finally over.
Everyone who read that is now dumber.
Yes.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard.
Not once was there a coherent thought in what you said.
Everybody in this room is dumber for having heard that. I will not award you points. He looked around. He looked right and left, up and down,
BA
right
select
and
star.
left. And everywhere the spectacle was just the same. He found a blaze, only not his own. He found a blaze of a world, a wasteland drowned in constant flames, and lava reefs, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. A burning inferno of eternal sufferance, a flaming tomb. He stood on the peak of a tall skeleton of a building, observing this world, feeling its torment and experiencing its trauma. A bad game took place in this setting.
Since when was Void an empath?
Technically, he was always an empath because he has that power with his eyes.
Yeah, but he needs to look into people's eyes to see to their souls. Now he's just feeling up the world.
Well, you know, it comes from the spiritual connection with the earth that he naturally has as a plant.
Yeah, shut up.
Yeah, shut up! The omnipresent voice of his master, Dark Gaia, told him that this dimension has been damned by the so-called flames of disaster. A flame war took place here.
I can
So
believe
many
that.
trolls. So many. It was the mid-2000s, you see. At the mention of such names, something clicked inside the mind of the young Sidrian. In his world, Blaze has been considered a cursed being, the beast of flames itself, the Bakeneko or Bakeneko.
Nico.
The Bakeneko, as you would say it.
Yes.
Take the
And-
cat.
He would
Oh,
be
God.
a monster cat, would he not? And he has been the one who healed her with his powers, with his love. He had doubts no more. She ended up here. How did she do it? He didn't know. Not even his master knew.
So much
It-
for that omniscience.
Omniscience? Omniscience. Well, it just, say it with me, guys. It just happened.
What? No.
This was it. All he's been forced to go through and throughout. All the people he murdered. All these things were meant to bring him here. He was about to find her again. He was about to hug her and be with her once again. He was...
Hello?
Void abruptly snapped out of his thoughts and immediately turned his head towards the newcomer. And there she was, right in front of him. Young, beautiful, perfect, furry AF. His princess, Blaze the cat, was there, and for the first time from Chaos knows when, Void felt a whole new emotion filling his soul. He felt happiness.
Who are you?
I don't think you were meant to sound seductive.
That's the voice acting advice you gave to me about her character. when you gave me this role.
No, I didn't. What are you
Yes, you
talking
did.
about? No, I
Yes, you
didn't.
did.
No,
Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did.
No, I didn't.
I don't know if I don't remember if it was specifically you, but someone
I
did.
probably wasn't me. I can assure you that. She asked, and then Void's world shattered like a broken vase. His broken being. Oh,
Oh.
right.
He got the wrong cat.
Well,
Yep,
either
it's on
that
the
or she doesn't remember because, memory loss is a commonality here.
That would be kind of shitty considering that if she doesn't remember Void, but she remembered Silver.
You know what? That would be terrible.
Very terrible.
I hope it happens.
Especially since the one she burned was the nice Silver, but the one she remembers is the spreading my genes Silver from
Yes,
the
the
Saga.
gene spreader! The gene spreader! Buy the new J. Joe action figure, the gene spreader!
Oh gosh. Okay.
And the final chapter.
Yes, how long is this? It's too long! It's too damn long!
You think so? Do you want to go for it, or you just
No,
want...
go, 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 go!
Okay.
Go!
Okay, I'll start. It has been said, certain beings are made to suffer. It was not a matter of fate, nor a matter of luck.
What happened to helping him find his love and happiness? You promised us in the first chapter.
There were things that, no matter the odds, no matter the probabilities, they would just keep happening.
The definition of insanity, you mean?
They would just keep incoming.
And they won't stop coming, and they won't stop coming.
And
And they won't stop coming, and they won't stop coming.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He had it coming.
Keeping being thrown towards their chosen targets and hit them without a second thoughts. Hurting them, killing them from the inside, just for the heck of it. Certain characters happen to be in such a tight spot, and there's nothing they could do about it. Even though they would eventually escape from their miseries, the ominous, cursed shadows would engulf them no matter how far they would run, no matter how desperately they would fight. Sufferance shall always find its prey and unmercifully erode the void within their souls
Title drop!
to the point of no return.
This is the point of no
no
return!
To the point in which such hurtful soul would be pushed to get it over with,
Yes, get over with it.
to just rest, to sleep a while, to sleep forever, to stop the pain once and for all, to leave the great illusion of life and love, and to embrace death.
Thanos, go back to MCU. You don't deserve this.
I
This-
don't remember Thanos to be such an emo kid, but I guess
I
you
was gonna-
never
I was
know
gonna-
a guy.
I was gonna say this Thanos like long black hair over one eye goes like, oh, this world is it needs to be half killed.
Well, you know, the original Thanos from the comic is a giant emo because his girlfriend is literally deaf.
Yes, I know this.
Which is great, honestly.
Well, to be precise, he wants his Death to be his girlfriend, but Death has
Oh!
only eyes for Deadpool.
Okay, that's fair. Also, I like this dichotomy because Deadpool is the child of the situation and Thanos is the incel.
Because this seemed to be the only solution over such torment. Because this seemed to be the only getaway from the merciless shadows. From the twisted torment of a broken heart. From the void within.
Trademark.
Void stood still on his spot, feeling all of this 100 times worse.
Oh my, this is some major edgelording, let me tell you.
He managed to find her. He managed to go through all of his pain and soul wounds.
Soul wounds!
He killed and almost got himself killed.
Get
Just-
himself killed.
Just for seeing her again, I don't care. Just for feeling her love again. And now that he finally found her, she didn't even recognize him.
I know, and our life was better for it. Imagine that.
Almost like this could be another version of her. It's almost like you have seen multiple parallel dimensions.
No,
happening.
it's the one. It is the one he would know somehow for some unspecified and whateverly reason.
He suddenly felt the unmistakable noise of his heart breaking.
Crash.
He felt it, along with the entire fabric of his own being crashing for good.
System shut down. Meow.
Playing it on tick, are you?
He became what he feared the most. The reflex of his own name.
The reflex of his own name, you say?
What the
No.
fuck does that even mean?
It means reflection. Remember that?
Oh, right.
Not just a void. He was now the void.
Oh my god.
He didn't just have an emptiness inside his soul. The emptiness took a place of the soul.
So, he's dead?
Wow. Wake me up inside. I can't wake up.
Do we
Wake
really,
me up inside.
do we really need to put a beret and put a spotlight in darkness on this entire speech?
I think this is the most ham-fisted edgelording I've ever done so far, even more than the other two stories, and that's saying something.
Incredibly.
Yes.
Leaving him to be just a rotten piece of flesh without emotions, without feelings, without life.
Read my poetry, please.
I
And-
think
and-
Boyd forgot that he's a plant, not a flesh and blood being.
An empty
Details.
shell filled by darkness. The full amount of the darkness his current master embodied. He was now the perfect agent a god like Dark Gaia could ever ask for. And ironically enough, even the god himself felt pity towards him.
Wow! He's such a miserable wreck that even the freaking god of darkness, embodiment of all evil, said, "Bro, come on.
Bro, that's tough, man.
That sucks, bro. That's too much. Lighten up, jeez."
I'm not your bro, dude.
Dark Gaia was the metaphorical and physical representation of this world's dark feelings and sorrows. Way to lay on thick for the audience who are totally stupid and you're the smartest person in the world. Yes, of all the negativity, of all the evil. But then again, he didn't choose to be that way, did he?
He didn't choose to be that way, did he? Can you confirm he didn't choose to be that way, did he?
Yes, he did choose.
Yes, he did, of course he did! This is so stupid!
It happened, and he was just doing his job
He was just doing his job!
to bring
You know-
suffering to the world.
It's a living.
Dark Gaia is all like, bro, you know, I could not do the suffering and all that, but, you know, I have a job to do, and it requires me to see people suffer and killed, so no hard feelings.
Quotas to meet.
No hard feelings, okay? Yet, this chaotic dimensional mess had a balance that shouldn't be broken. Chaos was its name, and Dark Gaia was just a part of it. He was not above it.
I'm getting confused here. Are we still talking in metaphors or literally?
The uncontrollable, sheer amount of chaos energy that the universe was engulfed with was mirrored by the amount of emotions any living being had.
Oh, so it's literal then. Okay.
We live in a chaotic universe.
We live in a society.
And idealistically speaking, there is a whole chaotic universe inside us.
Oh wait, it's metaphorical again? So confused.
I want this theology teacher re-evaluated because obviously they have no freaking idea what they are blabbering about.
Okay, I did warn you this was angst and spiritual, didn't I?
All kinds of feelings, all kinds of sentiments. From love to hate, from happiness to sadness.
Okay, we went from doom and gloom forever to the most cheesy schlock imaginable.
All of them, despite being absolutely loose and escaping the boundaries of logic and rationality, they were perfectly balanced.
It didn't sound like that from your previous statements.
It's like as if he doesn't realize that cause and effect is a thing.
Well, I caused you pain, so
Simply because they would make an individual soul. They would make it a whole.
A whole.
Even the aforementioned emptiness was part of it. It was there to remind everybody that they owned a soul.
We literally own the soul. We bought it at the black market for souls. It's a soul-based economy, like in freaking Planescape.
And therefore, due to the unbalanced balance of chaos, fuck you! You cannot have balance and be unbalanced. It doesn't work that way. How can you balance the unbalanced when it's balancing on the unbalanced scales?
Oh shit, even the bar is breaking.
Wow, I made the bar swear. That almost never happens. Wow, that was totally worth it. That made my night.
You cannot do this.
I did, and Espu did.
And he just did.
Oh my gosh, the unbalanced balance of chaos. This is the worst garbage.
It went from being redundant to being utterly incomprehensible bullshit.
I mean, Void did say that this is all bullshit.
That was your one and only clue.
They would suffer as well as they would love.
I would like to get that love at some point because thus far there has been nothing but suffering.
Can we get to the sex part of this porn, please?
I think we passed that part when Tails' cannon penetrated the planet.
That was too abstract.
Ah, they would feel, and that's pretty much it.
Is it? Is there anything else you'd like to add to this?
Okay,
Let it all out at this point.
This makes me think of the ending of Saikano, where the world is literally being destroyed and all humanity is going extinct because of war, but the only thing that survives is the love between the two protagonists. So it manages at the same time to be the most bleak and nihilistic thing possible and the cheesiest, dumbest romance in the world.
Anyway, I'm going to lay on thick more. Perhaps now you could start to understand.
No!
Or even just to imagine.
Not even close!
What it could be like not having a soul.
Okay, I can relate to that actually.
Look how totally enlightened and smart I am.
This is so spiritual, you guys. So spiritual.
Not being a whole. Not having the opportunity to live. This was the current condition of the being known as his own sufferance.
Could you read this as if you were broken Matt Hardy, actually?
This was the condition of void. And it was all happened because of these simple words. Who are you? She asked him, breaking him for good.
Yes, that was all about that, wasn't it? 3 words! Who are you? And it broke him because she didn't recognize him. Did you need to spend this entire diarrhea wall of words to explain that?
No, but he still did.
And Espew did.
Certain characters are meant to suffer because...
Does that include us?
Yes!
Yes, it does. Because they couldn't help it. Because a sadistic author wanted it. Or maybe even something more.
Okay, you sound like a French version of Broken Matt Hardy, if I'm being honest.
Again, we are not bound to know. It's all chaos for a reason, you know.
No! That's the whole point of chaos! There is no reason that we can possibly fathom! That was the whole point! Remember the point! Remember the point!
I mean, that's why he says that we are not bound to know.
Ah!
Sense.
Not even Dark Gaia, who was supposed to be an omniscient god, embodiment of a planet's will, who could exist through an infinite dimensions contemporarily. Not even him could know the truth about life. If it was one, of course, because in the end, Earth was just an insignificant microbe compared to the immensity of the universe.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to drop the act because I'm having trouble understanding you.
Therefore, even he could not explain how a single living being like his current unwilling servant could turn into such a soulless freak because of betrayed love. It shouldn't be possible, but it happened anyway, and I need to do something about it. I'm this world's love for a reason, after all.
Okay, so...
I have words.
I know you have words, and you said those words already, so I don't want to hear them again. Okay, well, so Devar, I think, drew the shortest stick from the bunch when he read this passage.
It talked a lot, but said 3 words.
Very little.
My throat hurts.
It literally said 3 words.
My tummy aches. My eyes are bugging out. My mind is leaving my brain.
Oh, so now you know how Void feels then.
No, because I still have my heart.
Icy Pal, guess what?
It's my turn on the chopping block. His blackened eyes were watching, but his brain paid no attention whatsoever.
So he entered a catatonic state. Good.
Blaze stood in front of him, side by side to his new love, this dimension's Silver the Hedgehog.
Oh no! Okay, you should have brought this up earlier. Way to bury the lead, man. Seriously. Seriously. His soul is shattered, is broken. His soul Blaze with the gene spreader together as a couple. I mean, yes, I get it now. But don't bury the lead on that! Seriously!
The ultimate insult to injury.
Yes!
And their first meeting was Blaze setting him ablaze.
Oh, okay, so the Chad Hedgehog and the Plant Virgin, basically.
To be fair, this is the nice Silver, not the gene spreader.
For all you know. Well, the gene spreader was conditioned to act like that because Ixis Nagas.
Wasn't that just bullshit from Ixis Nagas to make everyone think he was all-powerful?
No, that's something he actually did.
It's
Okay.
hard to tell anymore which was which.
Come on, let's please continue.
Okay.
Who was Silver?
Who is he?
The namesake Roland would occasionally ask to his companion. I don't know.
I am not entirely sure.
She would respond absent-mindedly. And then Void would finally snap! And the hollow space that once was his soul started to be filled with pure will of destruction. Something that went beyond rage. Something that went beyond emotions themselves. Just pure, untainted lust for blood.
In other words, is throwing a tantrum.
Yes.
The same his body experienced before, and his mind stayed separated.
Okay, you don't need to do Palpatine for this.
But what if I want to?
But I don't want to.
Suddenly, his hair grew long and white and his claws became bigger, and the one-winged angel started playing on the background.
Estuas interius ira vehementi, estuans interius ira vehementi, Sephiros! Sephiros! Okay.
And his dark, fallen angel-like form.
Oh my god!
I mean,
Yes.
we went already through the description already.
Yes, we went through the description already, yes.
Once again took the place of his original appearance. If he would have had an ominous Latin
Oh my
Oh
god.
no, we made this joke!
theme song, he would have looked like the other powerful final boss of an RPG video game.
Way to ruin the seriousness of the moment there.
Without any hesitation, without any feeling whatsoever, he attacked. He broke the bones. He spilled the blood. He killed them.
Oh wow, okay, sure. Way to go, way to deal with anger issues, Void. That's the way to go.
And the now unrecognizable and mutilated corpses of two Mobians stood on the ground. Their blood was all over him, and so there came the scream.
Yes, here's Sam.
By the way, maybe this was not the blaze he was looking for. Come to think of it.
This is not the place
You are looking for. And this already doomed world shattered and collapsed into pure nothingness by the strength of it. The nothingness everything came from. The nothingness everything shall return to. The nothingness he had inside. He stood alone, suspended in nowhere. He was back at his normal form. His hair were once again green and pointed, and his hands were smaller. And the inside of his being mirrored the surroundings he was engulfed in. Nothing mattered anymore. Nothing was important. When he's been stripped by the chance of feeling, he became this hollow shell, this hollow knight, this phantom without consistence, this shadow of his former life. He seemed to be fine with that. At least now the sorrow was over and he could finally sleep a while. Sleep forever. Alone.
This is not happening. Yeah, this is happening.
This is not going to happen.
This is not going to happen, says the narrator, I guess. Again, we're having this moment again. We're having this moment again.
Let's just continue.
What?
The Sidrian asked. Suddenly, the light came and the nothingness disappeared. He saw an image, a very familiar image.
I will save you, my son.
There she was, the incarnation of the purest among emotions, the only one who could save him, his mother, Cosmo!
I did not know mother was an emotion.
Now you know.
Mother? This is not your place, Void. Come with me if you want to leave.
Driven by newfound emotions, he just did as he was told.
All right. New paragraph.
How does that change him from the previous times he has done everything that he was told to do?
Nobody cares! He was back in the place, the dimension from which everything began, his crystallized realm, the place his master ordered him to reach in the first place. And now he was ordered by someone else to go back there. The sanctuary, my sanctuary. He stood there, seemingly dumbfounded. What else is new? Cosmo lay in front of him.
Did we just get hit by Deus Ex Machina and undid everything that happened?
Would you really be surprised by that?
No.
No.
Did you remember how the very first part of Tales ended?
Deus Ex Machina.
Exactly. You're not Cosmo, are you? He suddenly asked. She giggled. Oh no. Oh, no. You should be the one voicing this, Davar.
Okay. I am Dark Gaia's counterpart. My name is Light Gaia.
Bullshit! Your name is Chip!
Is this an actual character from the Sonic games?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
Can I have some ice cream?
Yes. No, you can't actually, no.
I assumed this form to make you feel more comfortable. But I can change it if you want.
She sweetly answered. Void shook his head, now realizing a couple of things. It has all been an illusion, ain't it? Okay. Yes.
Let's finish his line.
My voyage through other dimensions, the loss of my memories, the meeting with the Tales and all. I've never left this dimension in the first place, right? That means I didn't kill anybody. I'm actually a good guy.
So, no consequences, huh?
No consequences for this guy.
It was all literally pointless.
She lowered her head in defeat.
You've regained your memories, huh?
I remember everything, he abruptly replied. She sighed. Why? Why did you put me through this hell? Why torturing my soul to the point of a breakdown? A dance breakdown? Why all this charade? Why me? He demanded to know, his namesake eyes showing a reasonable amount of rage.
Because the author wanted it, and we just played our roles. Why did he want it? I don't know. And I'm fairly sure of the fact that he didn't know either.
I can believe that.
Understatement of the millennium.
Oh, is this a confession that you as an author had no idea what you were doing and you decided to just write for the heck of it with no clear goals in mind?
Well, it's not so much as a confession as it is a reaffirmation of everything you already know about this story since the beginning. Yes, it was a waste of time. It was always a waste of time. It was presented as a waste of time. There was never a moment in which this was not a waste of time.
Let's just continue.
Void tilted his head, clearly confused. So the truth is, I've been the puppet for some blasted writer? He said. Anger was showed in his expression.
How does that change from the fact you've been puppet to some blasted Ixis Norgos and some blasted Dark Gaia and... Well, that's about it.
Not exactly. I guess that in some deranged way, he was testing himself. Through your pain, he tried to discover himself, you could say. To mature as a person and as an author. Or maybe he just did it for the sadistic fun of it.
Ooh.
All this dirty laundry of past Madhog brought forth.
Light Gaia took a long breath before adding,
After all, even gods are not above the chaos they created. Even my brother and I are not above it. We were born with this planet. We did not create it. We were part of the chaos, and the author is part of it too. In other words, to put it bluntly, and that's that.
okay, you cut off exactly 3 times in the last 10 seconds, but you know what? I don't even care. Void seemed even more confused right now. I don't understand.
Exactly.
Exactly, that's the point. She
That is
pointed
a
out.
perfect quote to explain his entire Void saga. I
Yes.
don't understand exactly.
Yes, that is the quote that defines the fiction. Void crossed his arms. So what do I do now? It seems that I have no free will at all. That's a bother.
That's a bummer. Or perhaps it's your sheer determination that saved you from that tragic fate. Since the author couldn't find the further strength to torture you even more. Nobody's flawless after all.
At this Void's face lightened up. There should be a comma or whatever. So I'm going to have a happy ending? In more ways than one. Light Gaia frowned.
Not exactly. Look.
Light Gaia pointed towards the direction of a very familiar ice coffin. Void recognized it at once.
When she used her flames to transport herself and you to this dimension in order to save your life, she had to sacrifice her own life force.
Oh, this song and dance again? Slowly, the young Sidrian got closer to the majestic frozen stone in which his one and only love was resting in it. Oh, it's Blaze inside the coffin now, okay.
Well, so her meeting Silver in the first place was just another one of Void's illusions that he just didn't see?
Yes, I think. He put his ugly excuse of a hand on it. Feeling her.
You can take that statement in many ways.
Yes, that can be taken into a whole wild journey. A few tears descended from Void's not so empty eyes. Get it? Because they are full of water now.
Yeah.
Is there a way to awake her? He asked. The god behind him just smiled.
Do you know what this dimension really is?
I bet you're all going to explain it to me now. She answered with a question of her own. Void shook his head, not diverting his gaze from the frozen form of Blaze the cat. Light Gaia continued.
This place, or should I say non-place, was not created by Ixix Naugus.
You said it incorrectly again.
Look, I don't care. He only happened to be entrapped inside of it and deluded himself into believe that he actually modeled it as his own image. In reality, this dimension is in nothing more and nothing less than...
He paused to add some suspense, then finished.
The representation of the collective subconscious.
Sure. Let's bring Jung into this sparse. Why not?
How?
Well, it is all spiritual and it was all dreams and illusions, so something must have happened, I guess. And
and dreams, in other words, dishonesty.
And now, WWE Armageddon. And now, Void's attention has been definitely caught. He slowly turned his head towards his godly guest. His expression betrayed a fair amount of stupor. She started her tale.
Oh,
And guess who has to read it?
me!
You!
Just like all universes, Chaos's energy needs the Master Emerald to maintain their chaotic balance. All living beings, emotions, dreams, thoughts, and ideas, all of them need a place in which they could be collected, equated, and released in their minds and souls of newly born beings, ready to commence their new lives. This place is what makes us all similar yet unique at the same time. It was born with the very first thought, and grown ever since, and all thanks to a powerful, mysterious god gem known as the Precious Stone.
The what now? Excuse me? Excuse you? What? What the hell? What the hell is the Precious Stone?
The Master Emerald of everyone's dreams, the controller of the chaos within our soul, which is the mirror image of the universe's chaos. There are infinite dimensions, words among other worlds, and people whose dreams, who wishes, whose love, who would suffer, people who feel, and all of them who are linked to this place, I should say non-place, so one place in which everyone's mind and soul are equal, yet different at the same time. You have known this dimension as Sanctuary, but we know it as another name. Imaginary world. Fuck you.
Okay, so 2 things. First of all, amazingly, outstandingly, you did not cut a single time while you were fast reading the entire paragraph. And secondly, this is setting up the next bunch of stories in this spin-off saga. And yes, I am recontextualizing the setting for Sonic Shuffle, baby. Sonic Shuffle, baby! It's happening! It's the Sonic Shuffle shared universe!
The Shuffleverse.
The Shuffle. Okay, so this is the final paragraph. Oh, thank goodness! We can do it! I mean, Icyball, you can do it.
Void's mouth was agape.
No.
Agape.
Void was mouth agape.
Now you are auto-correcting.
Void was mouth agape.
So, it is all an illusion?
He naively asked.
Are emotions and feelings illusions?
She asked back.
I feel that's a trick question.
That was a good point.
No.
A sudden realization hit Void's mind.
So basically, you can do everything here, can't you?
He eagerly asked. Imaginary world was what any conflicted writer could ever wish for. The possibility of doing and creating everything from zero. No more writer's blocks. No more chaos. But chaos is everything, so imaginary world would be part of chaos by being born from chaos. Everything.
Okay, I finally get what the point of all of this, let's call it an experiment, is about. This was about writer's block the whole time, actually. This was about writing for the sake of writing in order to unblock the writer's block.
I said that was what I thought it was earlier.
I didn't remember if that was the case, but then I remembered what happens next. And by next, I mean in the next few stories down the line.
It would only be an illusion. I'm sorry, Void. You can't save a life here, because this world is real. It is real as emotions are.
So it is not an illusion, and emotions and feelings are not illusions, they are real.
Oh my gosh.
Come on!
I want to summon the reason to care, but I just don't. Because there was no logic to begin with. There was no foundation. There was nothing.
I would hate to
Just
interrupt
avoid.
your current meltdown, but I would like this story to be over, so if you could continue, Icipal.
He frowned quite a bit, as well as myself.
Yes, myself. I'm frowning too.
But if you would become the official guardian of the precious stone and all the people's hopes and dreams, then you could find a way to restore her somehow, some way.
She ultimately added.
I don't even care you cut off at life. I don't even care.
The Cetrian excited his frown and suddenly smacked.
Exited his frown. Exited his frown. Come on.
So his frown basically exited the building, went down the fire escape, and his smirk came on to his face. Gotcha.
That's curious. In my dream, when that Gaia chose me and his servant, he wanted me to reach this place and collect the precious stone for whatever reason. When was this established?
Never.
Never!
Now I wonder how much of that dream was elusive. That's not what you think it means.
He asked, showing a smart expression.
No,
Light Gaia just chuckled within herself. Void went serious. Determination clear in his eyes.
I'll do it.
He simply said.
so be it.
She muttered back. And so, the young Cetrian became the ruler and guardian of imaginary world.
Hey.
Light Gaia rejoined her dark brother inside the core of planet Terra Firma, annoying him to death.
Couldn't happen to a nice guy.
So that's how evil was defeated. It was annoyed to death. Yay. All the various Tailses and Sonics in the various dimensions had their own stories. And me? I introduced the ending credits. Enjoy! Wait, there's more!
Yes, there's more. This is happening during the so-called end credits, which again, it's the song Borne by The Cure. And so it began. Void's rulership over this world. He would feel all the wonderful feelings and emotions that would occasionally come to him, and to the majestic giant purple stone beside him, and yet he would also suffer because of her, and in doing so he would remember that he was alive, that he had a soul, and reinforced by such strength, he would burn inside with passion and hope.
Burn me up inside.
And so he would dream, he would see her, he would dream of the two of them, one day finally reunited. He would feel the urge to scream her name, and so he did!
Oh, please!
And again, he would fell alive, be doing so. I'm just giving up. That's me giving up.
Yeah, it's
And he would dream every night. 'Cause every night, somehow knowing that their moment would arrive, despite the adversities of life. When awake, he would look at her coffin. She would look peaceful and beautiful as ever. He would smile. And there he stood, and there he would be, to remember to everybody who would ever dream or fail,
or be killed.
That they were alive, and they had a soul, that they could love, as well as they could suffer, because he was the void that lay inside our souls. He was the inevitable emptiness caused by the so-called negative, yet useful emotions, and this was a prequel to Inside Out all along.
Why are you giving us the Lord at the end of the story?
He was the indispensable dark side that makes all us all. He was the void within. The
Shut up!
freaking end.
And now I will burn this fanfiction, and I will never, ever, ever talk about this ever again.
Until next time, that is, girl.
But wait, we still have reviews to go through.
No, it's late or early. It's either very late or very early. I don't have the stamina or patience for reviews. Let's pretend they suck. Okay, and that's...
No, oh my god, I just checked them. No!
Oh no, what did you see? No, you know what? I don't even want to know. If you people are interested in reading the reviews for this abomination, go read them up yourselves. You can find this atrocity on my fanfiction.net account, Madhog Thy Master, it's my name, the same on my YouTube channel. Go read them up, I don't care, I am tired. It's 5, almost 6 in the morning. I'm tired.
Yes.
Estuas interius iraventi, estuas interius.
Yes, a reviewer said that. They're singing the song.
Oh, the song.
I'm leaving. I'm abandoning you two.
I have to...
Not if I abandon you first.
I'll abandon you harder.
Oh yeah?
Oh my.
Well, see about that. I'll abandon you so hard, you will have abandonment issues.
Oh yeah, I'll abandon you both so fast, you won't even know you're abandoned until it's too late. Aha!
Oh yeah? I'll abandon you infinity and beyond. Okay. Good night, everybody. This has been Madhog Thy Master. I'm too tired to have any sort of conclusive thoughts on this malady that we just read.
I'm Devar Akvaron, and I'm a philosophical mess.
And I am Icipal, and... Woo boy, well, at least we did have fun tearing this apart.
No!
No, this was the least amount of fun I've had in a long time.
I mean,
Honestly, tearing apart Matti Mali's comics is more fun than this, and you know how much I hate those comics.
The fic wasn't fun, but we had a lot of fun quips about making fun of it.
Yes, and half of those clips will not make it in the final cut because of all the editing I'll be doing. Hooray!
Yeah! Good night, buddy, and take care.
Shut up.